Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you're using this video to sleep, so before that, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? St. Helena Island had always possessed an unsettling undercurrent beneath its scenic beauty. The coastal South Carolina landscape, with its sprawling marshes and ancient live oaks, created a postcard-perfect setting that concealed something more sinister. I had lived there since childhood, becoming accustomed to the island's quirks and rhythms, but even familiarity couldn't fully neutralize its effect. It was late October 2019 when everything changed. The air had taken on that particular autumn chill that made the Spanish moss seem more like funeral shrouds than natural decorations. I was 17 then, restless and bored in the way only teenagers in small communities can be. My friend Miles had moved to the island just 2 years prior, and unlike most transplants, he'd adapted quickly to our slower pace of life. We had bonded over our mutual interest in local history and exploration, spending countless weekends investigating abandoned structures and forgotten paths through the maritime forest. The morning it all began, Miles arrived at my house just after 9, wearing his usual faded jeans and a navy windbreaker. His expression showed a mix of excitement and caution, the perfect description of his personality. "I found something weird yesterday," he said, settling onto my porch step, while helping my dad clear brush behind our property. "There's this path I've never noticed before." I raised an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. "Your place backs up to the Russell Preserve, right? That's all protected land." Miles nodded. "Exactly. Which means nobody should have been making trails through there. But this one, it doesn't look natural. And it goes deep." Something in his tone made my stomach tighten slightly. The Russell Preserve consisted of nearly 100 acres of relatively untouched maritime forest. Local folklore claimed parts of it had once been burial grounds, though historians disputed this. "What makes it weird?" I asked, already calculating how much daylight we'd have if we left immediately. Miles hesitated, glancing toward the tree line visible beyond my yard. "It's lined with these strange marks carved into trees, and the spacing is too perfect to be random. Someone made that path deliberately." I should have recognized the warning in my instinctive unease. Instead, I felt that familiar pull of curiosity that always overrode better judgment. "Let me grab my backpack," I said, standing. "We should bring water and my GPS tracker in case we lose cell service." Neither of us could have anticipated how that simple decision would alter the course of our lives, or how deeply we would regret our curiosity. By 10:30 that morning, we stood at the edge of Miles's backyard, facing the dense wall of vegetation that marked the preserve's boundary. October sunlight filtered weakly through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that shifted with the gentle breeze. From the outside, nothing about the tree line suggested anything unusual. "It's about 20 yards in," Miles said, adjusting his backpack straps. "Follow me." We pushed through the initial tangle of underbrush, stepping over fallen branches and navigating around thorny bushes. The transition from maintained yard to wilderness was abrupt. Within moments, we were enveloped by the forest's distinctive atmosphere. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and ambient sounds became muffled, as though the trees themselves absorbed noise. I had explored these woods countless times before, but something felt different today. The usual background symphony of birds and insects seemed diminished, creating a strange vacuum of sound that made our footsteps appear unnaturally loud. "There," Miles pointed. The path revealed itself subtly at first, just a slightly less overgrown corridor through the trees. But as we moved forward, its artificial nature became undeniable. The ground was packed down in a consistent width of about 3 feet, with unusually straight edges for a forest trail. "Look at the trees," Miles whispered, his voice tight. That's when I noticed the markings, crude symbols etched into the bark of almost every other tree flanking the path. They weren't random graffiti, but appeared deliberate and systematic. Some resembled archaic letters, while others formed geometric patterns that nagged at the edges of recognition without quite resolving into anything familiar. "These weren't here when I was a kid," I said, running my fingers over one of the marks. The carving felt oddly warm beneath my touch. "Someone's been coming here recently." The path stretched ahead, disappearing around a gentle curve deeper into the preserve. An inexplicable reluctance settled in my chest, making each step forward require conscious effort. The forest seemed to press closer around us, branches hanging lower than natural gravity should allow. "Do you hear that?" Miles asked, suddenly freezing in place. I strained to listen, initially perceiving nothing but the soft rustle of leaves overhead. Then, faintly, I caught it. A sound so subtle it might have been imagination. Something like rhythmic tapping, distant but consistent. "Could be a woodpecker," I suggested, though it didn't match any woodpecker I'd ever heard. "No," Miles shook his head. "It's too regular, too intentional." We continued forward, drawn by curiosity that overpowered our growing discomfort. With each step, the tapping became marginally clearer, though no louder. It maintained a pattern: 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps, longer pause, repeat, that struck me as communication rather than random noise. The path began to slope downward, leading us into a depression I'd never known existed within the preserve. The canopy thickened above us, shrouding the trail in premature twilight despite the morning hour. The air grew increasingly dense and carried a faint metallic scent that reminded me of approaching thunderstorms. "We should mark our route," I suggested, pulling a small notebook from my pocket. I tore pages and began folding them into small triangles to leave as breadcrumbs. Miles nodded, visibly relieved at the precaution. "Good idea. I'm not sure I could find my way back without reference points." I didn't mention that this admission disturbed me deeply. Miles had an excellent sense of direction, far better than mine. If he felt disoriented in these woods we'd both explored for years, something was genuinely wrong. The path continued its gentle descent for nearly 20 minutes, leading us deeper into terrain that felt increasingly unfamiliar. The tapping sound had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that made me acutely aware of my own heartbeat. My watch showed 11:43, yet the forest's dimness suggested late afternoon. "I don't think we should go much further," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "This part of the preserve doesn't feel right." Miles nodded, but continued forward, drawn by the same inexplicable pull I felt. "Just a little more. I want to see where the path ends." As we rounded another bend, the trail widened into a small clearing about 20 feet in diameter. Unlike the dense vegetation surrounding it, this circle was almost entirely barren, just hard-packed earth with a few struggling weeds. At its center stood a massive oak tree, far larger than any I'd seen on the island before. What made the scene truly unsettling was the arrangement of stones around the oak. Flat, rectangular pieces placed in a perfect circle, each bearing the same strange markings we'd seen on the trees. They resembled crude headstones, though too small and numerous to mark actual graves. "Someone's been using this place," I whispered, fighting the urge to retreat. "Recently." Miles approached one of the stones, crouching to examine it more closely. "These symbols, they remind me of something I saw in my father's history books. Old island dialects had written forms that used marks like these." I was about to respond when a voice cut through the silence, distant but unmistakable. "Help. Please, help me." We both froze, exchanging startled glances. The voice had sounded young, perhaps a child's, coming from somewhere beyond the clearing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strained and unnatural in the stillness. No response came, just the returning silence that seemed to absorb my words. I checked my phone. No service, as expected in this remote section of the preserve. "We should go see if someone's hurt," Miles said, though his expression betrayed his uncertainty. "Help me!" The voice came again, clearer this time, seeming to emanate from a narrow path continuing beyond the oak tree. Something felt profoundly wrong. The voice was too clear, too perfect in its distress, like an actor's performance rather than genuine panic. And its sudden appearance in these strange surroundings triggered every warning instinct. "Wait," I grabbed Miles's arm as he moved toward the new path. "Think about this. We're at least 2 miles from any trail. How would a kid get this deep into the preserve alone?" Miles hesitated, reason battling with instinct. "Maybe they wandered off from a hiking group, or it could be someone who lives near the preserve's other boundary. And they just happened to end up at this exact clearing, with all these strange markings." I gestured around us. Before Miles could respond, something moved at the edge of my vision, a quick shadow slipping between trees beyond the clearing. Too large for a raccoon or fox, too low to the ground for a deer. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Miles nodded slowly, face draining of color. "Someone's watching us." The atmosphere shifted perceptibly, charged with tension. The clearing no longer felt like a discovery but a trap, as though we'd been lured deliberately to this spot. "We need to leave," I said firmly. "Now." This time Miles didn't argue. We turned back toward our entry point, only to find the path looked markedly different. Where we'd come through a relatively wide opening, the trees now seemed to crowd closer together, branches intertwining in patterns that couldn't have formed naturally in the time we'd spent in the clearing. A sick feeling settled in my stomach as I realized the obvious truth. We were being manipulated. Whether by people or by some aspect of the environment I couldn't explain, something wanted us here. "Help me, please," the voice called again, louder and more insistent, unmistakably coming from directly behind us now. We began moving quickly away from the clearing, following our paper markers. The forest seemed to resist our departure, branches reaching lower, roots rising higher to trip our steps. The temperature continued to drop, our breath becoming visible in small white clouds. That's when I heard Miles inhale sharply beside me. He had stopped walking and was staring at something ahead of us on the path. "What is it?" I asked, following his gaze. In the middle of the trail lay one of my folded paper markers, soaked through with what appeared to be fresh blood. My mind desperately searched for rational explanations. Perhaps an injured animal had found our paper marker and bled on it. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate, twisted prank. But the pristine condition of the blood, still wet, still glistening in the dim light, defied simple reasoning. "Don't touch it," I warned Miles, who had crouched for a closer look. He nodded, standing quickly. "It's fresh, very fresh." The implications hung unspoken between us. Either someone was injured nearby or someone wanted us to believe they were. Neither possibility felt reassuring in these increasingly strange surroundings. "Let's keep moving," I said, stepping carefully around the bloodied paper. "Stick to the trail, watch for the rest of our markers." We proceeded more cautiously now, scanning the forest around us with heightened vigilance. The shadows between trees seemed to shift independently of the light, creating an illusion of movement that kept drawing my attention. My heartbeat accelerated, pumping adrenaline that sharpened my senses while simultaneously making me question their reliability. The path began to ascend slightly, which should have been encouraging. We'd been descending for most of our journey in. Yet something felt off about the incline. The trees didn't match my memory, and certain landmarks I'd noted were missing. "Miles," I said quietly, "I don't think this is the same path we came in on." He stopped, looking around with growing concern. "But we've been following your markers." "I know. That's what worries me." The realization settled heavily between us. Either someone was moving our markers, or the forest itself was changing around us. Neither possibility seemed plausible, yet the evidence was undeniable. A soft rustling sound came from behind a nearby thicket, deliberate movement rather than wind. I motioned for Miles to be still, and we both stood frozen, barely breathing. The rustling stopped, followed by an unnatural silence. Then came a sound that made my skin crawl, a low, wet breathing, like someone with fluid in their lungs. "Is someone there?" Miles called out, his voice cracking slightly. The breathing stopped immediately. In its place came complete silence, not just the absence of the strange breathing, but an absolute void of sound. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. It was as though someone had pressed a mute button on the entire forest. This acoustic vacuum lasted perhaps 15 seconds before being broken by a singular bone-chilling sound. My name, whispered from somewhere alarmingly close, in a voice that was distinctly not Miles's. I spun around, scanning the undergrowth, but saw nothing. "Did you hear that?" I asked Miles, my voice barely audible. His wide eyes confirmed he had. "It knew your name," he whispered. "How could it know your name?" The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations. We were overreacting, mishearing things, allowing the strange environment to fuel paranoia. But deeper instincts, ancient warning systems hardwired into human consciousness, were screaming danger. "We need to get back to the clearing," I decided suddenly. "We know that location. From there we can try another direction." Miles looked doubtful. Back toward whatever made that sound? We're already going deeper into unknown territory. At least we recognize the clearing. Reluctantly, he nodded, and we turned around, now following the path back downhill. The descent felt steeper than before, forcing us to brace against trees to maintain balance. Each trunk we touched felt unnaturally warm, almost feverish, despite the increasingly cool air. After about 10 minutes of careful navigation, the path opened onto a clearing, but not the one with the large oak and stone circle. This space was smaller, roughly circular, and dominated by a structure that stopped us both in our tracks. Standing in the center was what appeared to be a crude shelter built from branches and animal hides. It resembled a primitive lean-to, but constructed with disturbing precision. The branches formed perfect right angles where they joined, secured with what looked like sinew rather than rope. The hide stretching across the frame appeared fresh, still carrying a faint reddish tint that suggested recent preparation. Most unsettling were the objects hanging from the structure's edges, small bundles of leaves, feathers, and bones, tied with human hair in varying colors and lengths. "We haven't been here before," Miles stated flatly, voice tight with tension. "No," I agreed. "This isn't anywhere we've been today." The shelter's entrance faced away from us, a dark opening that revealed nothing of its interior. A small fire pit sat extinguished before it, ashes still showing traces of warmth when I cautiously examined them from a distance. "Someone's been here very recently," I whispered. As if in response to my observation, a sound emerged from within the shelter. That same wet, labored breathing we'd heard earlier, now louder and more distinct. "Hello?" I called out, surprising myself with my boldness. "We're lost hikers. We need directions back to the main trail." The breathing stopped abruptly. Seconds stretched into a full minute of silence. Then, from the dark entrance, came a response that turned my blood to ice. "I've been waiting for you to find me," said a voice that sounded simultaneously young and ancient, familiar and alien. "I need your help." Neither of us moved as the voice from the shelter fell silent. The clearing seemed to contract around us, the surrounding trees bending inward as if listening. My throat constricted, making each breath shallow and insufficient. "Who are you?" I finally managed to ask, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. A soft rustling came from within the shelter, like fabric dragging across dry leaves. "A traveler like yourselves," the voice replied. "Lost for much longer than you've been." There was something profoundly wrong with the cadence of the speech, words flowing together in places they shouldn't, pausing where no pause belonged. It reminded me of someone learning English from text rather than conversation. Miles stepped slightly behind me, his breathing rapid and shallow. "We should go," he whispered, barely audible. I nodded almost imperceptibly, taking a small step backward without turning away from the shelter. "We need to get back," I called out. "People are expecting us." The laughter that followed chilled me to my core, not because it was menacing, but because it sounded perfectly normal, like a young woman's laugh of genuine amusement. The dissonance between that pleasant sound and our surroundings intensified my sense of wrongness. "No one expects you," the voice said confidently. "You told no one where you were going. You never do." The statement's accuracy sent a jolt of fear through me. How could anyone know our habits? We'd been exploring the island together for years, rarely telling anyone our specific destinations. "What do you want?" I asked, continuing our slow retreat toward the path. Another rustle came from the shelter, more pronounced this time. "Just help," the voice replied. "I've been waiting for someone who could understand." A figure began to emerge from the shelter's darkness, gradually as though reluctant to be fully seen. First came hands, pale and dirt-streaked, pushing aside the hide covering the entrance. Then arms, thin but muscular, followed by shoulders hunched slightly forward. What stepped fully into the light wasn't the monster my imagination had conjured, but something far more unsettling in its ordinariness. A young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in tattered hiking clothes. Her face was gaunt but not unhealthily so, her eyes large and dark against pale skin. Her hair hung in tangled brown waves past her shoulders. Only two details disrupted this seemingly normal appearance: a strange pattern of raised scars visible on her neck, disappearing beneath her collar, and her feet, which were completely bare and showed no signs of injury despite the rough forest floor. "Who are you?" Miles asked, his voice steadier than I expected. The woman tilted her head slightly, regarding us with an expression that shifted between curiosity and calculation. "My name is Ruby," she said. "I've been living in these woods since I got separated from my hiking group." "When was that?" I asked, noticing now that her clothing, while dirty, showed none of the deterioration expected from extended outdoor exposure. "October," she replied simply. "This October?" Miles pressed. "That was just a few weeks ago." Ruby smiled, revealing teeth that appeared too white, too perfect for someone surviving in the wilderness. "October 1997, she said. The claim was so absurd it momentarily disrupted my fear. "That's impossible," I stated flatly. "That would mean you've been here for 22 years. She nodded, apparently pleased by my calculation. "The forest preserves things," she said cryptically. "Time moves differently here, especially near the center." Every instinct warned against continuing this conversation, yet I found myself unable to simply walk away. Whether from morbid curiosity or some more insidious influence, I felt compelled to understand. "The center of what?" I asked. Ruby stepped forward, moving with unusual fluidity. "I can show you. It's not far from here." Miles grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. "We're not going anywhere with her," he whispered urgently. I nodded in agreement, finally breaking eye contact with Ruby. "We need to head back," I said firmly. "Our families will worry." Something flickered across Ruby's expression, a momentary distortion that reminded me of digital glitches in video. Her features seemed to shift slightly before settling back into their previous arrangement. "Of course," she said, voice suddenly hollow. "You should return before dark. The woods become active after sunset." The way she emphasized active sent another wave of dread through me. I began backing away more deliberately now, pulling Miles with me toward the path. Ruby watched our retreat with unnerving stillness, not blinking or shifting her weight as a normal person would. As we reached the edge of the clearing, she called out one final message. "When you hear someone calling for help tonight, don't answer. It isn't human anymore." We turned and ran then, abandoning all pretense of calm. The path seemed to cooperate with our escape, leading uphill more directly than I remembered. We sprinted past trees bearing those strange symbols, no longer caring about their meaning or origin. Neither of us spoke until we broke through the tree line into Miles's backyard nearly 20 minutes later, lungs burning and legs trembling from exertion. "What the hell was that?" Miles gasped, bending over with hands on his knees. I shook my head, unable to formulate a response that wouldn't sound deranged. The rational part of my mind was already recategorizing our experience, convincing myself that Ruby was just an eccentric homeless woman, that the strange path configurations were the result of our own disorientation. But I couldn't dismiss the unnatural stillness of her posture, the impossible knowledge of our habits, or the warning that continued to echo in my thoughts. As evening approached, I would come to understand precisely what she meant. I returned home around 3 in the afternoon, making excuses to my parents about spending the morning at the public library. They accepted my explanation without question, though my mother remarked that I looked unusually pale. I blamed it on too much time indoors and retreated to my room, desperate for the solitude needed to process what had happened. Miles and I had agreed to speak by phone later, after we'd each had time to calm down and think rationally. Neither of us mentioned reporting our encounter. What would we say? That we met a woman claiming to have lived in the woods since 1997, that we'd found strange symbols carved into trees. None of it constituted an emergency requiring police attention. As daylight began to fade around 6:30, I sat at my desk attempting to sketch the symbols we'd seen, hoping familiar activity might settle my nerves. My bedroom window faced the backyard, beyond which lay a stretch of marsh grass before the tree line of another section of the preserve. I'd always found the view comforting, the transition from domestic space to wilderness, representing the island's unique character. Tonight, however, the gathering darkness transformed that view into something ominous. Shadows stretched from the trees like grasping fingers, while the marsh grass swayed in patterns that seemed coordinated rather than wind-driven. I found myself checking repeatedly to ensure my window was locked. At 7:45, my phone rang. Miles calling earlier than our planned 9 o'clock conversation. "Hey," I answered, immediately noting the tension in his greeting. "Something's happening," he said without preamble. "I've been watching the woods behind our house, and there's movement, not animals. Too large, too deliberate." I moved to my window, staring more intently at the tree line. "What kind of movement?" "Like someone pacing just inside the boundary, back and forth, always in the same spot." Dad saw it too, but thought it was probably deer. The hairs on my arms rose. "Do you think it's her?" Miles hesitated. "I don't know, but I keep thinking about what she said, about not answering if we hear someone calling for help tonight." As if his words had conjured it, a sound carried faintly through my closed window, a distant voice calling something unintelligible from the direction of the preserve. I froze, phone clutched tightly against my ear. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Miles's breathing quickened. "You heard it too? From your house?" The implications settled heavily between us. Our homes were nearly 2 miles apart. For the same voice to be audible from both locations simultaneously was physically impossible. I moved away from the window, lowering myself onto my bed. "This can't be happening." "I'm going to record it if it happens again," Miles said, his voice steadier now, taking refuge in concrete action. "Document everything." The voice came again, louder this time, clearly calling for help. The sound sent electric pulses of fear down my spine, not because of its volume but because of its clarity. It sounded as though the speaker was just outside my window despite visibly empty yard. "It's getting closer," I said, struggling to keep panic from overtaking my voice. "Stay inside," Miles advised urgently. "Don't respond to it. Don't even look toward it directly. I think it's trying to make us come outside." A sudden sharp tap against my window made me jerk backward with a stifled cry. I scrambled away from the bed, heart pounding painfully against my ribs. "What happened?" Miles demanded. "Something hit my window," I whispered, pressing myself against the far wall. "Like a rock or—" Another tap, louder this time, followed by a slow scratching sound, the unmistakable noise of fingernails dragging across glass. Every muscle in my body locked in terror as I stared at the window, still covered by curtains I now desperately wished were thicker. "I can hear something at your house through the phone," Miles said, his voice dropping to barely audible levels. "That scratching sound." A third tap, then silence. The voice called again from outside, no longer distant but directly beneath my second-floor window. "Please help me. I'm hurt." The familiarity of the voice hit me like physical blow. It was perfect mimicry of my own vocal patterns, my own inflections, as though hearing a recording of myself. The wrongness of it triggered a primal fear response that transcended rational thought. "It's using my voice," I choked out, sliding down the wall until I sat huddled on the floor. Miles inhaled sharply. "Don't move. Don't make any noise. I'm going to call the police on my landline." "And tell them what?" I whispered. "They'll think we're pranking them." Before he could respond, the scratching at my window transformed into a deliberate pattern. 3 quick scrapes, pause, 2 slow scrapes, longer pause, then repeat. The exact rhythm of the tapping we'd heard in the forest. "It's trying to communicate," Miles whispered, "or it wants us to think it can." A new sound joined the scratching, a wet, labored breathing directly outside the glass. Then came words, spoken in that same borrowed voice but distorted now, as though multiple vocal tracks were layered slightly out of sync. "I know you can hear me. I can smell your fear through the glass." My parents' bedroom was on the opposite side of the house. Even if I screamed, they might not hear me over their television. The nearest landline phone was in the hallway, requiring me to move past the window. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy thud against the glass that made the entire window frame shudder. A thin crack appeared in the upper corner, spreading slowly downward like a growing ice crystal. "It's breaking in," I gasped into the phone. Miles's voice came back desperate. "Hide. Call for your parents. I'm calling 911 now." Another impact, stronger than the first. The crack extended further, branching into a web of fractures across the glass. Whatever waited outside was going to get in within minutes. Survival instinct finally overcame paralysis. I lunged for my bedroom door, yanking it open and stumbling into the hallway. "Mom! Dad!" I screamed, my voice raw with terror. "Someone's trying to break in!" I heard movement from their room, my father's confused voice calling back. Then came the sound of shattering glass from my bedroom, followed by the soft thud of something heavy landing on my floor. I ran down the stairs, nearly falling in my haste. My parents emerged from their room, my father grabbing a baseball bat kept near their door. "What's happening?" my mother demanded, face pale with alarm. "Someone's in my room," I gasped. "They broke the window." My father moved decisively toward the stairs, but froze as a figure appeared at the top, a silhouette that made no sense to my terrified mind. It seemed human in basic outline, but moved with boneless fluidity, limbs bending at impossible angles as it descended the first few steps. My father raised the bat defensively. "Who are you? Get out of my house." The figure paused, tilting its head at an unnatural angle. The hallway light illuminated enough for me to see that while its shape approximated Ruby's, something was profoundly wrong with its proportions. Its arms hung too long, fingers extended well past where knuckles should end. Its face retained Ruby's features but arranged incorrectly, as though someone had attempted to reconstruct her appearance from verbal description alone. "I need help," it said in my voice, mouth moving out of sync with the words. "I've been lost for so long." My father took an instinctive step back, the bat wavering in his hands. My mother pulled me toward the front door, fumbling for her car keys hanging on the wall hook. What happened next occurred with such speed that my conscious mind struggled to process it. The figure launched itself down the remaining stairs in a single fluid movement that defied physics. It landed directly in front of my father, one elongated hand closing around the bat while the other reached for his throat. My mother screamed, shoving me through the front door onto the porch before slamming it shut behind us. We ran for her car, the sound of my father's shouts cutting off abruptly inside the house. As my mother frantically started the engine, I looked back at our home, just in time to see every window on the ground floor simultaneously darken, as though something had extinguished all light within. My mother drove erratically down our long driveway, gravel spraying beneath the tires. Her hands shook violently on the steering wheel, knuckles white with pressure. "What was that thing?" she demanded, voice cracking with hysteria. "What happened to your father?" I couldn't answer, couldn't form words to describe what we just witnessed. The creature in our home defied rational explanation. My phone was still clutched in my hand, Miles's voice faintly audible, though I'd forgotten his presence during our escape. I raised the phone to my ear. "Miles?" "I heard everything," he responded immediately. "Police are on their way to your house. Where are you now?" "In the car with my mom," I said mechanically, driving away. My mother reached the main road and turned toward town, accelerating well beyond the speed limit. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly checked the rearview mirror. "Tell him to have them meet us at the police station," she instructed. "We're going straight there." I relayed the message, then asked Miles, "Are you safe? Is anything happening at your house?" "Nothing yet," he replied, tension evident in his voice. "My parents think I'm overreacting, but they've locked all the doors and windows. I'm watching the tree line from my room." Something in his tone made my stomach clench. "What do you see?" Miles paused before answering. "Movement, all along the edge of the woods, like someone or several someones pacing just inside the shadows." My mother suddenly slammed on the brakes, throwing me against the seatbelt. I looked up to see what had caused our abrupt stop and felt a wave of nausea rise in my throat. Standing in the middle of the road, illuminated by our headlights, was my father. He stood perfectly still, arms hanging at his sides, face expressionless. His clothing was intact, showing no signs of struggle or injury. Behind him, the road stretched empty into darkness. "Richard?" my mother whispered, her hand moving unconsciously toward the door handle. "Mom, wait," I said urgently, grabbing her arm. "That's not Dad." She turned to me, confusion and hope warring on her face. "What are you talking about? It's right there." I stared at the figure, noticing details that confirmed my suspicion. My father's posture was too rigid, his stillness too complete. No breathing movement disturbed his chest, and his eyes reflected our headlights with an animal-like gleam. "It's pretending to be him," I said, my certainty growing. "Like it pretended to be Ruby, like it used my voice." Miles's voice came through the phone, sharp with alarm. "What's happening?" "It's blocking the road," I explained quickly, looking like my dad. "Don't stop," he advised immediately. "Whatever you do, don't get out of the car." My mother's expression hardened as she processed my words, her maternal instinct overriding emotional reaction. She shifted the car into reverse. "Hold on," she warned, checking the rearview mirror. As she began to back up, my father's figure finally moved, its head rotating with mechanical precision to track our movement while its body remained facing forward. The unnatural motion confirmed what I'd suspected. Whatever stood before us was not human. "Go," I urged. My mother accelerated backward, executing a rapid three-point turn to face the opposite direction. As we completed the maneuver, I kept my eyes on the figure in the road. It made no attempt to pursue us, continuing its unsettling stationary vigil. "Where do we go?" my mother asked, voice steadier now that we were moving away from immediate danger. "The police station is in town. We'd have to get past that thing," I thought quickly, scanning our limited options. "Miles' house. It's closer, and his parents are there. Safety in numbers until the police arrive." She nodded, taking the next turn toward their neighborhood without slowing down. The windows were up, doors locked, but I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability inside the vehicle, like thin metal walls provided only illusory protection. "I told my parents you're coming," Miles reported after a brief absence from the call. "Dad's got his hunting rifle out." The statement offered minimal reassurance. Conventional weapons seemed inadequate against what we'd encountered. An entity capable of mimicry so perfect it could replicate specific voices and appearances. As we approached Miles's neighborhood, my mother suddenly let out a choked sound, pointing toward the roadside. I followed her gesture and felt my heart stutter. Another figure stood beside a mailbox, this one resembling Mrs. Johnson, our elderly neighbor. Like the false version of my father, she stood unnaturally still, watching our car pass with that same reflective gleam in her eyes. "There's another one," I whispered to Miles. "They're spreading out," he responded grimly. "Setting up a perimeter." The implications chilled me. Whatever these entities were, they appeared to be coordinating, establishing positions around our community with deliberate strategy. This wasn't random haunting or isolated incident, it was systematic hunting. We turned onto Miles's street and immediately noticed the unnatural stillness. No porch lights shone despite the early evening hour. No vehicles moved on the normally busy residential road. Houses stood dark and silent, as though suddenly abandoned. "Something's wrong," my mother murmured, slowing the car instinctively. Miles's house appeared ahead, the only building showing signs of life, lights blazing from every window, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. His father stood on the front porch, rifle clearly visible in his hands, as he scanned the street. "Call your dad," I instructed Miles. "Tell him it's us approaching in the blue sedan." As we pulled into their driveway, I noticed movement at the edge of my vision, figures emerging from between houses, from behind trees, from shadows that seemed too shallow to conceal anything. They moved with that same unnatural fluidity I'd witnessed in our home, their shapes human, but their movements decidedly not. "Run for the house," my mother ordered as she stopped the car. "Don't look back." We flung open the doors and sprinted toward the porch. Miles's father raised his rifle, aiming past us at the approaching figures. The distance to safety seemed to stretch impossibly as adrenaline warped my perception of time and space. Behind us, soft footfalls accelerated on pavement. Too many to count, too synchronized to be human. A chorus of voices rose in perfect unison, each one perfectly mimicking someone I knew, my father, our neighbors, my school friends. "Please wait," they called. "We need your help." I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. At least a dozen figures pursued us, moving with unsettling coordination. Their faces were recognizable as people from our community, but their expressions remained identical, blank, observant, hungry. Miles burst through the front door as we reached the porch, holding it open as his father continued aiming past us. My mother pushed me through the entrance before following, and Miles's father backed in last, slamming the door and engaging multiple locks. "What the hell is happening?" Miles's mother demanded, clutching a baseball bat with white-knuckled hands. Through the front windows, we watched the figures halt their advance about 20 yards from the house. They formed a perfect semicircle across the front yard, standing motionless, watching the house with unwavering attention. "They've surrounded us," Miles's father reported after checking the rear windows. "They're everywhere, just waiting." A police siren wailed in the distance, approaching rapidly. The figures on the lawn turned as one to face the sound, their movements synchronized like dancers in a macabre ballet. "The police won't understand what they're walking into," I said, sudden dread washing over me. "They think it's a normal break-in." Miles grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the window. "We need to warn them somehow, if they stop their cars, if they approach those things on foot." The unfinished thought hung in the air. We all understood the likely outcome. His father pulled out his phone. "I'll call dispatch directly. Tell them officers are heading into a potentially hazardous biological situation. That should make them approach with caution, at least." As he made the call, I returned to the window, watching the figures with horrified fascination. They remained motionless, facing the direction of the approaching sirens. Unlike humans, they showed no shifting of weight, no small adjustments of posture, perfect stillness that no living being could maintain. "What do they want?" my mother whispered, coming to stand beside me. The question triggered a memory. Ruby's words in the forest. "The forest preserves things. Time moves differently here." A terrible understanding began to form in my mind, not of what these entities were exactly, but of what might have created them. Something ancient in the forest, something that had been collecting and preserving aspects of visitors for far longer than we realized. "I think they want us to join them," I answered softly, "to become whatever they are." The police sirens grew louder, then abruptly cut off about a block away, the officers apparently heeding the warning to approach cautiously. The figures on the lawn turned back toward the house in perfect synchronization. Their blank expressions shifted simultaneously into identical smiles, clinical reproductions of human expression without understanding of the emotion behind it. As one, they took a single step forward. Dawn broke over St. Helena Island on October 27, 2019, revealing a community forever changed. The official reports documented a mass psychosis event affecting approximately 30 residents in our neighborhood, an incident that authorities attributed to potential contamination from algal blooms in the nearby marshes. Scientific teams collected water and soil samples while public health officials conducted interviews with affected families. The truth, of course, was substantially different from these sanitized explanations. When police arrived at Miles's house that night, they found the yard empty, no sign of the entities that had surrounded us for hours. Inside, they discovered two terrified families with a story so implausible that the responding officers clearly struggled to maintain professional composure. Only when they returned to my family's home and found the shattered window, signs of struggle, and my father's inexplicable absence, did they begin taking our account more seriously. My father was found the following morning, wandering along the edge of the preserve, disoriented and suffering from hypothermia, but otherwise physically unharmed. He had no memory of the previous night, no recollection of the entity that had taken his form, or of how he had escaped our home. The last thing he remembered was going to bed earlier that evening. He was not the only one. Throughout that night and into the next day, 12 residents of our community were discovered in similar states, confused, amnesiac, and drawn to the boundaries of the wooded preserve. All exhibited the same symptoms: memory loss, disorientation, and a strange fixation on the forest. Medical examinations revealed nothing physically wrong beyond mild dehydration and exposure. What the authorities failed to acknowledge, what they perhaps couldn't process, were the subtle changes in those who returned. My father came back different in ways difficult to articulate. His mannerisms remained familiar, his memories of our family intact, but something fundamental had shifted. He stared a moment too long sometimes, smiled a beat too late in conversations. His movements occasionally displayed that fluid quality I'd witnessed in the entities, nothing dramatic enough to alarm strangers, but unmistakable to those who knew him well. Similar reports circulated quietly among families of other returned individuals. Mrs. Johnson developed an uncanny ability to mimic voices after hearing them just once. Mr. Peterson began sleeping with his eyes open, perfectly still throughout the night. Children reported that their returned parents sometimes spoke in unison with television programs they'd never seen before. The preserve was temporarily closed for environmental testing, then reopened with new warning signs about potential toxic exposures. No one mentioned the paths with strange symbols, the clearing with stone markers, or the crude shelter that investigation teams apparently never found, despite our detailed descriptions. Miles and I never returned to those woods. Our friendship intensified through shared trauma, but our explorations ended permanently. We compiled our observations, recorded our experiences, and kept private documentation of the ongoing oddities exhibited by those who returned, including my father, whose strange behaviors gradually became our new normal. 3 months after that October night, Ruby's body was discovered by hikers near the preserve's western boundary. Dental records identified her as Ruby Kavanaugh, a college student who had indeed disappeared while hiking in October 1997. The coroner estimated she had died only 72 hours before discovery, though her clothing matched what she had been wearing when she vanished 22 years earlier. The official cause of death was exposure, though the autopsy noted unusually preserved tissue and inexplicable anatomical anomalies that were redacted from public reports. I often wonder what existed in that forest long before humans settled the island, what ancient presence learned to preserve, to mimic, to hunt through imitation. Sometimes I catch my father watching the tree line from our kitchen window, expression blank, body unnaturally still. In those moments I wonder how much of him returned that night, and how much remains in the woods, perhaps preserved in some form we can't comprehend. The voice still comes sometimes, calling for help from just beyond the tree line. It knows better than to use my voice now. Instead, it calls in the voices of strangers, perhaps hoping we've forgotten our experience enough to respond. We never answer, never approach. The entities rarely venture beyond the forest boundary anymore, content to wait for unwary visitors to enter their domain. Miles and I graduated high school this past spring and left for colleges on the mainland. Distance has provided some relief, but certain knowledge can never be escaped. Something ancient dwells in those maritime forests, something that has learned to wear humanity like an ill-fitting garment. It watches, waits, and calls for help when it senses vulnerability. St. Helena Island continues its quiet existence. New families move in, tourists visit the historic sites, and locals swap increasingly distorted versions of what they call the incident. Few connect the subtle changes in returned residents, the persistent whispers from the woods, or the steadily increasing number of hikers reported missing each year. I've learned to live with the understanding that some mysteries should remain unexplored, some voices unanswered. When I visit home during breaks, I keep my blinds closed at night and avoid looking directly at my father when his movements become too fluid, too perfect. And I never, under any circumstances, enter the preserve, especially when I hear someone calling for help. I'm afraid of that place. Even now, typing these words in 2022, 17 years after my last visit, my hands tremble slightly. Knight's Landing, a name we gave it as children that persisted into our adolescence. Located in Northern California, approximately an hour from the coast, it sits in a dry valley surrounded by dense woods that seem to absorb sound and light alike. This isolated property served as my second home from ages 4 through 15. My Uncle Kenneth purchased it in 1995 as a weekend retreat, and our extended family gathered there almost every weekend. The adults called it the country house, but we children knew better. We understood its true nature, a place where darkness had substance, where silence spoke volumes. The 2-acre property sat at the outskirts of Millfield, population 2,732, a town so small and unremarkable that travelers often passed through without realizing they'd been there. Knight's Landing existed just beyond the town's awareness, accessible via a winding gravel road that meandered through increasingly dense woods before opening to a small clearing where the main house stood. I remember vividly the first time I visited. Mother pointed out landmarks as we drove, the rusted mailbox marking the turn, the crooked oak that supposedly survived a lightning strike decades prior, the small wooden bridge over what would later become known to us as Cache Creek. As we approached, I recall feeling a strange weight settling in my chest, a pressure that increased with each subsequent visit. Even at 4 years old, I sensed something wasn't right about the place. "You'll love it here," my mother promised, misinterpreting my silence for anticipation rather than dread. "Your cousins will be there. You can explore the woods together." But the woods were the last place I wanted to explore. Even then, before I understood what danger truly meant, I knew the forest harbored secrets best left undisturbed. The extended family would gather there, Uncle Kenneth and Aunt Beverly, their 3 children, my mother's other siblings and their families, occasionally friends who had been elevated to honorary family status. At its fullest capacity, Knight's Landing housed 23 people, cramped and uncomfortable, but nonetheless together. Perhaps that was the purpose, safety in numbers, though none would admit we needed protection from anything. By day, Knight's Landing presented itself as merely rustic and isolated. By night, it transformed into something else entirely, a place where rational thought surrendered to primal fear, where the boundary between imagination and reality blurred beyond recognition. I haven't returned since 2005. I won't return. Knight's Landing claimed enough from me, from all of us. Some places should remain undisturbed, some memories buried. Yet here I am, exhuming them word by word, because silence has become its own kind of torment. The main house at Knight's Landing was a single-story structure built sometime in the 1930s, according to Uncle Kenneth. The wooden exterior had weathered to a dull gray, with paint peeling in long strips that resembled flayed skin. 3 small bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a modest kitchen, and a living room that doubled as dining space when necessary, all connected in a straight line from front to back. You could stand at the front door and see clear through to the back entrance, an architectural feature that somehow made the house feel both cramped and exposed simultaneously. Windows lined both sides of the house, though the surrounding trees blocked much of the natural light. Even on the brightest summer days, the interior remained in perpetual twilight unless every lamp was illuminated. The floorboards creaked with each step, announcing movement throughout the house. Nothing remained secret inside those walls. Every footstep, every whispered conversation carried from one end to the other. The foundation had settled unevenly over decades, creating a subtle but persistent downward slope from the front door to the kitchen. Marbles placed on the living room floor would roll slowly but inevitably toward the back of the house. As children, we found this amusing. As I grew older, I recognized it as symbolic. Everything at Knight's Landing was gradually pulled toward something unseen at the property's edge. Approximately 50 yards from the main house stood 2 long, narrow outbuildings, former garages converted for storage and occasional use during larger family gatherings. Each measured roughly 50 feet long by 10 feet wide, positioned parallel to each other with approximately 20 feet of open space between them. The first outbuilding, we called it the party house, had electricity, windows, and wooden floors. Tables and folding chairs filled the interior, ready for overflow guests during holiday celebrations. This building served as a boundary marker, the last fully illuminated structure on the property, a final outpost of comfort before the encroaching darkness. The second outbuilding had no formal name among the adults, but we children called it the Shadow House. Despite its proximity to the party house, it existed in a different realm altogether. No electricity reached this structure. Its windows had been boarded over for reasons never explained. The dirt floor remained perpetually damp regardless of weather conditions. The door hung crookedly on rusted hinges, creating an opening that resembled a grimace. During daylight hours, we occasionally entered on dares but never lingered. After sunset, nothing could compel us to approach it. Beyond the Shadow House lay 4 concrete slabs partially embedded in the ground, rectangular, uniform, unmistakably grave-like. Uncle Kenneth claimed they were foundations for a planned expansion that the previous owner abandoned. We recognized the lie immediately, but never challenged it. Adults often construct convenient fictions to avoid uncomfortable truths. Past the foundation sprawled what we called the scrapyard, a chaotic collection of building materials, firewood, discarded furniture, and objects whose original purpose had long been forgotten. Massive boulders erupted from the ground throughout this area, creating a labyrinth of hiding places that should have appealed to children but somehow didn't. None of us played there willingly. Adjacent to the scrapyard stretched an empty field that separated the property from Cache Creek. The field itself was unremarkable. Tall grass, occasional wildflowers, nothing to inspire particular notice. Yet it represented a boundary more significant than any fence could establish. The adults never explicitly forbade us from crossing it, but their silence on the matter spoke volumes. Some rules need not be verbalized to be understood. Cache Creek itself remained largely unseen from the property, though its presence was always felt. During spring runoff, we could hear water rushing over rocks. During summer, when the creek reduced to isolated pools, the evening air carried the scent of stagnant water and decaying vegetation. Something about that waterway disturbed even the adults, though none would admit it. Knight's Landing existed in isolation, cut off from neighbors and town alike. The nearest house stood over a mile away, occupied by an elderly couple we glimpsed only rarely when passing their property on our way to town. Cell phones received no signal. The landline worked sporadically. We were effectively alone there, a fact that became increasingly unsettling as darkness fell each evening. Children intuitively understand boundaries, particularly those established through unspoken consensus. At Knight's Landing, we developed an intricate code of conduct, rules that emerged organically through observation and shared experience rather than adult instruction. During daylight hours, most restrictions relaxed. We explored the immediate woods, constructed elaborate forts from fallen branches, played hide-and-seek among the storage buildings. The adults supervised from a distance, occasionally calling us back for meals or when we strayed too far from the main house. These were normal, healthy childhood activities in a rural setting. As sunset approached, however, the atmosphere shifted. Adults grew watchful, checking their watches with increasing frequency, finding reasons to gather the children closer to the main house. By dusk, unspoken expectations became clear. Remain within sight of the house lights, stay together in groups, and most importantly, ignore unusual sounds from the surrounding woods. Just coyotes, Uncle Kenneth would explain, when howls echoed through the trees after dark. Maybe a mountain lion passing through. His tone conveyed confidence, but his eyes constantly scanned the tree line, betraying his unease. I was 7 when I first recognized the pattern of adult behavior that contradicted their reassurances. How they always ensured doors were locked promptly at sunset. How they never ventured to the outbuildings alone after dark. How conversations halted abruptly when children entered rooms. How they positioned themselves between us and the windows as evening progressed. We were forbidden from entering the shadow house after sunset, an actual verbalized rule, one of the few explicit restrictions. The floor's uneven, Aunt Beverly would explain. You could trip and hurt yourselves in the dark. A reasonable precaution, yet inconsistent with their otherwise permissive parenting style. The 4 concrete slabs beyond the shadow house remained officially designated as abandoned foundations, but we understood their true nature. When Cousin Russell scratched away soil from the edge of one slab and discovered what appeared to be carved lettering, Uncle Kenneth's reaction, swift removal of Russell from the area, immediate covering of the exposed section with fresh dirt, and a rare display of genuine anger, confirmed our suspicions. These aren't graves, Uncle Kenneth insisted that night at dinner, addressing the entire family, though no one had publicly suggested otherwise. The previous owner poured concrete for a workshop extension, that's all. His declaration ended all further discussion on the matter, at least among the adults. Among ourselves, we children maintained a different narrative. The slabs covered remains, human or animal, we couldn't agree, but all of us sensed the wrongness of disturbing them. Even Russell, typically the most daring among us, never returned to his excavation. The scrapyard beyond the concrete slabs operated under an unspoken time restriction. Acceptable for brief exploration during bright daylight, increasingly forbidden as shadows lengthened. No adult ever specifically prohibited entry, yet their reactions when we emerged from that area grew progressively more anxious as evening approached. "What were you doing back there?" my mother asked once when I returned from the scrapyard alone, her voice pitched higher than normal. Did you see anything unusual?" "Just looking for building materials for our fort," I answered, confused by her intensity. She visibly relaxed. "Stay closer to the house from now on. It'll be dark soon." The empty field beyond the scrapyard established our absolute boundary. None of us, Not even Russell, during his most rebellious phase, suggested crossing it to reach Cache Creek after sunset. During daylight hours, adults occasionally led expeditions to the creek for fishing or exploration, but always returned well before dusk, always maintaining direct supervision, always counting heads repeatedly during the journey back. We understood without being told that whatever dangers Knight's Landing harbored increased exponentially beyond that field. The creek itself seemed to exist in another realm entirely, visible and accessible, yet somehow separate from the relative safety of the property. Most significant among our unspoken rules: never discuss nighttime disturbances the following morning. The scratching at windows, the footsteps on the roof, the shadows that moved independently of objects casting them. These experiences remained unacknowledged in daylight. Adults pretended not to hear the sounds that woke them repeatedly throughout the night. Children pretended not to notice the exhaustion evident in adult faces at breakfast. This conspiracy of silence persisted for years. As we children grew older, we maintained the pretense, understanding instinctively that acknowledging these occurrences would somehow make them more real, more dangerous. Silence became our collective shield against truths none of us, children or adults, were prepared to confront. Summer 2001 marked a turning point in our relationship with Knight's Landing. I was 11, caught in that uncomfortable transition between childhood and adolescence, desperate to prove my courage to both myself and my cousins. Russell, 14 and increasingly dismissive of adult authority, suggested a midnight expedition to the Shadow House. Cousin Josephine, 13 and self-appointed voice of reason, objected immediately. "We're not supposed to go there after dark," she reminded us, glancing toward the adults gathered around the television in the living room. "They never said why," Russell countered, his voice low. "Don't you want to know what they're hiding from us?" I remained silent, torn between fear and curiosity. The youngest cousin present, Wesley, only 9, watched this exchange with wide eyes. "It's just a storage shed," Josephine insisted, though her tone lacked conviction. "Then why is it off limits?" Russell pressed. "Why did they board up the windows? Why no electricity when the other building has it?" None of us could answer these questions satisfactorily. The inconsistencies in adult explanations regarding the Shadow House had long troubled us, becoming more apparent as we grew older. "Tonight," Russell announced, decision made. "After everyone's asleep, bring your flashlights." That night, sleep eluded me as I waited for Russell's signal. 3 quiet taps on the floor beside my sleeping bag. The adults had retired to their respective bedrooms hours earlier, leaving us children arranged across the living room floor in our usual configuration of sleeping bags and blankets. The taps came shortly after midnight. Russell's face appeared above me, features barely visible in the darkness. Josephine was already standing, reluctance evident in her posture but unwilling to be excluded. Wesley sat up, rubbing his eyes, clearly regretting his insistence on being included. We moved silently through the house, avoiding the known squeaky floorboards, easing the back door open just enough to slip through. The night air struck my face, unusually cold for July. Above us, stars pierced the darkness with remarkable clarity, yet provided insufficient light to navigate the yard. Russell switched on his flashlight, keeping it pointed downward to minimize visibility from the house windows. We followed in single file, Russell leading, then Josephine, myself, and Wesley bringing up the rear. The beam illuminated our path in short bursts, revealing just enough ground to avoid obstacles. The party house loomed ahead, a familiar silhouette against the night sky. We skirted its perimeter, remaining in shadow, acutely aware that we had already transgressed a major boundary. No child ventured outside after dark without adult accompaniment. This alone would earn significant punishment if discovered. The 20 feet separating the party house from the Shadow House seemed to stretch endlessly. The flashlight beam weakened as we crossed this space, as though the darkness actively resisted our intrusion. The air grew noticeably colder with each step. "Maybe we should go back," Wesley whispered, voicing the thought echoing in my own mind. "Don't be a baby," Russell hissed, though his earlier confidence had diminished considerably. The Shadow House materialized before us, its outline barely distinguishable from the surrounding darkness. The crooked door hung partially open, creating a black void that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Russell's flashlight beam passed across the entrance, revealing nothing of the interior. "I'll go first," he declared, his voice slightly higher than normal. "Josephine, you hold the light. Point it through the door, but don't come in until I say." Josephine accepted the flashlight, positioning herself to illuminate the entrance while maintaining distance. Russell approached the doorway slowly, hesitated visibly, then stepped inside. "See, nothing to worry about," he called back, voice echoing strangely within the structure. "Just old furniture and junk. Come on in." Josephine entered next, flashlight beam sweeping the interior, revealing stacked chairs, broken tables, and indeterminate shapes covered with tarps. I followed reluctantly, with Wesley gripping the back of my shirt. The interior smelled of rot and something metallic, like copper pennies left in damp soil. The dirt floor felt oddly firm underfoot, almost like packed clay rather than loose soil. As the flashlight beam moved across the walls, I noticed markings, crude symbols scratched into the wooden planks at irregular intervals. "What are those?" I asked, pointing. "Probably just previous owners messing around," Russell replied, though he moved closer to examine them. "Weird, though. They look fresh." Josephine directed the light toward the back of the building, revealing a section we had never noticed during daylight explorations. A depression in the floor approximately 6 feet in diameter, surrounded by what appeared to be small stones arranged in a circle. "That's new," Russell whispered, previous bravado entirely evaporated. "Let's go," Wesley pleaded, tugging my shirt insistently. "Please, let's go now." Before anyone could respond, the sounds began, soft at first, almost imperceptible, then increasing in volume and clarity. Scratching within the walls, not from outside but within the structure itself, as though something moved between the exterior and interior surfaces. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The temperature dropped precipitously. My breath became visible, forming small clouds that dispersed rapidly in the frigid air. "Run!" Josephine commanded, authority suddenly evident in her voice. "Now, don't look back." We fled, abandoning all pretense of stealth, bursting through the doorway and into the night. The scratching sounds followed, increasing in intensity, seemingly emanating from every board in the structure. As we reached the midpoint between buildings, a loud crash erupted from the shadow house, the sound of something heavy falling or being thrown. None of us stopped to investigate. We sprinted across the yard, reached the main house, and piled through the back door, securing it immediately behind us. Breathing heavily, we exchanged terrified glances in the kitchen's dim light. "Did everyone see the pit?" Russell asked finally, voice barely audible. We nodded collectively. "It wasn't there before," Josephine confirmed. "I've been in that building dozens of times. There was never a pit." "What were those marks on the walls?" I asked. "Not now," Russell interrupted, suddenly alert to sounds from the adults' bedrooms. "Tomorrow. We'll figure it out tomorrow." But tomorrow brought an unexpected development. At breakfast, Uncle Kenneth announced that the shadow house was being demolished that very day. "Structural issues," he explained vaguely. "Not safe anymore." He wouldn't meet our eyes during this declaration, focusing instead on his coffee cup with unusual intensity. More telling was the reaction of the other adults, complete absence of surprise or questions, as though this decision had been thoroughly discussed before our arrival at the table. By mid-afternoon, Uncle Kenneth and 2 men I'd never seen before had dismantled significant portions of the shadow house. By sunset, only a concrete foundation remained, the debris loaded into a truck and removed from the property entirely. The 4 of us maintained silence regarding our midnight exploration, understanding instinctively that admitting our presence in the building would create complications none of us were prepared to navigate. Yet questions remained. How had the adults known to destroy the building immediately after our intrusion? What had they discovered that necessitated such swift action? Most troubling, had something followed us back to the main house that night? That evening, as darkness descended, the scratching sounds previously confined to the shadow house transferred to the main house walls for the first time in our collective memory. January 2003 brought unusually heavy rainfall to Northern California. Roads flooded, creeks overflowed their banks, and isolated properties like Knight's Landing became temporarily inaccessible. Despite weather warnings, our family had gathered for Uncle Kenneth's 50th birthday celebration, intending a weekend retreat that extended to nearly a week as rising waters cut off our exit route. I was 13 by then, increasingly aware of the property's abnormalities, yet unable to articulate my concerns without sounding childish. The Shadow House incident remained unacknowledged among U.S. cousins, though its impact lingered. Russell had grown increasingly withdrawn during family gatherings, while Josephine developed an almost obsessive vigilance, positioning herself to observe the location where the building had stood. 5 days into our weather-imposed isolation, tensions within the household had escalated considerably. Adults snapped at minor infractions, whispered arguments erupted in corners, and sleeping arrangements became contentious as everyone grew tired of constant proximity. That evening, rain hammered against the roof with unprecedented force, creating a continuous roar that made normal conversation impossible. We gathered in the living room after dinner, 17 family members crammed into a space designed for half that number, attempting to play board games while ignoring the increasing severity of our situation. Uncle Kenneth checked the propane tanks twice that evening, confirming sufficient fuel for heating should electricity fail. Aunt Beverly inventoried remaining food supplies, calculating portions with growing concern. My mother repeatedly attempted calls on the landline, each effort meeting the same empty dial tone. By 10 o'clock, younger children had fallen asleep despite the noise. Adults continued hushed conversations, frequently glancing toward windows streaked with water. Russell, Josephine, Wesley, and I remained awake, huddled near the wood stove, ostensibly playing cards while actually monitoring adult reactions. "They're scared," Josephine whispered, nodding toward Uncle Kenneth, who stood peering through a gap in the curtains. "Look at them. This isn't just about the weather." "Cache Creek must be completely flooded," Russell reasoned. "The field would be underwater by now." The implication hung unspoken between us. If the creek had overflowed its banks, whatever boundary it represented had been compromised. Shortly after midnight, the electricity failed. Darkness enveloped the house instantly, followed by momentary silence as even the rain seemed to pause. Then chaos. Children awakened crying, adults fumbling for flashlights, confused voices overlapping as everyone spoke simultaneously. Uncle Kenneth restored order, distributing emergency lanterns and arranging furniture to create a central illuminated area. Adults constructed sleeping spaces within this light perimeter, positioning children toward the center, themselves forming an outer ring. "Just a precaution," my mother assured me, though her hand trembled as she arranged my sleeping bag. "The storm might get worse before it improves." By 1 o'clock, artificial calm had been established. Most family members feigned sleep, though I noticed few actually closed their eyes. The lanterns created a bubble of light that emphasized rather than diminished the darkness beyond its boundaries. Rain continued relentlessly, punctuated occasionally by wind gusts that rattled windows with increasing insistence. The scratching began at approximately 2:15, subtle at first, easily attributed to tree branches against siding. It originated at the front door, a light scraping sound that might have gone unnoticed during normal circumstances. In our heightened state of awareness, however, it commanded immediate attention. Uncle Kenneth raised himself on one elbow, exchanging glances with Aunt Beverly. No words passed between them, yet understanding clearly did. Other adults similarly alerted, shifting to sitting positions, instinctively moving closer to their respective children. The scratching intensified, transitioning from gentle scraping to deliberate, rhythmic movements. It migrated from the front door to adjacent walls, then rapidly circled the house perimeter. Within minutes, the sound surrounded us completely, front, back, both sides, seemingly produced by multiple sources moving independently, yet coordinated. "Just the wind," Uncle Kenneth announced for the children's benefit, voice artificially steady. "Branches hitting the house." None of the adults challenged this explanation, though several exchanged skeptical glances. The nearest trees stood at least 20 feet from the house, facts we all knew but collectively agreed to ignore. The sounds evolved further, developing distinct patterns that suggested intentionality rather than random weather effects. Single scratches became groups of 3, then 5, then 3 again, sequences repeated with precision that defied natural explanation. Then, abruptly, silence. Complete absence of sound, even the rain temporarily suspended. The quiet pressed against my ears with physical weight, more unsettling than the scratching had been. The impact on the roof shattered this silence. A heavy thud directly overhead, as though something substantial had landed on the structure. The ceiling visibly flexed downward at the point of impact, releasing a shower of dust that spiraled through lantern light. Children screamed. Adults moved with surprising coordination, forming a protective circle, facing outward toward unseen threats. Uncle Kenneth retrieved his shotgun from the hallway closet, a weapon I'd never previously seen him handle. "Everyone stay calm," he instructed, voice barely controlled. "This is still just the storm." Additional impacts followed, multiple points across the roof, some directly above us, others near the house perimeter. With each thud, the ceiling material strained downward, threatening structural failure. Movement became audible across the roof surface, dragging sounds interspersed with what seemed like footsteps, though no footwear could produce such distinctive clicking against shingles. "Kenneth," Aunt Beverly whispered urgently. "They've never been on the roof before." "I know," he responded, expression grim. "This is different." Their exchange confirmed suspicions I'd harbored for years. The adults knew precisely what threatened us. This wasn't their first encounter with these phenomena, merely the most severe manifestation they'd experienced. For approximately 20 minutes, the roof assault continued unabated. No section remained untouched. Impacts and movements covered every square foot of ceiling. Throughout this period, scratching at walls resumed simultaneously, creating a coordinated attack that suggested multiple entities working in concert. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. Silence returned, broken only by the normal sounds of rainfall resuming against the roof. Adult tension remained, however. Weapons stayed raised, protective positions maintained, eyes constantly scanning walls and ceiling for further threats. Dawn arrived without additional incidents. As gray light filtered through windows, Uncle Kenneth initiated a careful inspection of the house exterior. 3 other adult men accompanied him, each carrying improvised weapons. Their expressions upon returning told everything: shock, confusion, and carefully controlled fear. "Nothing," Uncle Kenneth reported, addressing the entire family. "No damage, no footprints, no evidence anything happened." "But we all heard," my mother began. "Nothing happened," he interrupted firmly. "The storm played tricks with the sound, that's all." This official narrative established the framework for all subsequent discussions. By unspoken agreement, the night's events became attributed to weather phenomena, structural noises, and collective imagination heightened by unusual circumstances. Yet certain facts remained difficult to reconcile with this explanation. The ceiling still showed visible indentations where impacts had occurred. Deep scratches marked exterior walls, perfectly parallel groupings that no branch could create. Most troubling, small impressions surrounded the house perimeter, spaced irregularly but sharing identical characteristics. Circular depressions approximately 4 inches in diameter, penetrating surprisingly deep into mud-softened ground. Uncle Kenneth filled these depressions with gravel before noon, erasing evidence without acknowledgement. By afternoon, road conditions had improved sufficiently to permit evacuation. We departed Knight's Landing with unusual haste, leaving behind numerous personal belongings in our rush to escape. 2 significant changes followed this incident. First, winter gatherings at Knight's Landing ceased entirely. The property remained unvisited between November and March each subsequent year. Second, no children were permitted to stay overnight during any season. Day visits continued, but all families departed well before sunset, regardless of occasion. The adults never discussed these policy changes directly. Like everything else at Knight's Landing, they emerged as unspoken but inviolable rules, understood and obeyed by all family members without question. August 2004 marked my final summer at Knight's Landing. At 14, I developed an uncomfortable awareness of the property's abnormalities while simultaneously dismissing childhood fears as imagination. This cognitive dissonance, knowing something was wrong yet unable to justify continued fear, created frustration that manifested as reckless behavior. Russell, 17 and recently licensed to drive, had transported Josephine, Wesley, and myself to the property for a day visit. The adults engaged with barbecue preparations paid minimal attention to our whereabouts. This negligence provided opportunity I had silently anticipated for months: investigation of the forbidden field between the property and Cache Creek. "I'm going to the creek," I announced to my cousins, intentionally casual. "Anyone coming?" Russell glanced toward the adults, calculating risk. "They'll notice if we all disappear." "I'm not supposed to go alone, though," I countered, employing their own rules against them. "Fine," he conceded reluctantly, "but we stay visible from the house. No going all the way to the creek." Josephine joined without comment while Wesley declined, preferring the safety of adult proximity. The three of us walked openly toward the field, our movement deliberate rather than furtive. This approach proved effective. Adults noted our direction but issued only perfunctory warnings about returning for lunch promptly. The field appeared unremarkable in daylight, approximately 2 acres of open space covered primarily with wild grasses and occasional wildflowers. The ground sloped gently downward toward Cache Creek, visible as a line of denser vegetation approximately quarter-mile distant. Nothing visually suggested danger or justified long-standing prohibitions against crossing this space. "This is far enough," Russell declared as we reached the field's approximate center. "We can see everything from here anyway." "I want to check something first," I replied, continuing forward without waiting for agreement. Josephine followed hesitantly while Russell remained stationary, monitoring the house for adult reaction to our progression. The grass height increased as we moved further from the maintained property, soon reaching mid-thigh level that concealed ground conditions effectively. Approximately 10 yards before reaching the creek vegetation boundary, I discovered what instinct had led me to seek: a depression in the earth, subtle but unmistakable, forming a perfect circle approximately 20 feet in diameter. Within this circle, grass grew sparsely compared to surrounding areas, exposing soil with unusual coloration, darker, almost black compared to the normal brown earth elsewhere. "Joe," I called softly, motioning her closer. "Look at this." She approached cautiously, expression changing from irritation to confusion as she observed the formation. "What is it? Some kind of sinkhole?" "The edge is too perfect," I noted, kneeling to examine the boundary. "Look how it forms an exact circle. This isn't natural." The soil within the circle had unusual consistency, finer than surrounding earth, almost powdery to touch, while maintaining surprising structural integrity. Despite recent rainfall, this area remained completely dry while adjacent ground retained normal moisture. "There's another one," Josephine noted suddenly, pointing approximately 30 yards to our right. Indeed, a second circular formation identical to the first was visible through grass separation. From our new vantage point, a third circle became apparent further west, partially obscured by taller vegetation, but clearly maintaining the same dimensions and characteristics. "They're in a pattern," I realized, mentally connecting the formations, equidistant from each other, forming a larger circle around. "Around what?" Josephine questioned, following my gaze toward the center point these formations appeared to surround. The center point revealed nothing visually distinctive. Identical tall grass, no obvious markers or disruptions. Yet something drew my attention to this specific location, creating inexplicable certainty of its significance. "Russell should see this," I suggested, turning back toward our cousin. Russell remained where we had left him, but his posture had changed dramatically. No longer monitoring the house, he now stared intently in our direction, body rigid with apparent alarm. His arms moved in emphatic gestures, clearly instructing immediate return. "Something's wrong," Josephine observed, already retreating. As we hurried back toward Russell, the cause for his concern became evident. Uncle Kenneth and 2 other adult men were approaching rapidly from the house, their expressions visible even at distance, anger mixed with unmistakable fear. "Run," Russell called, abandoning discretion entirely. "Hurry!" We increased pace, struggling through tall grass, aware of adults closing distance behind us. Russell met us at the field boundary, physically pulling us onto the maintained property section with surprising force. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, voice low and intense. "They're absolutely furious." Before explanations could be offered, adults reached our position. Uncle Kenneth gripped my arm painfully, physically separating me from my cousins. "What did you see out there?" he demanded, voice unrecognizable with strain. Tell me exactly what you saw. Nothing, I answered instinctively, startled by his intensity. Just the field. We didn't reach the creek. The circles, he pressed. Did you find the circles? His knowledge of formations we had just discovered momentarily stunned me into silence. This confirmation that he knew precisely what existed in that field, had known all along, contradicted years of adult denial regarding Knight's Landing abnormalities. Answer me, he insisted, grip tightening further. Did you enter any of the circles? No, Josephine intervened, voice steadier than mine. We just noticed them from outside. What are they, Uncle Kenneth? His expression shifted through multiple emotions, anger, fear, resignation, and finally a calculated calm that seemed more performative than genuine. Old livestock pens, he replied, releasing his grip on my arm. From when this was a working farm. The soil's different because of animal waste concentration. Nothing interesting, just potentially hazardous. The ground could collapse. This explanation, delivered with practiced conviction, might have satisfied younger children. At 14, I recognized the fabrication immediately, as did my cousins. More revealing than the obvious lie was the relief evident when he confirmed we hadn't entered the formations. You're all leaving now, he continued, tone allowing no discussion. Russell, drive them directly home, no stops. But the barbecue, Russell began. Now, Uncle Kenneth interrupted. I'll explain to your parents. Go. This abrupt dismissal marked my final visit to Knight's Landing. Multiple family gatherings occurred subsequently at the property, but various excuses were manufactured to justify my absence each time. By Christmas that year, subtle family realignments had effectively removed me from guest lists entirely. One question remained outstanding, preventing closure on the experience. What exactly were those circles, and why did their discovery warrant such extreme reaction? The answer arrived unexpectedly in April 2005, delivered by Josephine during a rare moment of privacy at a school event. Uncle Kenneth sold Knight's Landing, she informed me without preamble. The new owners started excavation for a pool installation last week. And, I prompted, recognizing significant information remained unshared. They found something in the field, she continued, voice lowered despite our isolation. Workers reached out to Uncle Kenneth before contacting authorities. What did they find? I insisted when she hesitated. Bodies, she whispered finally. 7 of them, buried in a circle around some kind of central stone marker. The police are treating it as ritual killings performed decades ago. Uncle Kenneth isn't implicated. The timing eliminates his involvement. But questions exist regarding his knowledge of the site. This revelation explained everything. The prohibited areas, the unspoken rules, the extraordinary measures to prevent discovery. The cemetery-like concrete slabs near the shadow house likely contained additional remains, explaining their protected status and the family's reluctance to acknowledge their true nature. Does this connect to the scratching, the roof incidents? I questioned. Josephine shook her head. I don't know, maybe indirectly. Uncle Kenneth still won't discuss anything substantial. But I overheard him telling my father that they were contained as long as boundaries remained unviolated. Whatever that means. It meant everything. The scratching, the roof incidents, the increasing aggression during the flood when Cache Creek overflowed, all connected to boundaries and their maintenance. Knight's Landing hadn't been a vacation property but a monitoring station, our family unwitting participants in containing something previous owners had unleashed. October 2008 found me in my first semester at university, studying psychology with particular focus on mass delusion and shared psychological experiences. My research inevitably circled back to Knight's Landing, though I carefully avoided naming the property in academic papers. Distance and education provided analytical frameworks for childhood experiences that had previously defied rational explanation. Russell had enlisted in military service immediately after high school, effectively removing himself from family dynamics. Josephine attended college on the East Coast, our communication limited to occasional text messages. Wesley remained local but had adopted the family's unspoken policy of avoiding Knight's Landing discussions. The property itself had changed hands twice more after the initial sale, with development plans repeatedly abandoned for unspecified reasons. Academic curiosity eventually overwhelmed personal reservations. Using university resources, I initiated research into the property's history, discovering information that both validated and complicated my understanding of events experienced there. The land comprising Knight's Landing had changed ownership 27 times between 1910 and 1995, when Uncle Kenneth purchased it. An unusually high turnover rate suggesting consistent owner dissatisfaction. Multiple newspaper archives contained oblique references to disturbances at the property, though details remained frustratingly vague. Most significantly, county records documented 7 missing persons cases between 1967 to 1973 in surrounding areas, all investigations abandoned without resolution. These discoveries coincided with Uncle Kenneth's declining health, aggressive cancer diagnosed in late 2007 that progressed rapidly despite treatment. Family gatherings occurred with increasing frequency as his condition deteriorated, though these events transpired exclusively at his primary residence rather than Knight's Landing. During one such gathering in October 2008, I found myself momentarily alone with him, a circumstance that seemed coincidental but later appeared deliberately orchestrated. Despite physical deterioration, his mental acuity remained intact, evidenced by the focused intensity of his gaze when he addressed me. "You've been researching the property," he stated without preamble. I considered denial briefly before acknowledging truth. "Yes. You need to stop," he continued, voice strengthened by urgency. "Some knowledge carries responsibility you're not prepared to accept." "I saw the circles," I countered. "I know about the bodies. What were you hiding all those years?" His expression reflected complex calculation, measuring how much to reveal, balancing secrecy against the evident risk of information dying with him. "I purchased Knight's Landing knowing part of its history," he admitted finally. "The previous owner explained certain requirements, maintenance of boundaries, observation protocols, restrictions regarding the outbuildings and field. I believe these were superstitious precautions from an elderly man until experiencing confirmation otherwise." "What happened there?" I pressed when he paused. "Previous owners conducted rituals they didn't understand, attempting to access something beyond normal perception. They partially succeeded." His clinical detachment suggested practiced recitation rather than spontaneous disclosure. The boundaries contained results, prevented expansion beyond the property. Maintaining those boundaries became essential. "The scratching sounds, the roof incidents." "Tests," he explained. "Constant testing of containment integrity. The entities, or forces, or whatever terminology you prefer, continuously seek expansion beyond established limitations. The concrete markers serve as anchors, reinforcing boundary effectiveness." "You knowingly exposed children to this situation?" I challenged, anger displacing fear temporarily. "Family gathering provided optimal containment conditions," he responded without apparent remorse. "Multiple observers maintaining boundaries through collective belief and presence. Children were never targeted specifically. Your proximity to adults provided protection. The danger existed in isolation, not group exposure." His explanation presented rational framework for irrational circumstances, a system of belief and observation supposedly containing unspecified entities through collective human presence. More disturbing than supernatural implications was the calculated risk assessment that justified exposing children to potential danger. "The property has been sold twice since you left," I noted. "What about containment now?" "Ineffective," he acknowledged, fatigue suddenly evident. "New owners lack necessary information and commitment. Recent observations suggest boundary deterioration accelerating. The circles you discovered have expanded approximately 3 feet in diameter since initial measurement." "You're still monitoring the property?" This revelation suggested complexity beyond my previous understanding. "Others maintain observation," he confirmed, "though effectiveness diminishes as original participants decrease." Our conversation ended abruptly as family members returned, but sufficient information had transferred to significantly alter my understanding of Knight's Landing. Uncle Kenneth died 3 weeks later, taking unshared knowledge permanently beyond reach. His disclosure created uncomfortable ethical dilemma: responsibility to warn current property owners versus potential participation in delusion that had consumed multiple generations. Academic skepticism suggested psychological explanation for shared experiences, yet mounting evidence supported alternative possibilities that rational frameworks struggled to accommodate. Resolution arrived unexpectedly in late November, when fire destroyed the main house at Knight's Landing. Official reports cited electrical malfunction as probable cause, though investigator notes referenced unusual burn patterns inconsistent with typical structure fires. Property damage extended beyond the house to encompass most outbuildings and surrounding land. Most telling detail, firefighters reported extreme difficulty containing flames despite favorable weather conditions and rapid response time. The property has remained undeveloped since the fire, current ownership held by investment group with no apparent construction plans. Satellite imagery shows gradual vegetation recovery throughout most areas, with notable exception. The field between former buildings and Cache Creek remains entirely barren, visible as distinctly circular pattern approximately 60 feet in diameter. 17 years have passed since my last visit to Knight's Landing. The property exists now primarily as psychological landmark rather than physical destination, a boundary between childhood and adulthood, between acceptance and questioning, between comfortable ignorance and uncomfortable knowledge. My professional career studying abnormal psychology frequently intersects with cases involving shared delusions and collective misinterpretation of events. Knight's Landing experiences provide valuable context for these investigations, though I maintain strict separation between personal history and clinical analysis. Objectivity requires distance from personal experience, yet personal experience informs understanding beyond academic knowledge alone. Russell returned from military service in 2015, permanently changed by combat experiences that provided perspective on childhood fears. Whatever happened at Knight's Landing, he once commented during rare discussion of the property, seems less significant after witnessing human capacity for creating real horrors. Josephine pursued environmental science, specializing in soil composition analysis. Career choice undoubtedly influenced by circular formations discovered that final day. Her professional research occasionally references anomalous soil degradation patterns in Northern California recreational properties, without specific location details. Wesley alone maintained connection to Uncle Kenneth's monitoring network, though he shares minimal information regarding current activities. Occasional cryptic messages suggest continued observation occurs, adapted to contemporary limitations but preserving essential protocols established decades earlier. The circles in the field have reportedly expanded to encompass approximately 1 acre total surface area, according to Wesley's most recent update. Cache Creek has permanently altered course, now flowing in roughly circular pattern around the field, rather than straight line previously observed. Satellite imagery confirms these changes, though official geographical surveys attribute alterations to natural erosion processes. I sometimes consider returning to Knight's Landing, observing changes personally rather than relying on secondhand reports and distant imagery. This consideration never progresses beyond theoretical possibility. Some boundaries once established should remain respected regardless of academic curiosity or personal resolution needs. What truly occurred at Knight's Landing? Multiple interpretations exist, each plausible within particular frameworks of understanding. Psychological analysis suggests shared delusion propagated through family dynamics, reinforced by isolation and environmental factors. Architectural examination indicates structural abnormalities creating auditory phenomena misinterpreted by suggestible observers. Historical investigation reveals property location coinciding with traditional territorial boundaries between indigenous groups, potentially explaining prohibition traditions maintained without understanding original purpose. Yet these rational explanations fail to adequately address certain aspects of shared experience, the mathematical precision of scratching sequences, the physical ceiling indentations following roof incidents, the perfect circularity of field formations that continue expanding decades later. Some experiences resist complete rational categorization regardless of analytical framework applied. Perhaps most significant lesson from Knight's Landing involves boundaries themselves, not merely physical demarcations between property sections or between acceptable and forbidden behaviors, but conceptual boundaries between knowledge categories. Western intellectual tradition emphasizes rigid separation between empirical observation and subjective experience, between rational analysis and intuitive understanding. Knight's Landing exists at intersection of these domains, challenging comfortable categorization and demanding more flexible interpretation models. I maintain detailed records of all Knight's Landing experiences and subsequent research, secured with instructions for appropriate handling following my eventual death. This documentation serves dual purpose, providing research material for future investigators should significance warrant, while establishing accountability for knowledge transmission should Uncle Kenneth's boundary maintenance theories prove valid. The property itself continues physical existence approximately 1 hour from California coast, accessible via roads that remain functional despite decreasing usage. Current satellite imagery shows vegetation reclaiming most previously developed areas, erasing visible evidence of human habitation aside from foundation outlines and the expanding circular formation in the field. Knight's Landing persists primarily as concept rather than location, an uncertainty residing at boundaries of belief, challenging comfortable explanations, and reminding those who experienced it that some knowledge remains perpetually incomplete. The scratching sounds occasionally resurface in dreams, accompanied by roof impacts that wake me to silent, empty rooms. These experiences constitute neither delusion nor supernatural visitation but memories' persistence across time, empirically invalid yet experientially authentic. I remain afraid of that place, even at distance, even after years of professional training in psychological analysis. This fear represents neither weakness nor superstition, but appropriate response to demonstrated threat, regardless of its ultimately explainable or inexplicable nature. Some boundaries exist for protection rather than limitation. Some questions serve better as ongoing inquiries than resolved certainties. Knight's Landing taught this fundamental lesson. The most dangerous boundaries are those we cross without recognizing their purpose, motivated by curiosity, untempered by caution. I have constructed my professional and personal life around this understanding, approaching knowledge boundaries with appropriate respect while maintaining willingness to consider multiple interpretive frameworks simultaneously. Perhaps this represents Knight's Landing's ultimate legacy, not definitive answers about what occurred there, but perpetual reminder that some questions must remain perpetually open, some boundaries perpetually maintained, some knowledge perpetually incomplete for reasons extending beyond academic limitation into moral necessity. Knight's Landing remains there still, whether I return or not. The circles continue expanding. The creek continues altering course. The boundaries continue requiring maintenance through collective observation and acknowledgement. This responsibility transfers across generations, maintaining vigilance against threats whose nature remains incompletely understood, yet undeniably real within lived experience. I remain afraid of that place. I should remain afraid of that place. Perhaps all of us should. I've lived my entire life in the northeastern mountains of Pennsylvania, surrounded by endless forest and rugged trails that feel more like home than any concrete sidewalk ever could. Growing up with the seasons etched into my bones, frigid winters that test your resolve and summers fragrant with pine and wildflowers, shaped how I see the world. My grandfather settled here in 1962, building the family cottage with his own hands, and we've kept the property in the family since. Vanessa, my ex-wife, was a city soul through and through. She grew up amid Trenton's busy streets and crowded sidewalks, her world filled with convenience stores and streetlights rather than deer paths and starlight. When we married in 2018, I promised to show her the quieter side of life I'd always cherished. So, naturally, when planning a weekend getaway in April 2020, my family suggested a camping trip in our own backyard would be the perfect introduction to rural living. The idea seemed innocent enough, a gentle way to introduce her to outdoor life without venturing too far from comfort. My parents still lived in the family cottage, maintaining the 5 acres of woodland and meadow that had seen 4 generations of our family grow. Vanessa agreed with surprising enthusiasm, perhaps seeing it as an anthropological experiment into my upbringing. I've never actually been camping, she admitted as we packed the car in our Philadelphia apartment. Not real camping. We stayed in cabins at summer camp, but that hardly counts. Trust me, I assured her, loading our sleeping bags into the trunk. You'll love it. It's peaceful in a way the city never is. I didn't know then how wrong I would be. Not about the peace. That part was true. The mountains offer a stillness you can't find in city limits. But peace isn't the only thing that thrives in silence and solitude. Sometimes in that perfect quiet, other things emerge. My parents' cottage is nestled against a broad stretch of densely wooded land, with Mill Creek gurgling about 100 yards behind a stand of ancient hemlocks. We decided to camp just a short distance from the cottage, perhaps 25 yards at most, in a small clearing surrounded by sugar maples and white birch trees. It wasn't exactly untamed wilderness, but it had all the rural charm a city dweller could appreciate. The pop-up camper we used belonged to my father, a weathered Coleman he'd bought second-hand in the early 2000s. It had seen better days but remained sturdy enough, with canvas sides that expanded to create a surprising amount of interior space. We set it up that Friday afternoon, Richard, my father, and I working the cranks while Vanessa watched with fascination. Honestly, I expected a tent, she said, eyeing the modest structure. This is practically a portable hotel room. Richard laughed, his weathered face crinkling with amusement. Well, I figured we'd ease you into it. You can try proper tent camping when you're ready for the advanced course. Vanessa surveyed our campsite with obvious interest. The clearing offered a partial view of the cottage, close enough that we could see the kitchen windows glowing with warmth as evening approached, yet far enough to feel like we were having our own adventure. Barbara, my mother, had helped us arrange a small fire pit ringed with flat stones, and we'd set up 2 folding chairs nearby. It's beautiful here, Vanessa admitted, taking a deep breath of mountain air. So quiet. Our 2 lab mixes, Bruno and Scout, were already exploring the perimeter, noses to the ground, tails wagging frantically as they discovered new scents. Bruno, the larger black lab mix, bounded through patches of undergrowth with reckless enthusiasm. Scout, his slightly smaller chocolate brother, followed more cautiously but with equal curiosity. I felt a surge of pride watching Vanessa take in my childhood playground. This was home. These trees, these sounds, this particular quality of light filtering through the canopy. I wanted her to feel it too, that sense of belonging that I'd always taken for granted. Wait until tonight, I told her, putting my arm around her shoulders. The stars here are incredible. I spent most of that first day giving Vanessa the grand tour, the creek where I learned to fish, the grassy clearing where deer gathered at dusk, and the massive oak my grandfather had planted as a sapling decades ago. She listened attentively, asking thoughtful questions about the local wildlife and vegetation. Though I could tell it was all foreign to her, she seemed genuinely interested. Bruno and Scout were having the time of their lives, racing through the underbrush and splashing in the shallow edges of the creek. Bruno, fearless as always, charged ahead into every situation, while Scout typically hung back a moment, assessing before following his brother's lead. Together they formed an unstoppable duo, exploring until their tongues lolled from exhaustion. By late afternoon, dark clouds had begun gathering on the horizon. The air felt heavy with impending rain, that distinct pressure change you can almost taste. Richard approached as Vanessa and I were collecting kindling for the evening fire. Weather service says we're in for a serious system tonight, he said, examining the darkening sky with practiced eyes. His tone carried that note of concern I recognized from childhood, the one that preceded every important warning. How serious? I asked, straightening up with an armful of twigs. Heavy rain, strong winds, possible hail, typical mountain storm, but it might get rough. You two might want to consider sleeping in the house tonight instead of the camper. I brushed off his concern with a casual wave. We'll be fine, Dad. The camper's weathered worse. Besides, what's camping without a little adventure? Richard shrugged, his expression unconvinced. Suit yourself. Just know the offer stands if you change your mind. He glanced at Vanessa. First camping trip and you get a mountain thunderstorm. Talk about baptism by fire. Vanessa smiled politely. I'm excited for the experience. We'll be fine. As Richard walked back toward the cottage, I caught the subtle headshake that conveyed his disapproval. At 42, I was still occasionally subjected to his paternal judgment, particularly when it came to outdoor decisions. But I'd spent countless nights in that camper through all kinds of weather. A spring storm seemed hardly worth worrying about. Barbara called us in for an early dinner, her famous venison stew with fresh-baked sourdough, before we settled in for the night. As we ate at their well-worn oak table, the first rumbles of thunder echoed across the valley. "Sounds like it's moving in faster than predicted," Richard commented, glancing out the window. "We'd better head back and secure everything," I said, standing up. "Thank you for dinner, Mom." Barbara looked concerned but didn't argue. "Take the emergency lantern, just in case the camp lights go out." Once darkness fell completely, the yard transformed. Wind rustled through the trees, sending shadows dancing across the ground in erratic patterns. Every few seconds, the motion sensor lights would activate, catching some stray movement, perhaps a raccoon or squirrel, before plunging the yard back into darkness. Vanessa seemed both fascinated and uneasy as we settled into our camping chairs beside the small fire. The flames struggled against occasional gusts, casting flickering light across her face. "It's so different out here," she whispered, as though afraid to disturb the forest. "In the city, it's never really dark or quiet." "That's what I love about it," I replied, poking at the fire with a stick. "You can hear yourself think." From the edge of the woods came the distinctive call of a barred owl, who cooks for you all, followed by the distant howl of coyotes. Bruno and Scout perked up at the sound, edging closer to our chairs. "Are they dangerous? The coyotes?" Vanessa asked. "Not really. They're usually more afraid of us than we are of them. They won't come near the fire." By the time we crawled into the camper around 11, the air had grown noticeably heavier. The dogs settled quickly on their blankets at our feet, worn out from their day of exploration. I checked that the camper was securely latched, then slipped into my sleeping bag next to Vanessa. "Not exactly five-star accommodations," I joked, shifting against the thin mattress. "It's perfect," she replied, her voice already heavy with sleep. "Just don't expect me to use that wilderness bathroom in the middle of the night." I chuckled, feeling myself drifting toward sleep as the first few raindrops began tapping against the canvas roof. The gentle rhythm seemed soothing at first, a natural lullaby that quickly pulled me under. I must have fallen into a deep sleep because the next thing I registered was a thunderclap so powerful it felt like the sky had split open above us. My eyes shot open to complete darkness, my heart immediately pounding. Beside me, Vanessa sat upright, muttering something inaudible over the roar outside. Rain hammered down with ferocious intensity, and wind buffeted the camper's canvas sides. Bruno and Scout transitioned instantly from peaceful sleep to high alert, ears perked forward, bodies tense. "That's some storm," Vanessa said, her voice tight with poorly concealed nervousness. "It'll pass," I assured her, though I was surprised by its ferocity. These mountains brew up some intense weather, but it never lasts long. A flash of lightning illuminated the interior for a split second, revealing Vanessa's wide eyes and the dog's rigid postures. In that brief moment of visibility, I noticed something odd. Bruno wasn't looking at the canvas walls or ceiling where the rain pounded. His gaze was fixed on the door. In the darkness that followed the lightning flash, I heard something that didn't belong to the storm, a sound like rapid footsteps crossing the flagstone path between the cottage and our camper. Not the casual walk of my father coming to check on us, but a frantic sprint. "Richard?" Vanessa called toward the door, her voice barely audible above the storm. "Is that you?" No answer came. Instead, something struck the camper door with tremendous force. Not a knock, but a powerful impact that made the entire structure shudder. The camper rocked on its frame, and I felt my stomach lurch with the movement. Bruno, who would typically bark ferociously at any intruder, instead backed away from the door, his ears flattened against his head. A low, rumbling growl built in his chest. Scout pressed against him, mirroring his posture, trembling visibly. Another violent jolt hit the camper, this time from above. The canvas roof groaned under sudden weight, sagging inward slightly. Something heavy had landed on top of us, shifting its mass as the storm continued to rage. "What is that?" Vanessa hissed, gripping my arm with such intensity that her nails dug into my skin. I realized I'd been holding my breath. "I don't know," I whispered back, straining to make sense of what was happening. No branch could create that kind of concentrated pressure, moving deliberately across the roof. Another flash of lightning briefly illuminated the interior through the canvas, revealing Bruno's terrified stance, teeth bared but tail tucked. Scout had pressed himself into the corner of the camper, shaking uncontrollably. The weight above us shifted again, creating a slow, dragging sound across the fabric. Rain continued to hammer down, punctuated by thunderclaps that seemed to shake the very ground. For a split second, the security lights around the yard blinked on, triggered by movement, but they immediately went dark again, as though something had deliberately disabled them. "We need to get out of here," Vanessa whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, though the thought of stepping outside filled me with dread. "We'll make a run for the cottage. It's not far." Another violent impact shook the camper, this time against the side wall nearest my head. The entire structure swayed perilously, and for a moment I feared we would tip over completely. Bruno let out a strangled bark, not his usual confident alarm, but a sound that conveyed pure fear. I fumbled in the darkness for something, anything that could serve as a weapon. My hand closed around a heavy flashlight we'd placed by the bed. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. "When I say go," I murmured to Vanessa, "we throw open the door and run straight for the cottage. Don't look back, don't stop for anything." She nodded, her breathing quick and shallow. "The dogs will go first," I added. "They'll warn us if something's right outside." I wasn't proud of using our pets as early warning systems, but fear had overwhelmed my better judgment. I reached for the zipper on the canvas door, counting down under my breath. 3, 2, 1, go. I yanked the zipper down and flung the door open. Rain immediately blasted inside, soaking us instantly. Bruno and Scout bolted out, barking frantically now that they had an escape route. I pushed Vanessa ahead of me, then scrambled out into the deluge. The yard had transformed into a shallow lake, water pooling everywhere on the saturated ground. My shoes sank into mud as I leapt from the camper, the flashlight clutched in my white-knuckled grip. Rain lashed my face with stinging intensity, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene in stark white. Bruno and Scout charging toward the cottage, Vanessa following close behind, her nightclothes plastered to her body. And there, on the cottage's back porch, stood my parents. Richard was in boxers and a t-shirt, clearly having rushed from bed. Barbara clutched his arm, wearing a bathrobe, both of them staring wide-eyed into the storm. I forced myself to turn back toward the camper, needing to understand what had attacked us. The lightning faded, plunging everything back into darkness, but not before I glimpsed something that made my blood freeze. The canvas roof of the camper was visibly depressed in a way that couldn't be explained by rain accumulation. Something substantial was up there. As I hesitated, another lightning flash revealed the camper again, but now the roof appeared normal. Whatever had been there was gone. I sprinted toward the cottage, no longer concerned with what might be behind me, only focused on reaching safety. My feet slipped in mud, nearly sending me sprawling, but adrenaline kept me upright. I took the porch steps 2 at a time, nearly colliding with my father. "Get inside!" Richard shouted over the storm, pulling me through the doorway. Barbara slammed the door behind us, turning both locks with shaking hands. Inside, the cottage lights flickered ominously. Vanessa stood in the middle of the living room, dripping water onto the hardwood floor, her face ashen. Bruno and Scout paced restlessly, whining and periodically stopping to stare at the windows. "What in God's name happened out there?" Richard demanded, his expression wavering between concern and disbelief. I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound delusional. Something was on the camper, pounding on it, moving across the roof. "A branch?" Barbara suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. I shook my head vehemently. "No branch. This was heavy, deliberate. The dogs were terrified." Richard moved to the window, peering out into the storm-lashed yard. "I don't see anything now." "It was there," Vanessa insisted, her voice steadier than I expected. "Something was trying to get in." We spent the rest of that night in tense vigilance. Every gust of wind that rattled the windows made us flinch. The dogs refused to settle, alternating between nervous pacing and growling at sounds only they could detect. Barbara made coffee, though none of us needed help staying awake. Toward dawn, the storm finally began to subside. Rain softened to a gentle patter, and the gaps between thunderclaps lengthened until they faded entirely. Exhaustion had settled over us like a heavy blanket, but none of us suggested sleeping. First light brought a gray, subdued morning. The yard resembled a war zone, branches scattered everywhere, small puddles forming in every depression, the grass flattened by the force of the rain. The camper stood where we'd left it, looking surprisingly intact given the night's events. Richard, who had remained skeptical despite his obvious concern, suggested we check for damage. Storm like that could have torn the canvas. We should at least secure it. I nodded, though the thought of approaching the camper again sent ice through my veins. Vanessa opted to stay inside with Barbara, her earlier bravery giving way to rational fear. Richard and I pulled on rubber boots and ventured outside. The air felt unusually still after the night's chaos, with only the occasional drip from overhanging branches breaking the silence. Bruno and Scout refused to follow us, watching anxiously from the porch instead. We approached the camper cautiously. From the outside, it looked remarkably normal, wet and somewhat battered, but structurally sound. Richard circled it slowly, examining the canvas walls and support poles. No obvious tears, he noted, trying to sound casual. Let's check inside. The camper's interior was a mess. Rain had blown in through the open door, soaking our sleeping bags and personal items. I checked the roof supports, looking for any sign of the pressure we'd felt, but everything seemed intact. "Dad," I called, stepping back outside. "Come look at this." Richard joined me at the rear of the camper, where I pointed to something disturbing. 4 long impressions scored the algae and grime that had accumulated on the canvas roof, parallel marks spaced like enormous fingers, each at least 6 or 7 inches in length. Richard stared at them silently. I could see him struggling to find a rational explanation. A branch, debris blown by the wind, anything but what the marks actually resembled. A massive hand that had gripped the edge of the camper. "That's," he began, then stopped. "I've never seen anything make marks like that." I reached up to touch one of the impressions. The canvas was intact beneath it, but the pattern was unmistakable. "What animal has fingers like this, Dad?" Richard shook his head slowly. "None that I know of." We stood there for a long moment, the implications hanging between us. If not an animal, then what? Neither of us wanted to articulate the obvious question. "Let's pack up," Richard finally said, his voice unnaturally flat. "Get everything back to the house." By noon, we had dismantled the camper and stored it in the garage. Vanessa had already packed our overnight bags, making it clear she had no intention of staying another night, regardless of where we might sleep. I couldn't blame her. My own enthusiasm for the family property had been severely dampened. Over a late breakfast that no one really ate, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Barbara suggested perhaps a bear had been curious about the camper, though she couldn't explain the deliberate pattern of movement or the finger-like impressions. "Bears have pulled stunts like that before," Richard said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Remember the Johnsons' place up the road? Had a bear tear right through their screen porch a few summers back?" I nodded, wanting to believe him, but the memory of that weight shifting across the roof, methodical, searching, wouldn't align with his explanation. Vanessa remained largely silent, but I could tell from her expression that she was processing everything, forming her own conclusions. When she finally spoke, her words carried a weight that silenced the room. "Whatever it was," she said quietly, "it knew we were in there. It wasn't random destruction, it was hunting." The word hung in the air between us. Hunting. It fit too perfectly with what we'd experienced. The strategic movement, the testing of entry points, the focused intensity of the attacks. We left shortly after noon, both dogs crammed into the back seat of our car, Vanessa staring straight ahead as we pulled down the long driveway. My parents stood on the front porch, waving goodbye with forced smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "Will you come back?" Vanessa asked as we turned onto the main road, leaving the mountains behind us. I hesitated, surprising myself. Those woods had been my sanctuary for 4 decades, the place I felt most at home, yet now uncertainty clouded that connection. "Yes," I finally answered, "but not for camping, not for a while." In the weeks and months that followed, I researched obsessively. local wildlife, regional folklore, unexplained incidents in the area. I found nothing that matched our experience. My father maintained his stance that it must have been weather-related damage, though he never looked me in the eye when saying so. Vanessa and I separated 6 months later, though not because of that night. Our differences ran deeper than one frightening experience. Still, I sometimes wonder if things might have been different had her introduction to my world not been so traumatic. I've returned to my parents' property many times since then. The cottage remains a place of comfort and family connection, yet I never venture far into the woods alone anymore, and I always return indoors well before darkness falls. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some presences are better left undisturbed. The northeastern mountains of Pennsylvania hold secrets I'm no longer eager to discover. Whatever visited us that stormy April night has never returned, or if it has, it's kept its distance. But sometimes, when rain hammers against my bedroom window and thunder shakes the walls, I find myself listening for that distinctive sound, the deliberate movement of something heavy across the roof, searching for a way in. August 14th, 2019. I was spending the night at my cousin Charlie's farmhouse, along with 9 other cousins. I should clarify that we weren't biological relatives. Our parents had been friends since college, and we'd grown up together so closely that we considered ourselves family in every way that mattered. This summer reunion had become a tradition, one I looked forward to every year. The drive to Charlie's place was familiar but always impressive. Their property stretched across 12 acres of rolling countryside in western Pennsylvania. The 2-story farmhouse stood proudly at the end of a long gravel driveway flanked by towering oak trees. Behind the house there were several outbuildings, including a barn that had been converted into a workshop and a chicken coop that supplied fresh eggs each morning. As I pulled up to the house, I could see the younger kids already running around the yard, their excited voices carrying across the open space. Charlie was 16, just a year younger than me, and we'd always been particularly close. She came bounding down the porch steps when she spotted my car. "You're finally here," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around me. "I thought you'd never make it." I laughed, returning her embrace. Traffic was awful. I swear half the state was on the highway today. Charlie helped me grab my bags from the trunk. "Everyone else is already here. Mom made her famous lasagna for dinner, and there's apple pie for dessert." The smell of home-cooked food hit me as soon as we entered the house. Charlie's mother, Mrs. Walsh, was legendary for her cooking. The kitchen was buzzing with activity, adults chatting over glasses of wine while the younger kids darted between them, fueled by excitement and sugar. Mr. Walsh, Charlie's father, was a tall, broad-shouldered man with kind eyes and a booming laugh. He gave me a hearty pat on the back when he saw me. "There she is. We were wondering if you'd gotten lost." I settled into the comfortable chaos of the gathering, catching up with everyone. In total, there were 11 of us cousins, 6 boys and 5 girls. The age spread was significant, with the youngest being 7 and me being one of the oldest at 17. Despite the age differences, we all got along remarkably well, slipping easily into the familiar patterns of our friendship. As the evening progressed, we moved to the sprawling living room with its stone fireplace and worn, comfortable furniture. The adults reminisced about their college days while we kids planned our activities for the weekend. There would be swimming in the creek that ran through the property, games of capture the flag across the fields, and nights spent telling stories under the stars. What I didn't know then was that this particular visit would be nothing like the others. By the end of the weekend, none of us would see this place the same way again. After dinner, we discussed sleeping arrangements. As usual, the boys would take the sunroom near the front of the house, while us girls would occupy the toy room at the back. The boys got the sunroom because it was larger and they outnumbered us. I didn't mind. The toy room had its own charm, with bookshelves full of board games, a small television, and a door leading directly to the backyard. Charlie showed me to the toy room, where I'd be sleeping alongside her, Stacy, Jasmine, and Zoe. We set up our sleeping bags in a circle, claiming our territory for the night. "Remember last year when we stayed up until sunrise telling ghost stories?" Stacy asked, arranging her pillow. Jasmine groaned. Please, no ghost stories this year. I couldn't sleep for days after that. Don't worry, I assured her. We'll stick to happier topics. The Walsh farmhouse had been in Charlie's family for 3 generations. It had the comfortable, lived-in feel of a place that had witnessed countless family gatherings, holiday celebrations, and quiet everyday moments. The floors creaked in certain spots, the doors sometimes stuck, and there were drafts that couldn't be explained. But these imperfections only added to its character. From the toy room window I could see the expanse of the backyard, a well-maintained lawn that stretched about 300 meters before meeting a dense line of trees. Beyond that forest was another property, barely visible through the foliage. Who lives over there? I asked, pointing to a faint light visible through the trees. Charlie's expression darkened slightly. Mr. Hadley. He moved in about 3 years ago. Something in her tone made me curious. You don't like him? She shrugged, but I could tell there was more to it. He's just odd. Dad says he keeps to himself mostly, but sometimes he shows up at the edge of our property. He's probably just being neighborly, but there's something about him that doesn't sit right. I didn't think much of it at the time. Every neighborhood had its eccentric characters, and rural areas were no exception. Instead, I focused on helping set up the room for our stay, arranging the sleeping bags and pillows while the younger girls debated which movies to watch. Outside, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the yard. The swing set and trampoline stood silently, waiting for tomorrow's activities. I noticed a slight movement at the edge of the forest. Probably just a deer or some other woodland creature, I thought. I didn't realize then that we were being watched. The next morning broke with clear skies and the promise of a perfect summer day. After a breakfast of pancakes and fresh berries, we all headed outside to enjoy the weather. The adults had gone into town for supplies, leaving us under the supervision of Charlie's older brother, who was home from college for the summer. He was supposedly in charge, but in reality he was more interested in texting his girlfriend than keeping an eye on us. The backyard was a paradise for kids. There was a large wooden swing set that Mr. Walsh had built himself, a sandbox for the younger ones, and the prized possession, a 14-foot trampoline that could accommodate multiple jumpers at once. Beyond the manicured lawn, the woods beckoned with the promise of adventure. We spent the morning playing a massive game of tag that spanned the entire yard. By noon we were hot and sweaty, sprawled across the grass catching our breath. That's when Charlie suggested we explore the woods. Not too deep, she cautioned, just along the edge. There's a cool fallen tree that makes a perfect bridge over the creek. Gabe's, Felix, and I followed her lead, with Stacy trailing behind somewhat reluctantly. The younger kids stayed behind, more interested in the trampoline than woodland exploration. The temperature dropped noticeably as we stepped under the canopy of trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that makes you speak in hushed tones without realizing it. We had been walking for maybe 10 minutes when Charlie suddenly froze, holding up her hand for us to stop. "What is it?" I whispered. She pointed ahead. Through the trees about 50 yards away, I could make out the figure of a man. He was standing perfectly still, facing in our direction. From that distance, I couldn't make out his features clearly, but I could tell he was middle-aged, wearing dark clothes despite the summer heat. "Is that Mr. Hadley?" I asked, keeping my voice low. Charlie nodded. "Let's go back." We turned and began walking quickly in the opposite direction. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. There was nothing inherently threatening about a man standing on his own property, yet something about the way he had been watching us, so still, so focused, had raised goosebumps on my arms. Back at the house, Charlie explained to me that Mr. Hadley had moved to the area 3 years ago. Nobody knew much about him, where he came from, what he did for work, or why he had chosen this remote location. He lived alone in a small house that was barely visible through the trees. "He never comes to community events," Charlie said. "Dad invited him to the annual summer barbecue when he first moved in, but he declined, said he preferred his privacy." "That's not so strange," I offered. "Some people just like to be alone." Charlie lowered her voice. "It's not just that. He's always watching us, especially when we're playing outside. Mom says he's harmless, but..." She trailed off. "But what?" "I've seen him standing at the edge of our property just staring at the house, sometimes for hours, and he's always there when we're using the trampoline or the swing set. It's like he's waiting for something." I thought about the still figure we'd seen in the woods. "Have you told your parents about this?" "Yeah. Dad went over to talk to him once, asked him to stop hanging around our property line. Mr. Hadley apologized, said he was just taking walks and didn't mean to make anyone uncomfortable. But he still does it." I wanted to dismiss Charlie's concerns as the product of an overactive imagination, but I couldn't ignore the disquiet I'd felt in the woods. There was something unsettling about being watched, especially by someone who seemed to have no reason to be there. That afternoon, we decided to take advantage of the summer heat by having a water balloon fight. Mr. Walsh had filled dozens of balloons for us, and we split into teams, boys versus girls. The yard became a battlefield of squealing children and bursting water balloons. I was crouched behind the swing set, a cache of balloons at my feet, when I spotted movement at the edge of the woods. I squinted against the sunlight, trying to make out the figure partially hidden by the trees. It was him again, Mr. Hadley. He was standing just inside the tree line, watching our game with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I nudged Charlie, who was hiding beside me. "Look," I whispered, gesturing subtly toward the woods. Her face paled. "He's back." We abandoned our water balloons, the game forgotten. Charlie called the others, and we all retreated to the porch, keeping our eyes on the figure in the woods. He remained motionless, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. "Should we tell your mom?" I asked. Charlie nodded. "Yeah, I think we should." Mrs. Walsh was in the kitchen preparing dinner when we told her about the man watching us from the woods. Her expression tightened, a mixture of concern and frustration crossing her face. "Stay inside for now," she said firmly. "I'll talk to your father when he gets back from town." We spent the next hour huddled in the sunroom, taking turns peeking through the curtains. Mr. Hadley had disappeared from his spot in the woods, but none of us felt brave enough to venture back outside. Mr. Walsh returned home around 5 p.m. After a hushed conversation with his wife, he grabbed his phone and walked out to the edge of the property. We watched from the window as he stood there, phone to his ear, occasionally gesturing toward the woods. When he returned, his face was grim. "I spoke with Mr. Hadley," he announced to the room, reminded him about our property boundaries, and asked him to stay on his side of the woods. He apologized and said he was just taking a walk. "Did he say why he was watching us?" Charlie asked. Mr. Walsh hesitated. "He said he wasn't watching anyone, just enjoying the forest. But I've made it clear that if I see him near our property again, especially when you kids are outside, I'll have to take more serious measures." The tension in the room eased somewhat, but an undercurrent of unease remained. Dinner was a subdued affair, with the adults making forced conversation while we kids exchanged worried glances. After we finished eating, Mr. Walsh announced that we'd be having a bonfire that evening, a tradition during our summer gatherings. "But we'll keep it in the front yard," he added, "away from the woods." As darkness fell, we gathered around the fire pit in the circular driveway. The flames cast flickering shadows across our faces as we roasted marshmallows and told stories. Despite the warmth of the fire and the comfort of being surrounded by family, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the darkness beyond the circle of light. After the bonfire, we retired to our respective sleeping areas. The boys headed to the sunroom, while we girls made our way to the toy room. Despite the earlier tension, we were all in high spirits from the evening's activities. Stacy suggested we watch a movie, and after some debate we settled on a romantic comedy. Not my first choice, but I was outvoted. As the others became engrossed in the film, I found myself drawn to the window. The backyard was bathed in moonlight, the swing set and trampoline casting long shadows across the grass. The edge of the forest was a dark line against the night sky, impenetrable and mysterious. I was about to turn away when I noticed a flash of light among the trees, brief but unmistakable. I blinked, wondering if I had imagined it. Then it came again, a pinprick of brightness that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. "Charlie," I whispered, not wanting to alarm the others. "Come look at this." She joined me at the window, her face pale in the moonlight. "What is it?" "I saw a light in the woods. There, did you see it?" She nodded, her eyes wide. "Could be a flashlight. Maybe Dad is checking the property." But we both knew Mr. Walsh was inside. We could hear his distinctive laugh from the living room where the adults were playing cards. We watched for several more minutes, seeing occasional flashes of light moving through the trees. They seemed to be getting closer to the house, though it was hard to gauge distance in the darkness. "Should we tell someone?" I asked. Charlie bit her lip. "Let's watch a bit longer. It could be nothing." By the time the movie ended, the younger girls were asleep, curled up in their sleeping bags. Charlie and I remained by the window, speaking in hushed tones as we continued our vigil. The mysterious lights had stopped, but the unease remained. "Remember last summer," Charlie said suddenly, "when we heard those weird noises in the woods?" I nodded. We had been playing hide-and-seek at dusk when strange sounds had emanated from the forest. Not animal noises, but not quite human either. Mr. Walsh had dismissed it as coyotes, but none of us had been entirely convinced. "And the summer before that," Charlie continued, "when Gabe's found those weird markings on the trees along the property line. The markings had been a series of symbols carved into the bark of several trees. They didn't resemble any alphabet I recognized, and Mr. Walsh had attributed them to bored teenagers from town. But now, with the knowledge of Mr. Hadley's watchful presence, I wondered if there might be a connection." "How long has Mr. Hadley been watching your family?" I asked. Charlie shrugged. "It started subtly. At first, we'd just occasionally see him at the edge of the property. Then it became more frequent. Last summer, he started trying to talk to us, especially to the girls." "What would he say?" "Nothing threatening, exactly. He'd ask if our parents were home or invite us to come see his house. Said he had cookies or lemonade. Mom told us never to go near his property and to always come inside if we spotted him." I remembered the figure in the woods earlier that day, so still and focused. "Has he ever come onto your property?" Charlie nodded, her expression grim. "A few times. Once he approached Mom while she was hanging laundry. Dad came out and warned him to leave. Another time he was found near the trampoline early in the morning before anyone was up. Dad called the police that time, but they said they couldn't do much without proof he was trespassing with intent to harm." A chill ran down my back, despite the warmth of the summer night. "Do you think he's dangerous?" "I don't know," Charlie admitted, "but something doesn't feel right about him." We fell silent, our eyes drawn back to the darkness beyond the window. The yard was still, the moonlight casting everything in silver and shadow. But somewhere out there I knew Mr. Hadley was watching. Waiting. For what, I couldn't say. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke with a start, disoriented and confused. The room was dark, the television silent. Charlie was asleep beside me, her breathing deep and regular. The others were scattered around the room in their sleeping bags, undisturbed. What had woken me? I lay still, listening intently. The house was quiet except for the usual nighttime sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of settling wood. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound coming from outside. Moving carefully to avoid waking the others, I made my way to the window. The moon had moved across the sky, casting different shadows now. The backyard was silver blue in the moonlight, eerily beautiful and still, except for the trampoline. Something or someone was moving on the trampoline. The surface was depressing slightly, as if under the weight of a person, but I couldn't see anyone there. The rustling sound continued, rhythmic and persistent. My heart began to race. I watched, transfixed, as the trampoline surface continued to move. Then, at the edge of the woods, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows, tall and lean, moving with deliberate stealth toward the house. I ducked down below the windowsill, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. After a moment, I gathered my courage and peered over the edge of the sill. The figure was closer now, moving across the yard with purposeful strides. As it passed through a patch of moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a face, gaunt, with deep-set eyes and a thin mouth set in a hard line. Mr. Hadley. He was carrying something in his hand, a long, thin object that glinted in the moonlight. With trembling fingers, I reached out and shook Charlie awake. "Charlie," I whispered urgently, "wake up. He's here." She blinked groggily. What? Who's here? Mr. Hadley. He's in your backyard coming toward the house. She was instantly alert, scrambling to the window. We watched as Mr. Hadley approached the back door, the very door that led into our room. He paused there, his head tilted as if listening. Then slowly he reached out and tested the doorknob. Thank God it was locked. We ducked down again, pressing ourselves against the wall beneath the window. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it through the door. Beside me, Charlie was trembling, her face pale in the darkness. What do we do? I whispered. Wake the others, she replied, quietly. We need to get to my parents' room. We moved silently through the room, gently shaking the other girls awake. They blinked in confusion but quickly understood the urgency of the situation when we explained in hushed tones. Together, we crept toward the door that led to the hallway. Just as we reached it, we heard a scratching sound at the back door, the sound of metal against metal. He was trying to pick the lock. Go, Charlie urged, pushing the younger girls ahead of her. Get to my parents' room, now. We moved as quickly as we dared, trying to minimize the creaking of the floorboards. Behind us, the scratching continued, more insistent now. We had just reached the hallway when we heard a different sound, the sharp crack of breaking wood. He was forcing the door. Dad, Charlie screamed, abandoning all pretense of quiet. Dad, help! The house erupted into chaos. Lights flicked on, doors slammed open, and footsteps thundered down the hallway. Mr. Walsh appeared, his hair disheveled from sleep, his eyes wild with concern. What's happening? He demanded. Mr. Hadley, Charlie gasped. He's breaking in through the back door. Mr. Walsh's face darkened with fury. Get to our bedroom, he ordered. All of you, now. He turned to his wife, who had appeared behind him. Call 911. Tell them we have an intruder. We scrambled toward the master bedroom, the boys joining us in the hallway, awakened by the commotion. Mrs. Walsh herded us into the room, her hands shaking as she dialed the police. From the safety of the master bedroom, we heard Mr. Walsh's voice, deep and commanding. Stop right there, Hadley. The police are on their way. There was silence, then the sound of breaking glass. Someone cried out. I couldn't tell if it was Mr. Walsh or Mr. Hadley. Mrs. Walsh pushed us toward the closet. Inside, she instructed. Lock the door and don't come out until I tell you it's safe. We crowded into the walk-in closet, pulling the door shut behind us. I found myself pressed against Charlie, our hands clasped tightly together. The younger children were crying, their sobs muffled by the clothing surrounding us. Through the door we could hear the sounds of a struggle, heavy footsteps, objects being knocked over, the occasional grunt of effort. Then, suddenly, a loud thud, followed by silence. We waited, our breath held, straining to hear any sound that might indicate what had happened. After what seemed like an eternity, we heard Mrs. Walsh's voice, trembling but clear. The police are here. It's safe to come out now. We emerged from the closet to find the house swarming with police officers. Mr. Walsh was sitting on the edge of the bed, a paramedic attending to a cut on his forehead. Mrs. Walsh was speaking with a police officer, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. What happened? Charlie asked, rushing to her father's side. He broke through the back door, Mr. Walsh explained, wincing as the paramedic cleaned his wound. I confronted him, but he had a knife. We struggled, and I managed to knock him down. The police arrived just in time. I looked around the room, suddenly realizing that Mr. Hadley was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? They took him away, Mrs. Walsh said, her voice hollow. He'll be charged with breaking and entering, assault and attempted. Well, they found things in his pockets, zip ties, duct tape, a sedative. A chill ran through me as I realized the implications of what she was saying. Mr. Hadley hadn't come just to frighten us or to steal. He had come with a plan that involved taking someone. The police asked us to remain in the living room while they processed the scene. They took our statements one by one, asking detailed questions about Mr. Hadley's behavior in the past and the events of that night. I described the lights I had seen in the woods, the figure on the trampoline, and the moment when I spotted him approaching the house. You kids did exactly the right thing, the officer told us. You stayed together, you alerted the adults, and you found a safe place to hide. Your quick thinking prevented what could have been a much worse situation. But his words, meant to comfort, only underscored the danger we had been in. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the yard, I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if we hadn't woken up when we did, if we hadn't seen Mr. Hadley approaching the house. The police search of the woods between the properties revealed a makeshift camp, a place where Mr. Hadley had apparently spent many nights watching the house. They found binoculars, notebooks filled with observations about the family's routines, and photographs taken through windows when no one was looking. Most disturbing of all, they found a small collection of items that had gone missing from the Walsh home over the past year: a hairbrush, a sock, a hair tie, small things that no one had thought to report stolen. The rest of the weekend passed in a blur of police interviews, concerned phone calls from parents, and hushed conversations among the adults. Our carefree summer gathering had been irrevocably altered by the events of that night. Mr. Hadley was held without bail, charged with multiple felonies. The police investigation revealed a history of similar behavior in other communities, watching families, targeting young girls, though he had never before escalated to breaking and entering. There were whispers of worse crimes, of missing persons cases in areas where he had previously lived, but nothing could be proven. On Sunday evening, as we prepared to return to our respective homes, I found Charlie sitting alone on the front porch steps. Her usually vibrant face was subdued, her eyes distant. "Are you okay?" I asked, sitting beside her. She shrugged. "I will be, I guess. It's just, this was our safe place, you know. Now it feels different." I nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The Walsh farmhouse had always been a sanctuary, a place of joy and freedom. Now it was tainted by the memory of fear, of vulnerability. "Do you think you'll be able to sleep in the toy room again?" I asked. Charlie was quiet for a moment. "Dad's already talking about renovating it, turning it into something else, maybe a study or a sewing room for Mom. I don't think any of us want to use it as a bedroom anymore." I put my arm around her shoulders. "It'll get better with time," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced. "The important thing is that everyone is safe." She nodded, but I could tell she was still troubled. "What if he gets out?" she asked quietly. "What if he comes back?" I had no answer for that. The justice system, for all its flaws, would likely keep Mr. Hadley imprisoned for a long time. But the fear he had instilled, the sense of violation, of innocence lost, would not so easily be locked away. As we sat there, watching the sun set behind the trees, I thought about the invisible boundaries we draw around ourselves, the illusions of safety we construct. Mr. Hadley had shattered those illusions, revealing the fragility of our sense of security. Mr. Walsh came out onto the porch, his face weary but determined. "Time to head home," he said gently. "Your parents are waiting." We stood gathering our belongings. Before I left, I hugged Charlie tightly. "Call me if you need to talk," I whispered. "Any time, day or night." She nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I will. Thanks for being here." As I drove away from the Walsh farmhouse, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The house stood as it always had, solid and welcoming against the backdrop of the Pennsylvania countryside. But I knew that inside, things had changed. The carefree summers of our childhood had come to an abrupt end, replaced by a wariness that would never completely fade. Mr. Hadley was eventually sentenced to 15 years in prison for his crimes. The evidence found in his makeshift camp, combined with his prior record, was enough to convince the judge of the serious nature of his intentions. But even as the legal proceedings concluded, the psychological impact lingered. The wilderness has its own language. Those born to it understand its whispers, its warnings, and its deadly silence. I've spent most of my life translating those messages for others, those who come seeking adventure but don't know how to listen. My name is Eli North. I work as a wilderness guide in northern Minnesota, primarily in the labyrinthine waterways of the Boundary Waters canoe area. I'm Ojibwe, raised on stories of these forests as much as I was raised in them. My grandfather taught me to read the water, to know which clouds bring storms that will pass quickly and which ones demand respect. He taught me which berries to eat and which mushrooms would send you to the hospital. Most importantly, he taught me that the land deserves respect and that some places aren't meant for humans to tread. In 2005, I learned exactly how right he was. By then, I'd been guiding for 7 years, mostly taking tourists and weekend warriors out for a taste of authentic wilderness experience. These folks typically arrive with expensive gear they don't know how to use, and expectations shaped by outdoor magazines rather than experience. I don't judge them for it. Their business pays my bills. But there's always a small part of me that smiles when the first night's chill or the third day's rain finally teaches them what the wilderness actually is. The Levines were different, though not in the way you might expect. Richard and Margot Levine, both in their early 30s, had driven up from Chicago in their gleaming Lexus SUV. They were pleasant enough, not the entitled type I sometimes deal with, but clearly out of their element. Richard was tall and lanky with a meticulously trimmed beard and wireframe glasses that made him look like a university professor. Margot was shorter with auburn hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and a quiet confidence in her movements. "We're so excited to disconnect," Margot told me as I helped them unload their gear at the outfitter's office. She gestured to their matching North Face jackets and brand new hiking boots. "We've been planning this for months," Richard nodded enthusiastically. "Margot's a partner at her law firm, and I just finished a major architectural project. We needed this." I nodded, taking mental inventory of their equipment. Everything was high quality, but obviously unused. They had hiking poles, water filtration systems, and enough trail mix to feed a small army, but no tent. "We thought we'd sleep under the stars," Richard explained when I asked. "Really connect with nature, you know." I've heard variations of this sentiment hundreds of times, usually from people who've never experienced Minnesota's mosquitoes or sudden summer storms. "That's ambitious," I told them, trying to sound diplomatic. "Let me grab an extra tarp from my truck just in case." As we loaded the canoes, I asked about their experience level. They exchanged glances before Margot admitted, "We've done some day hikes in Wisconsin state parks. This is our first overnight trip." "Great. Complete novices wanting to sleep exposed in late summer in mosquito country." I silently revised our route to stay closer to access points where we could exit quickly if needed. "Don't worry," I assured them. "We'll keep it manageable, 2 nights, 3 days. The forecast looks clear, but things can change quickly up here." We pushed off before noon, the Levines in one canoe, me in another with most of our gear. They paddled awkwardly at first, their canoe zigzagging across the glassy surface of Fall Lake. After some basic instruction, they improved enough that we could make decent progress. "What's that sound?" Margot asked after we'd been paddling for about an hour. She pointed toward the shoreline where dense pines created shadows even in midday. "Just a raven," I replied, recognizing the harsh croaking call. "They're common up here." "It sounds angry," Richard said. I shrugged. "Ravens are complex birds, intelligent. They remember faces and can hold grudges." "Against humans?" Margot looked uneasy. "Against anything that crosses them wrong." I didn't mention that ravens were messengers in many Ojibwe stories, sometimes bringing warnings, sometimes bringing news of death. We continued through the afternoon, portaging twice between lakes. The Levines struggled with carrying their canoe, but they were good sports about it, laughing at their own clumsiness. By late afternoon, we reached a small island on Snowbank Lake. It wasn't on my original itinerary, but something had been nagging at me since we left, a feeling I couldn't quite place, but one I'd learned not to ignore. The island offered a natural campsite with a fire ring and enough flat ground for our sleeping bags. Tall pines surrounded us, their needles creating a soft carpet underfoot. The lake stretched out in all directions, calm and mirror-like in the waning light. "It's so quiet," Margot whispered as we unloaded our gear. "I've never heard silence like this." She was right. The silence up here has substance to it, a presence you can almost feel pressing against your eardrums. Some people find it peaceful, others find it unnerving. As I showed them how to set up our tarp shelter, I noticed Richard studying the tree line. "Something wrong?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just thought I saw something moving in the trees. Probably a deer or something, right?" I followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. "Could be. We've got deer, moose, black bears. Nothing to worry about if you store your food properly." "Bears?" Margot's eyes widened. "They're mostly shy," I reassured her. "More afraid of you than you are of them." I didn't tell them about the tracks I'd noticed on our last portage, not bear or moose or anything I recognized. They were deep impressions, almost hand-like but too large, with what looked like elongated fingers. Probably just a deformed bear print, I'd told myself. No sense alarming the clients over nothing. As darkness fell, we cooked a simple meal of pasta and freeze-dried vegetables over the camp stove. The Levines asked questions about the area, the wildlife, my background. I told them what tourists usually want to hear: sanitized stories about close calls with weather, amusing encounters with wildlife. I kept my grandfather's stories to myself. Those weren't meant for casual campfire conversation. "Any local legends about this place?" Richard asked as we roasted marshmallows. "Ghost stories or anything?" I hesitated. "There are always stories." "Like what?" Margot leaned forward, her face golden in the firelight. "Just the usual wilderness tales," I said vaguely. "Things that go bump in the night." Something rustled in the bushes behind us, and we all turned. Just the wind, probably, but I noticed how quickly the Levines tensed. "Nothing to worry about," I said, though I found myself scanning the darkness beyond our firelight. "Let's turn in early. We've got a full day tomorrow." As they settled into their sleeping bags, I stayed by the dying fire, watching the stars appear one by one. The uneasy feeling that had followed me all day hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had grown stronger. I didn't know it then, but that night would mark the beginning of the most terrifying experience of my life, and the end of everything I thought I knew about these woods I called home. Morning arrived with a thin mist hovering over the lake, turning the world gray and indistinct. I woke before the Levines, my sleep having been fitful at best. Throughout the night I jolted awake repeatedly, certain I'd heard something moving around our campsite, a soft shuffling, almost deliberate, circling just beyond the reach of visibility. Each time, I'd found nothing but darkness and that peculiar silence that seemed to swallow even the sound of my own breathing. The Levines emerged from their sleeping bags as I brewed coffee over the camp stove. Margot's eyes were shadowed, her usual cheerfulness muted. "Did you sleep okay?" I asked, passing her a steaming cup. She glanced at Richard before answering. "I had strange dreams. Felt like something was watching me." Richard squeezed her shoulder. I told her it was probably just wildlife. Maybe a curious raccoon. I nodded noncommittally. Raccoons were common enough, but they didn't move silently, and they certainly didn't circle a campsite for hours. "Ready to push on today?" I asked, changing the subject. "There's a chain of small lakes I thought we'd explore. Beautiful rock formations, some of the oldest exposed bedrock in North America." As we packed up camp, I noticed Richard examining the ground near where our food had been stored. "Found something?" I asked, walking over. He pointed to a series of indentations in the soft earth. "Are these animal tracks?" I crouched down, my heart rate picking up involuntarily. The impressions were similar to what I'd seen yesterday, but more defined. 5 elongated digits splayed out from a broad palm, each ending in what appeared to be a narrow point. Not bear, not moose, not human. "Probably raccoon," I lied, standing quickly. "They've got surprisingly human-like hands." Richard frowned. "Awfully big for a raccoon, aren't they?" "Could be a trick of the soil," I said, kicking dirt over the prints. "We should get moving if we want to make good progress before noon." We loaded the canoes in silence. As we pushed off from the island, I caught Margot staring back at our campsite, her brow furrowed. Following her gaze, I saw nothing unusual, just our extinguished fire pit and the disturbed earth where we'd slept. The day progressed smoothly enough. We paddled through narrow channels connecting smaller lakes, the Levines marveling at bald eagles soaring overhead and the occasional loon calling across the water. Their paddling had improved, and they seemed to be settling into the rhythm of wilderness travel. Around midday, we stopped on a rocky outcropping for lunch. As the Levines unpacked sandwiches, I walked to the edge of the promontory, surveying the lake we'd just crossed. Something caught my eye on the opposite shore, a dark shape moving among the trees. I squinted, trying to make out details, but it disappeared before I could focus on it. "Eli?" Margot's voice startled me. "Everything okay?" I turned, forcing a smile. "Just checking our route." I gestured to the map spread on a flat rock. "We're making good time. There's a campsite about 2 hours ahead that would be perfect for tonight." As we ate, I noticed the wildlife had gone quiet. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. The Levines didn't appear to notice, chatting about the rock formations and taking photos of the landscape. "Do you ever get scared out here, being alone?" Margot asked suddenly. The question caught me off guard. "Why do you ask?" She shrugged, looking embarrassed. "I don't know. There's something about this place. It's beautiful, but it feels old, like it's watching us." Richard laughed softly. "The lawyer who argues before the Supreme Court is spooked by trees." "It's not the trees," she said quietly. "It's what might be hiding behind them." I chose my words carefully. The wilderness demands respect. Fear can be healthy. It keeps you alert. But no, I don't get scared often. I know what belongs out here and what doesn't. The problem was I wasn't sure that was true anymore. Back in the canoes, we continued through increasingly narrow waterways. The trees grew denser along the shores, their branches extending over the water in places, creating tunnels of dappled light. Beautiful under normal circumstances. Today it felt oppressive. "Is this the right way?" Richard called from behind me. "The channel's getting pretty tight." I checked my map again. We were en route, technically, though this passage seemed narrower than I remembered. Had it been that long since I'd guided through here? "We're good," I called back. "Stay in the center of the channel." As we rounded a bend, I spotted something hanging from a tree branch ahead, something that didn't belong. I slowed my paddle, letting the canoe drift closer. It was a doll, or something like one, crudely fashioned from twigs and what looked like animal hide, suspended by a length of sinew that twisted slowly in the breeze. Its face was blank except for 2 small stones pressed into the hide where eyes should be. I steered quickly away from it, hoping the Levines wouldn't notice. "What was that?" Margot's voice carried across the water. No such luck. "Probably just an old fishing lure," I lied, picking up my paddling pace. "Let's keep moving. We want to reach camp before dusk." The sun was already starting its descent, the light turning golden as it filtered through the trees. We'd been on the water longer than planned, and I was beginning to worry about reaching our intended campsite before dark. "I think we should stop at the next suitable spot," I announced, scanning the shoreline for flat ground. "We can make up the distance tomorrow." 20 minutes later, we found a small clearing beside a narrow bay. It wasn't an established campsite, but it would do. As we pulled the canoes ashore, I noticed the silence again, that unnatural absence of sound that made the hair on my neck stand up. "What's that smell?" Richard asked as we unloaded gear. I'd noticed it too, a faint metallic odor underpinned by something organic and decaying. "Probably just stagnant water in the bay," I said, though I didn't believe it. We set up camp efficiently, the Levines following my instructions without complaint. As I gathered firewood, I kept finding myself glancing over my shoulder, certain that something, was watching from the trees. Each time I turned, there was nothing there. The feeling persisted through dinner, a simple meal of dehydrated stew that none of us seemed particularly interested in. Conversation was minimal, the usual excitement of camping replaced by a vague unease that seemed to affect us all. "I think I heard something moving in the bushes earlier," Margot said as we sat around the fire, "while you were setting up the tarp. Probably just a small animal," I said automatically. "Squirrel or chipmunk." "It sounded bigger," she insisted, "like something walking on 2 legs. Richard put his arm around her. "Your imagination is working overtime, honey." But I'd heard it too, that soft shuffling, deliberate and measured, circling our camp at a distance. I dismissed it, hoping it was indeed just wildlife. Now I wasn't so sure. "We should turn in," I suggested, banking the fire. "Early start tomorrow." The Levines nodded, retreating to their sleeping bags beneath the tarp. I stayed by the fire a bit longer, watching the flames die down to glowing embers. In the distance, a loon called, a haunting, tremulous wail that echoed across the water. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a comforting sound, a reminder of wilderness beauty. Tonight, it sent a chill down my spine. As I finally settled into my sleeping bag, positioned between the Levines and the forest's edge, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Something was out there in the darkness, waiting, watching, and I had the terrible suspicion it had been following us all day. I woke to absolute stillness. No wind in the trees, No lapping of water against the shore, no rustling of nocturnal creatures. Just a profound silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. The fire had burned down to nothing, leaving only a faint glow from the coals. My watch read 12:17 a.m. The Levines were motionless in their sleeping bags, their breathing deep and regular. What had woken me? I sat up slowly, my skin prickling with a sensation I couldn't quite name. Not quite fear, not quite anticipation, but something primal that lived in the space between. The night was clear, stars scattered across the sky like spilled salt, providing just enough light to make out the shapes of trees and our canoes pulled up on shore. That's when I noticed the smell, faint at first, then growing stronger. A coppery tang mixed with something rotten and earthy, like blood and decaying vegetation. My stomach clenched involuntarily. I reached for my flashlight but hesitated before turning it on. Some instinct told me that announcing my wakefulness might be a mistake. The smell intensified, and with it came a sound, a soft, rhythmic scraping like something being dragged across the forest floor. It was coming from the tree line, perhaps 15 yards from where we slept. I held my breath, straining to see in the darkness. The scraping stopped, replaced by a wet, ragged breathing that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. It was labored, almost asthmatic, punctuated by soft clicking sounds. Slowly, I extracted myself from my sleeping bag, moving with deliberate care to avoid making noise. The Levines slept on, oblivious to whatever was happening at the edge of our camp. The breathing changed, becoming deeper, more controlled. Then came a sound that froze my blood, a low, gurgling chuckle that was unmistakably mimicking human laughter. My hand closed around the flashlight, thumb hovering over the switch. Part of me desperately wanted to illuminate whatever was out there. Another part feared what I might see. Movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness of the forest. It was low to the ground at first, seeming to crawl or slither rather than walk. Its proportions were wrong somehow, limbs too long and jointed in places they shouldn't be. As it moved into the clearing, I could make out more details in the starlight. It was roughly humanoid but hunched and distorted, with a broad torso tapering to an unnaturally narrow waist. Its limbs moved in jerky, uncoordinated motions, as though its body couldn't quite agree with itself on how to move. What appeared to be fur or hair covered its body in patches, matted into clumps that stuck out at odd angles. But what drew my attention were its hands, massive appendages with elongated fingers ending in what looked like curved points or claws. They dragged along the ground as it moved, accounting for the scraping sound I'd heard. It paused about 10 yards from our sleeping area, head tilting as though studying us. I couldn't make out its face clearly, but I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at me despite my stillness. For several heartbeats, neither of us moved. Then, with a suddenness that made me flinch, it dropped to all fours and scuttled forward with alarming speed, covering half the distance between us in seconds. My thumb jammed down on the flashlight switch, sending a beam of light directly at the creature. For one terrible moment, I saw it clearly. Its face was a nightmare collage of features that didn't belong together, a broad, flattened nose above a mouth that stretched too wide across its face, revealing rows of uneven, pointed teeth. Its eyes reflected the flashlight beam like a deer's, but they were huge and bulbous, with vertical pupils that contracted visibly in the sudden light. The creature reared back, emitting a high-pitched keening sound that cut through the night like a blade. Its body unfolded as it rose, revealing it to be much taller than I'd initially thought, easily 7 feet when fully upright, its proportions becoming even more distorted. "Get up," I shouted, abandoning any pretense of calm. "Get up now." The Levines jolted awake, confusion quickly giving way to terror as they registered the creature at the edge of our campsite. Margot let out a strangled scream, while Richard fumbled for his own flashlight. "What is that?" he gasped, his voice barely audible. I didn't answer, keeping my light trained on the creature as I backed toward the canoes. "Grab your shoes and nothing else," I instructed. "We need to move." The creature had retreated slightly from the direct light, but hadn't fled. Instead, it circled to our left, moving with that same jerky gait, its massive hands occasionally touching the ground for balance. It made that chuckling sound again, but louder now, almost performative, as though it wanted us to hear its amusement. Slowly, I said, gesturing for the Levines to move toward the shore. Don't run yet. Margot was shaking so badly she could barely stand, but Richard supported her, his own face pale with fear. They shuffled backward, following my lead. The creature matched our movements, keeping the same distance between us, its head swiveling to track our progress. It seemed to be toying with us, content to let us retreat while maintaining its position between us and the forest path. We reached the canoes, and I quickly assessed our options. Fleeing by water would make us vulnerable. The creature could easily outpace us along the shore and intercept us at the next landing. Our best chance was to follow the shoreline to the main trail that connected this area to the next lake system. Leave the canoes, I whispered. We're going to follow the shore to the trail. When I say run, run as fast as you can and don't look back. Richard nodded, his arm tight around Margot's shoulders. His other hand clutched his flashlight like a weapon, though it would provide little defense against whatever this thing was. The creature had stopped moving, its massive form silhouetted against the trees. It raised one hand, the fingers splaying out in what almost looked like a wave. Now, I hissed, and we broke into a run, splashing along the shallow water at the lake's edge. Behind us, the creature let out that terrible laugh again, followed by a sound I can only describe as words, but not in any language I recognized. It was a series of clicks and guttural noises that somehow conveyed meaning despite their alienness. It was speaking. We ran harder, our feet slipping on wet rocks and muddy sections of shore. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, illuminating fragments of the path ahead. The Levines kept pace remarkably well, fueled by pure adrenaline. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was following, not running but moving in a bounding lope that covered ground with frightening efficiency. Its movements had a spider-like quality now, limbs extending and contracting in ways that defied normal anatomy. The trail should be just ahead, I gasped, recognizing a distinctive rock formation. We need to reach the main portage route. We rounded a bend in the shoreline, and I spotted the trail opening, a gap in the trees marked by a small cairn of stacked stones. There, I pointed, urging the Levines forward. As we reached the trail entrance, Richard suddenly stumbled, his foot catching on an exposed root. He went down hard, his flashlight spinning away into the underbrush. Margot screamed his name, starting to turn back, but I grabbed her arm. "Keep going," I shouted, already moving to help Richard. He was struggling to his feet, his face contorted with pain. "My ankle," he gasped. I got my shoulder under his arm, supporting his weight as we hobbled after Margot. The trail was narrow but clear, winding through dense forest toward the next lake in the chain. Behind us, the creature had slowed its pursuit. I could hear it moving through the underbrush parallel to the trail, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, as though it was deliberately keeping pace rather than overtaking us. "What is that thing?" Richard gasped as we stumbled forward. "I don't know," I admitted. "Nothing I've ever seen before." We continued along the trail, Richard's injury slowing us considerably. Margot had stopped ahead, waiting for us to catch up, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Is it still following?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Before I could answer, a shape dropped from the branches overhead, landing on the trail directly in front of her. The creature crouched there, its massive hands splayed on the ground, head tilted at that unnatural angle. Margot's scream died in her throat as she stumbled backward. I pushed Richard against a tree, steadying him before stepping forward, my flashlight aimed directly at the creature's face. "Back off," I shouted, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The creature rose to its full height, towering over us. In the direct light, I could see more details of its face, the way its skin seemed to shift and ripple, as though what lay beneath wasn't quite solid. Its eyes fixed on me, and I had the distinct impression it was evaluating me specifically. It made that speaking sound again, a series of clicks and guttural noises that seemed directed at me. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised one massive hand and pointed at me, then at its own chest. The gesture was unmistakable. It recognized something in me, knew me somehow. "What do you want?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop them. The creature's mouth stretched in what might have been a smile, revealing those uneven teeth. It took a step toward me, hand still extended. "Run!" I shouted to the Levines, breaking the bizarre moment of connection. Go now. I grabbed Richard's arm, pulling him away from the tree and pushing him toward Margot. They scrambled down the trail, Richard limping heavily but moving faster than seemed possible given his injury. Instead of pursuing immediately, the creature remained where it was, watching us flee. It made that chuckling sound again, then threw its head back and emitted a howl that echoed through the forest. A sound that started almost human but rose to a pitch and timbre that vibrated in my chest. Other howls answered from the darkness, distant but unmistakable. There were more of them. We ran with renewed desperation, the trail widening as we approached the next lake. I knew there was a ranger outpost on the far shore. If we could reach it, we'd find safety and communication equipment. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching like grasping hands, roots rising to trip our feet. The howling continued, coming from multiple directions now, sometimes so close it seemed the creatures must be right beside us. But each time I turned my flashlight to illuminate the forest, there was nothing visible, just shadows and the sense of movement just beyond the beam's reach. We burst from the tree line onto a rocky shore, the lake spreading before us in the starlight. About half a mile across the water, I could make out the dim outline of the ranger station. "We need to swim," I said, already pulling off my boots. "Swim?" Margot looked at me in disbelief. "In the dark?" "It's our only chance," I insisted. "Richard can't keep running on that ankle, and those things are surrounding us." As if to emphasize my point, another howl rose from the forest behind us, followed by that terrible chuckling sound. Closer now, almost at the tree line. "I can swim," Richard said grimly, already unlacing his own boots. "Let's go." We waded into the water, its coldness shocking against our overheated skin. As the water reached our waists, I glanced back toward shore. They stood at the tree line, not one creature but three, their distorted silhouettes unmistakable against the darkness of the forest. They made no move to follow us into the water, but their presence was a clear message. They could have caught us if they wanted to. They were letting us go. The one in the center, the one we'd encountered first, raised its hand again in that strange wave-like gesture. Then it turned and melted back into the forest, the others following like shadows rejoining the darkness. We swam in silence, the cold water numbing our limbs and our minds. By the time we reached the opposite shore, exhaustion had replaced terror, leaving us barely able to drag ourselves onto land. The ranger station was dark but unlocked. Inside, I found a radio and called for emergency evacuation, citing a medical emergency, Richard's ankle, rather than trying to explain what had really happened. As we waited for help to arrive, huddled in emergency blankets with mugs of instant coffee warming our hands, Margot finally asked the question I'd been dreading. "What were those things, Eli?" I looked out the window at the lake, now peaceful in the pre-dawn light. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I intend to find out." The evacuation was swift and clinical. A float plane arrived just after dawn, the pilot asking few questions beyond what was necessary to assess Richard's injury. We left behind almost everything, our camping gear, the canoes, my dignity as a guide, taking only what we could carry in our pockets. The Levines were silent during the flight back to civilization, shell-shocked and exhausted. When we landed at the seaplane base near Ely, a waiting ambulance took Richard to the local clinic. His ankle wasn't broken, just badly sprained, but the doctor recommended they cut their vacation short. I stood awkwardly in the clinic parking lot as they prepared to leave, feeling I owed them some explanation. "Look, about what happened out there," I began. Margot cut me off with a raised hand. "Don't, please." Her voice was steady, but her eyes were haunted. "We don't want to talk about it." Richard nodded from the passenger seat of their rental car. "We're going to pretend it was a bear, a regular, normal black bear that got too close to our campsite. But it wasn't." "It was a bear," Margot insisted, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, "because anything else is." She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I understood their need to rationalize, to file away what they'd seen into a category their minds could accept. I'd seen people do it before after encountering things they couldn't explain, like the couple who insisted the northern lights they'd witnessed dancing directly above our campsite had been the headlights of distant planes. "Take care of yourselves," I said finally, stepping back from their car. As they drove away, Richard lowered his window. Eli, he called, his face serious. Whatever it was, it knew you. Remember that? I remembered. The way the creature had pointed at me, then itself. The sense of recognition in its inhuman eyes. That was the detail that had been gnawing at me since our escape. That night I checked into a motel on the outskirts of Ely, too mentally exhausted to drive all the way back to my cabin near Grand Marais. I needed a hot shower, a strong drink, and time to process what had happened. More importantly, I needed information. The next morning I began my research. First stop was the library, where I pored over local history books and old newspapers. I found scattered references to unexplained disappearances in the Boundary Waters dating back to the 1920s, but nothing specific enough to connect to what we'd encountered. Next, I visited Jim Beargrease, an elder from the Grand Portage Reservation who'd been friends with my grandfather. I found him sitting on his porch, whittling a piece of cedar into what looked like a bird. Eli North, he greeted me without looking up. Been a while. I settled into the chair beside him, watching his gnarled hands work the wood with precision. I need to ask you about something, Jim, something I saw up near Snowbank Lake. His hands stilled for a moment before resuming their work. Must be important to bring you all the way here. I described what we'd encountered, the creature's appearance, its movements, the way it had seemed to communicate, the others that had joined it. I left out nothing, including the way it had seemed to recognize me specifically. Jim listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When I finished, he set his carving aside and reached for his pipe, packing it methodically before lighting it. My grandmother called them Wendishka, he said finally, exhaling a cloud of sweet-smelling smoke. Not to be confused with the Wendigo, which is something else entirely. The old stories say they were here before us, before any people. They don't belong to our world, not completely. They exist between... Between what? He shrugged. Between worlds, between states of being. The stories aren't clear on that part. What do they want? I asked, remembering the creature's almost playful pursuit, the way it had ultimately let us escape. Jim puffed on his pipe, considering. Territory, maybe? Or entertainment? The stories say they're curious about people, but don't understand us any more than we understand them. They're not evil, not in the way humans think of evil. They just are. It recognized me somehow, I said, pointed at me, then itself like it was making a connection. Jim's eyes narrowed. Your grandfather ever tell you about his time as a fire watchman, summer of '63? I shook my head. My grandfather had died when I was 14, taking many of his stories with him. He had an encounter, Jim said simply. Never talked about it much, but it changed him. He started leaving offerings at certain places in the woods, small things, tobacco, bits of food. Said it was respect for the old spirits, but I always wondered. A chill ran through me despite the warm morning. You think whatever I saw is the same thing he encountered? They remember, Jim said. Generations mean nothing to them. Time means nothing. Your grandfather showed them respect, and they remember. So why did it chase us? Jim tapped his pipe against the porch railing, emptying the ashes. Did it chase you, or did it herd you? Did it want to harm you, or just wanted you gone from that particular place? I thought back to the encounter, the way the creatures had surrounded us but ultimately let us escape, standing at the shoreline watching us swim away. They were hurting us, I realized. But why? What's so special about that area? Some places belong to them, Jim said simply. Always have, always will. We're just visitors passing through. I left Jim's place with more questions than answers, but a clearer sense of direction. On the drive back to Ely, I stopped at the ranger station to report our abandoned gear and arrange for its retrieval. The ranger on duty, a weathered woman named Carlson who'd worked the Boundary Waters for decades, listened to my sanitized account with obvious skepticism. Bear scare, huh? She said, eyeing me over her computer. Funny thing, Eli, we've had 3 other groups report unusual wildlife encounters in that same area this season, all experienced outdoors people, all abandoning valuable gear. My pulse quickened. What kind of encounters? She leaned forward, lowering her voice. One group said they heard something mimicking human voices outside their tent. Another saw something they described as not a bear, not a person, watching them from the trees. The third wouldn't say exactly what they saw, but they hiked 15 miles in the dark to reach a ranger station rather than spend another night at their campsite. Any physical evidence? I asked. Tracks, hair, anything? She shook her head. Nothing conclusive, just stories and spooked campers. She studied my face. You want to tell me what really happened out there? I hesitated, weighing how much to share. We saw something we couldn't explain, I said finally. Something that didn't match any animal I know. Carlson nodded slowly. Areas being temporarily closed for wildlife management, she said, making air quotes. Official line is increased bear activity, but between you and me, something's not right out there. She pulled out a map, circling an area that included where we'd encountered the creatures. Whatever it is, it seems concentrated here. No reported incidents outside this zone. I studied the map, noticing that the circled area corresponded roughly to one of the oldest and least developed sections of the Boundary Waters, a place where even experienced guides rarely ventured due to difficult portages and limited campsites. Has anyone gone in specifically to investigate? I asked. Carlson's expression darkened. 2 rangers went in last week after the 3rd group came out. They were supposed to report back daily by radio. And we lost contact on day 2. Search team found their campsite yesterday. Everything in perfect order, no signs of struggle or wildlife damage, but no rangers. My mouth went dry. Any tracks? Signs of where they went? Nothing that made sense, she said quietly. Search team leader described it as footprints that started human and ended not human. They took photos, but the higher-ups have them now. I left the ranger station with a copy of the map and a growing sense of dread. The creatures, the Wendishka, were becoming more active, more visible, and people were disappearing. Back at my motel, I spread out the map on the bed, making notes of all reported encounters, including ours. A pattern emerged. The incidents formed a rough circle around a particular area, with no reports from within the center itself. It was as though the creatures were establishing a perimeter, keeping people away from something specific. That night I dreamed of the creature's eyes, those vertical pupilled orbs that had fixed on me with unmistakable recognition. In the dream, it spoke, not in clicks and guttural sounds, but in perfect English, using my grandfather's voice. You need to see, it said. You need to understand. I woke in a cold sweat, the dream still vivid in my mind. Outside, dawn was breaking, painting the motel parking lot in shades of pink and gold. I knew what I had to do. I had to go back, not just to the area we'd fled from, but to the center of the circle, the place the Wendishka seemed to be protecting. I had to see what was there, what they were guarding. I spent the day gathering supplies, better than standard tourist gear this time. A satellite phone, a GPS unit, a higher-powered flashlight, a hunting knife. I bought a disposable camera too, though I doubted photographs would capture whatever it was I might find. At the local sporting goods store, I ran into Mike Peterson, another guide I'd known for years. He eyed my purchases with raised eyebrows. Planning an expedition? He asked. Just replacing some gear I lost, I lied. Mike leaned closer. Heard about what happened to the Levines. Bear attack, huh? I nodded noncommittally. Funny thing about bears, Mike continued, his voice dropping. They don't laugh like people. They don't stand upright and point at you with hands that look almost human. I stared at him. What are you saying? I'm saying the Levines talked to my cousin at the clinic, described something that wasn't a bear. He paused. Same thing I saw 3 years ago up near Basswood Lake. Same thing that made me quit guiding for 6 months. Relief flooded through me. Someone else who'd seen them, who could confirm I wasn't losing my mind. Did it recognize you? I asked carefully. Mike's face paled slightly. No, but it stalked our group for 2 days, always just out of clear sight, laughing, mimicking our voices. He swallowed hard. It took our youngest client, just snatched him right out of his sleeping bag while we were all awake, sitting around the campfire. 1 second he was there, the next gone. All we found was a single boot. My blood ran cold. This contradicted what Jim had told me, that the Wendishka weren't necessarily dangerous, just territorial. Did you report it? Mike's laugh was bitter. Of course. Search and rescue came out, did a full sweep, found nothing. Official report listed it as a drowning, body never recovered. But he didn't drown. He never went near the water that night. I hesitated, then showed him my map with the circled area. I'm going back, I admitted, to find out what they're protecting. Mike stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Why? What could possibly be worth that risk? Because they recognized me, I said. Because they let us go when they could have taken us. Because my grandfather had some connection to them that I never knew about. And because people are disappearing and it's getting worse. Mike shook his head. You're crazy, Eli, but if you're determined to go... He scribbled something on a receipt and handed it to me. This is a fishing cabin my family owns. It's here. He pointed to a spot just outside the circled area on my map. It's basic, but solid. Use it as your base camp. I thanked him, touched by the offer. One more thing, Mike said as I turned to leave. If you see them, if they communicate with you somehow, ask about Thomas Jackson, the client we lost. His parents never got closure. I promised I would, though I had no idea how I'd communicate with creatures that spoke no human language. That evening I made one final stop, a small Catholic church on the edge of town. I wasn't religious in any formal sense, but my grandfather had taught me that spiritual protection took many forms, and it was foolish to reject any of them when facing the unknown. The priest, an elderly man with kind eyes, blessed a small vial of water for me without asking questions. He'd served in this wilderness community long enough to know that some things defied conventional explanation. As I left the church, the sun was setting, painting the sky in vivid oranges and purples. Tomorrow I would return to the boundary waters. Tomorrow I would seek out the Wendishka on their own territory, and maybe, if I was very lucky, I would come back alive to tell about it. The morning dawned clear and cold, the kind of pristine September day that usually filled me with anticipation for a day on the water. Today it felt like nature was mocking my dread with its perfection. I loaded my gear into my truck and headed north, following the familiar route toward the entry point nearest Mike's cabin. The roads were quiet, tourist season winding down as temperatures dropped and schools resumed. Mike's cabin was exactly as he'd described it. Basic but sturdy, a simple one-room structure with a wood stove, a couple of bunks, and a small table. It sat on a rocky outcropping overlooking a narrow bay, accessible only by a rough track that my truck barely navigated. I unloaded my supplies, organizing everything with methodical care. If I was going to venture into Wendishka territory, I needed to be prepared for at least 3 days in the wilderness, possibly longer. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Several times I stopped and scanned the surrounding forest, but saw nothing unusual, just pine and birch swaying gently in the breeze, an occasional squirrel or bird moving among the branches. By late afternoon I had everything ready. My plan was simple, if foolhardy. Paddle into the center of the area the Wendishka seemed to be protecting, camp there for a night, and see what happened. If they wanted to communicate with me as my dream suggested, they would find me. I pushed my canoe into the water just before sunset, timing my journey to arrive at my destination in full darkness. Something told me the Wendishka would be more active at night, more likely to reveal themselves. The paddle was peaceful, almost meditative. The lake surface reflected the deepening colors of sunset, eventually giving way to a star-filled sky and a thin crescent moon that provided just enough light to navigate by. About an hour into my journey, I noticed the same unnatural silence that had preceded our previous encounter. The sudden absence of insect sounds, the stillness of the water. I kept paddling, my heart rate increasing, but my strokes remaining steady. "I know you're out there," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the silence. "I've come back to understand." No response came, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I continued on, using my GPS to stay on course toward the center of the circle I'd mapped out. As I approached a narrow channel between 2 islands, I saw it, a dark shape standing on the shore, unmistakably one of the Wendishka. It made no move to approach or retreat, simply watching as I paddled closer. I steered the canoe toward shore, stopping about 20 feet from where the creature stood. In the moonlight, its features were indistinct, but its height and proportions were unmistakable. "I'm Eli North," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "My grandfather was James North. He knew you, or others like you." The creature tilted its head, that now familiar gesture that suggested curiosity or perhaps assessment. It made a series of clicking sounds, followed by what sounded almost like words spoken underwater. Slowly, I beached my canoe and stepped onto shore, maintaining distance between us. The creature didn't retreat, watching my movements with those reflective eyes. "I want to understand why you're here," I continued. "Why you're keeping people away from this area." The creature raised one of its massive hands, pointing past me toward the center of the lake, then at me, then back at the water. The gesture was clear. "Go there." It turned and moved into the forest with that unnatural gait, disappearing among the trees. I stood for a moment, processing what had just happened. It hadn't attacked me. It had given direction. Whatever I was meant to see was further in, at the center of the circle. I returned to my canoe and continued paddling, more determined than ever. The silence persisted, but now it felt less threatening, more like a bubble of altered reality surrounding me. About half an hour later, I reached a small island that, according to my map, sat at almost the exact center of the area the Wendishka were protecting. It was barely more than a rocky outcropping with a few stunted pines, offering little in the way of shelter or concealment. I pulled my canoe ashore and set up a minimal camp, just my sleeping bag under a small tarp with my supplies close at hand. Then I waited. The hours passed slowly. Occasionally I heard movement in the water around the island, soft splashing that could have been fish, but somehow didn't sound quite right. Once I caught a glimpse of something large moving beneath the surface, its shape elongated and sinuous, like no fish I'd ever seen. Near midnight, the air temperature dropped suddenly, my breath fogging in front of me. With the cold came a change in the silence, not an end to it, but a shift, as though the quality of the absence had altered. Then I heard it, that chuckling sound, coming from multiple directions at once. They were surrounding the island. I stood, turning slowly to scan the shoreline. They emerged from the water one by one, not 3 as before, but 7 or 8, their forms glistening in the moonlight. They moved onto shore with that jerky, uncoordinated gait, forming a loose semicircle around my campsite. One stepped forward, larger than the others, its fur or hair hanging in long matted strands that obscured much of its face. It raised both hands, palms outward in what seemed like a gesture of peace. "What do you want from me?" I asked, surprised at the steadiness of my voice. The creature made those speaking sounds again, a complex series of clicks and guttural noises. Then, to my astonishment, it reached into what appeared to be a pouch or fold of skin at its waist and withdrew a small object. It extended its hand, offering the object to me. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward and took it. It was a wooden carving, a small bird expertly crafted from cedar. The style was unmistakable. It was identical to the ones my grandfather used to make. "Where did you get this?" I whispered. The creature pointed to itself, then made a gesture like carving. It had made it, or something like it had. "My grandfather," I said, holding up the carving. "Did he give you one like this?" The creature made an affirmative motion, then pointed to the water again, more insistently this time. "You want me to see something in the lake?" Another affirmative gesture. I glanced at the dark water, then back at the creature. "Now? You want me to go in there?" The creature stepped closer, its massive form towering over me. Up close, its smell was overwhelming. That same coppery organic odor I'd detected before, but stronger now, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. It reached out one elongated hand and, before I could react, pressed a single clawed finger to my forehead. The world exploded into fragmented images, flashes of forest and water, strange angular structures that seemed to shimmer between visibility and something else, glimpses of creatures like and unlike the Wendishka moving through spaces that hurt my eyes to look at. When the visions cleared, I was on my knees, gasping for breath. The creature stood over me, its hand now at its side. "What was that?" I managed. "What are you trying to show me?" It pointed to the water again, then made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the entire lake, the surrounding forest, the sky overhead. Understanding dawned slowly. "This place," I said. "It's special somehow, a boundary not just between lakes, but between—" I struggled to articulate the concept the visions had planted in my mind. "Between worlds?" The creature made an affirming sound deeper than its speech, almost like a purr. "And you're protecting it, keeping people away." Another affirmation. But why show me? Why let me come here when you chase others away? The creature reached out again, this time more slowly, giving me time to prepare. It touched the cedar carving in my hand, then touched my chest, directly over my heart. My grandfather, I realized. He knew. He found this place, saw what it was, and you trusted him. The creature's massive head dipped in what could only be a nod. And now you're trusting me. It wasn't a question. The creature made a series of sounds that seemed almost like speech, pointing at the others who remained in their semicircle, watching silently. I understood somehow that it was introducing them, showing me they were not just creatures but individuals. The rangers who disappeared, I said suddenly. The campers over the years, what happened to them? The creature was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the largest of the other Wendishka, who stepped forward reluctantly. This one moved differently, its gait more human despite its distorted form. With a shock, I realized what I was seeing, a transformation in progress. The missing rangers hadn't been killed. They were becoming Wendishka. How? I whispered. Why? The leader made those speaking sounds again, followed by gestures I couldn't interpret. It seemed frustrated by the limitations of our communication. It pointed to the water once more, then at the sky, then made a circular motion with its hand. The meaning was clear enough. Cycles, changes, transformations, natural processes I didn't understand. And Thomas Jackson? I asked, remembering my promise to Mike, the tourist who was taken 3 years ago. A ripple passed through the group, a shifting of massive bodies. The leader made a sound that seemed almost sorrowful, then pointed to the water and held its hand flat, parallel to the ground. Then it lowered the hand slowly. He's gone, I translated. Under the water? The creature nodded. Dead? I needed to be certain. Another nod followed by more of those speaking sounds, gentler now. I took a deep breath. I need to be able to tell people something, to keep them away from here for their safety and for your privacy. Can you help me understand what to say? The leader considered this, its massive head tilting as it studied me. Then it stepped forward, and before I could react, pressed both hands to the sides of my head. The visions came again, but clearer this time, more structured. I saw the boundary waters as they had been thousands of years ago, saw the first humans to paddle these lakes, saw the first encounters with the Wendishka. I saw the place where we stood now, but from below the water, saw structures that defied description, saw beings moving between worlds through a shimmer in reality itself. I saw my grandfather as a young man, encountering the Wendishka much as I had, forming some kind of pact, leaving offerings at specific sites around the lakes. I saw the recent disappearances, the transformations, the rare but inevitable deaths when compatibility was wrong. When the visions ended, I remained standing this time, though my legs trembled with the effort. The creature stepped back, watching me expectantly. I understand, I said slowly. This place is a crossroads. You're its guardians. You don't belong fully to this world or to wherever else. And sometimes, for reasons I can't quite grasp, people become like you. Part of the boundary between worlds. The creature made an affirming sound. And my grandfather, he helped you. Protected your secret. Another affirmation. And now you want me to do the same. The creature extended its hand, palm up, waiting. I recognized the gesture for what it was, a request, not a demand. I could walk away now, return to my life, perhaps warn others about the dangers of this place without revealing its true nature. Or I could accept the role my grandfather had apparently taken on decades before, a human intermediary, someone who understood enough to help protect this boundary and those who guarded it. I placed my hand in the creature's massive palm. Its skin was surprisingly warm, textured like rough leather, but not unpleasant. I'll help, I said, but we need rules. No more disappearances that can't be explained. No more frightening innocent campers. The creature made a sound that might have been agreement, might have been amusement. It gently closed its fingers around my hand, careful not to let its claws pierce my skin. In that moment of contact, I felt a connection form. Not telepathy exactly, but a sense of shared purpose, of mutual understanding despite our differences. The other Wendishka moved closer, forming a tight circle around us. They began making those speaking sounds in unison, a harmonious blend of clicks and rumbles that reverberated through my chest. The leader released my hand and stepped back, gesturing toward my canoe. "You want me to leave now?" It nodded, then pointed to the eastern horizon where the faintest lightning indicated approaching dawn. I gathered my minimal belongings, stowing them in the canoe. Before pushing off, I turned back to the Wendishka. "I'll return," I said. "Soon, we have more to discuss." The leader made a gesture of acknowledgement, then led the others back toward the water. I watched in fascination as they waded in, their bodies seeming to elongate and shift as they submerged, becoming something more suited to aquatic movement. Within moments they were gone, the surface of the lake showing no trace of their passing. I paddled away as the sky lightened, my mind still processing everything I'd seen and learned. The wooden carving sat beside me in the canoe, a tangible reminder that the night's events had been real. By the time I reached Mike's cabin, the sun was fully up, casting golden light across the lake. I secured my canoe and trudged up to the cabin, exhaustion finally catching up with me. Inside, I collapsed onto one of the bunks, the cedar carving clutched in my hand. As sleep overtook me, I found myself wondering what my grandfather would think of me following in his footsteps in this most unexpected way. When I woke hours later, the sun was high in the sky. I sat up, momentarily disoriented, then remembered everything that had happened. The carving was still in my hand, proof that it hadn't been a dream. I spent the afternoon making notes, trying to organize what I'd learned into something coherent. The Wendishka were guardians of a place where worlds overlapped. They weren't malevolent, but they were dangerous to those who threatened their purpose. Some humans, for reasons I still didn't fully understand, could become like them, transformed into guardians themselves. My grandfather had been their ally, not one of them, but a protector of their secret. Now that role had passed to me. As I packed up to leave Mike's cabin, I realized I had no idea how to explain any of this to others. What could I possibly tell the Rangers about their missing colleagues? What could I tell Mike about Thomas Jackson? In the end, I decided on a partial truth. I would report finding evidence of dangerous sinkholes in that section of the lakes, underwater cave systems that could trap and drown the unwary. I would recommend the area be restricted, marked as hazardous on maps. It wasn't the full truth, but it might keep people safe. As for Mike and others who had encountered the Wendishka directly, I would share a version of what I'd learned, that the creatures were territorial guardians of a special place, neither good nor evil by human standards, but deserving of respect and distance. I drove back to town slowly, the cedar carving sitting on my dashboard. My life had changed irrevocably, my understanding of the world fundamentally altered. I had glimpsed something beyond the reality most people knew, and now I carried the responsibility of that knowledge. In the months that followed, I continued guiding in the boundary waters, but I was careful to steer my groups well clear of what I now thought of as Wendishka territory. Occasionally, when alone in remote areas, I would catch glimpses of them watching from the trees or sense their presence beneath the water, not threatening, merely observing, acknowledging our unspoken pact. I've returned to that central island several times since that night, sometimes bringing small offerings like my grandfather did, tobacco, handcrafted items, symbols of respect. Each time the Wendishka have appeared, our communication growing marginally clearer with each encounter. I've learned more about them, their origins in ancient times when the boundaries between worlds were more permeable, their purpose in maintaining those boundaries, even as they've narrowed to just a few points of connection. I've learned that the transformations are rare, occurring only when a human with a particular sensitivity encounters their world at exactly the right moment. Sometimes late at night when the northern lights dance overhead, I wonder if I might someday undergo that transformation myself. The thought is both terrifying and strangely compelling. But for now, I remain Eli North, wilderness guide, keeper of secrets, protector of boundaries both seen and unseen. When you visit the boundary waters, you'll likely never encounter the Wendishka. The areas they guard are now marked as restricted on official maps, warning of environmental sensitivity or geological hazards. But if you're paddling across a still lake at dusk and feel a prickling at the back of your neck, if you hear a chuckling sound that seems almost human but not quite, If you glimpse something moving with jerky grace among the trees, remember my story. Treat the wilderness with respect. Turn your canoe around, paddle away. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed, not by you anyway. The highways of America are veins that pump life through this country's beating heart, an endless network of asphalt arteries traversed by those of us who make our living behind the wheel. Some folks call us the backbone of American commerce. Others barely notice us at all. But we're there day and night, hauling everything from breakfast cereal to construction materials across this vast landscape. I've been one of those invisible giants for most of my adult life. The name's Leroy Kentrell, veteran trucker with almost 2 decades on the road when the summer of 2009 rolled around. That July changed everything for me. Changed how I see the world. Changed who I trust. Changed what I believe about the darkness that lurks in the spaces between towns, in the shadows beyond headlights, in the hearts of strangers. The morning of July 17th started like any other. I climbed into my Freightliner after my mandatory rest period at a truck stop outside St. Louis. The load was straightforward, steel beams bound for a construction site in southern Missouri. Nothing unusual about the cargo, the route, or the timeline. Just another day in the life. I remember checking my mirrors as I pulled onto I-55 southbound, my thermos of coffee secure in its holder, the familiar vibration of 18 wheels on pavement beneath me. The cab smelled of vinyl seats warmed by the summer sun, air freshener struggling against the lingering scent of fast food and road dust. My dispatcher had loaded me up with enough country music to last the trip, and Waylon Jennings was keeping me company as I merged into traffic. "Looks like clear sailing today, old girl," I said to my truck. Talking to her was a habit I'd developed over the years. Truckers get lonely, and sometimes your rig is the closest thing to a companion you've got. I named her Betsy when I first got her, though the years had worn away at her shine. The day progressed normally. I stopped for fuel around noon, grabbed a sandwich, and checked in with dispatch. Nothing remarkable. By mid-afternoon, I was making good time, the summer heat rippling off the highway ahead of me like a mirage. The forecast had called for temperatures in the high 90s, and they weren't wrong. My air conditioning was working overtime, the vents blasting cool air that barely kept the sweat from beading on my forehead. As the afternoon wore on, I started planning my next stop. There was a decent truck stop outside Springfield where I figured I'd grab some dinner and catch some sleep. The rhythm of the road had me in its familiar trance, that meditative state long-haul drivers know well, where your body handles the mechanics of driving while your mind wanders. The landscape had changed as I headed south. The flat farmlands gave way to the gentle rolling hills of the Ozarks. By late afternoon, I was deep into the Mark Twain National Forest, surrounded by dense woodland that crowded close to the highway. Beautiful country in the daylight, all green and gold in the summer sun. But as shadows lengthened across the road, the forest took on a different character. Have you ever noticed how darkness transforms a place? How familiar shapes become sinister, how silence grows teeth. That evening, as the sun began its descent behind the tree line, I felt an unusual uneasiness creep into my normally steady nerves. The forest seemed to press in on Highway 60, the trees standing like sentinels, watching, waiting. For what? I couldn't say. I'd driven this stretch dozens of times before. Nothing special about it. Just a remote highway cutting through national forest land, connecting small towns that most folks had never heard of. But something felt different that evening. The air inside the cab seemed heavier somehow, charged with a static electricity I couldn't explain. I remember checking my watch. 7:44 p.m. The sun was setting earlier than I expected, shadows stretching across the road like grasping fingers. I switched on my high beams as I crossed over the Black River, the water below dark and still, reflecting the deepening twilight. The radio signal had started to fade, static cutting into Johnny Cash's rumbling baritone. I reached to adjust it, and that's when I first spotted the pickup truck on the side of the road ahead. Just a beat-up old Ford, hood up, hazard lights blinking weakly in the gathering dusk. and a figure, a man, waving his arms frantically at the edge of the asphalt. Now, I've been around long enough to know that caution is warranted in situations like this. The road can be a dangerous place, especially for those of us who travel alone. But there's also that unwritten code among drivers, particularly in remote areas like this. You help when you can, because someday it might be you stranded on some deserted stretch of highway, praying the next vehicle that passes will stop. I eased off the accelerator, feeling the weight of the load behind me as the truck began to slow. Through my windshield, I could see the man more clearly now, middle-aged, wearing what looked like a baseball cap and flannel. Nothing immediately threatening about his appearance. "What do you think, Betsy?" I asked my truck as I flipped on my turn signal. "We got time to play Good Samaritan?" The engine rumbled in response as I carefully pulled onto the shoulder, gravel crunching beneath my tires. I set the brake and let the engine idle, taking a moment to survey my surroundings. The forest had grown darker in the minutes since I'd first spotted the pickup. The trees were now silhouettes against a darkening purple sky, their uppermost branches still catching the last golden light of day. No other vehicles were visible in either direction. Just me, my truck, and this stranger with his broken-down pickup on a lonely stretch of highway. "Well," I said to myself, reaching for the door handle, "let's see what we're dealing with here." I couldn't have known then what opening that door would set in motion. Couldn't have imagined the terror that awaited me down that highway. If I had, I would have locked my doors, stomped on the accelerator, and never looked back. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20ths, and some lessons can only be learned the hard way. The evening air hit me like a wet blanket as I climbed down from the cab, hot and thick with humidity, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something almost medicinal that I couldn't quite place. Crickets had started their nightly chorus from the forest's edge, the sound rising and falling in waves. I took my time approaching the stranded motorist, sizing him up as I walked. He was shorter than me by a good 4 inches, maybe 5 and 8, with a stocky build beneath his flannel shirt. His beard was patchy and gray, and sweat had plastered his thinning hair to his forehead beneath his cap. The logo on the cap was faded beyond recognition, frayed at the edges like its owner. "Hey man, need a hand?" I called out, still keeping a respectable distance. Relief washed over his face as he turned toward me. Up close, I could see the deep lines around his eyes and mouth, the kind that come from years of squinting into the sun and wind. "Thank God you stopped," he said, his voice carrying a slight southern drawl. "I'm Ray. Truck just up and died on me. Think it's the alternator?" I glanced at his pickup. It was at least 20 years old, rust eating away at the wheel wells and tailgate. The hood was propped open with a piece of wood, revealing an engine that had clearly seen better days. "How long you been out here?" I asked, stepping closer to peer at the engine. It was a mess of corroded parts and makeshift repairs that told the story of a vehicle kept running on prayers and duct tape. "Couple hours," Ray sighed, wiping sweat from his brow with a rag that had probably once been white. "Had a few cars pass by, but nobody stopped till you." I nodded, understanding all too well. "You try calling for help?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Cell reception was spotty at best in these parts. Ray pulled out a flip phone from his pocket. "No service, been trying every 5 minutes or so." I pulled out my own phone to confirm what I already knew. No bars. "Any chance you could give me a ride to the nearest town?" Ray asked, his eyes hopeful. "Hate to leave my truck, but I don't see much choice." I sized him up again, instincts honed by years on the road scanning for any red flags. Ray looked harmless enough, exhausted, frustrated, but not dangerous. Just a man down on his luck. And hadn't I been there myself more than once? "Sure, hop in," I said after a moment's consideration. "Nearest town's about 20 miles up the road. You can probably get a tow from there." Relief washed over Ray's face. "I appreciate it more than you know. Let me just grab my bag." He reached into the cab of his pickup and pulled out a small duffel. Nothing suspicious about it, just a worn canvas bag that had seen better days. He locked up his truck, though I wondered why he bothered. There wasn't much worth stealing, and we were in the middle of nowhere. As we walked back to my rig, I noticed Ray glancing nervously over his shoulder at the darkening forest. "Something wrong?" I asked. He startled slightly. "Nah, just these woods give me the creeps after dark. Always feel like something's watching, you know?" I knew exactly what he meant. There was something primally unsettling about forests at night, something that reached back to our ancestors huddled around fires, listening to sounds in the darkness, but I'd never been one to indulge those feelings. "Just your imagination," I said as I climbed back into the driver's seat, though I will say this stretch does get pretty lonely after sunset. Ray hoisted himself into the passenger seat, setting his duffel at his feet. "You're telling me, thanks again for stopping. Name's Ray Darden, by the way." "Leroy Kentrell," I replied, starting up the engine. "Been driving these roads for almost 20 years now." We got moving again, the big rig lumbering back onto the highway. Ray was a talker, which was fine by me. Long hours alone on the road made me appreciate conversation when it came along. "I'm from Alabama originally," he said, settling into his seat, "heading up to visit my sister in St. Louis. She just had her second kid." "Congratulations on being an uncle again," I said, keeping my eyes on the road as darkness continued to fall. We'd reached that in-between time when headlights were necessary but not quite effective. The gloaming, my grandmother used to call it. "Yeah, she's got 2 boys now. This one's named after me," Ray said with a touch of pride. Then he glanced at his hands, which I noticed were calloused and stained with what looked like motor oil. "Truck's been giving me trouble for weeks. Hoped I could make it just a bit further before she conked out completely." The highway stretched before us, empty and dark. Our headlights carved a tunnel through the growing darkness, the yellow lines flashing past in a hypnotic rhythm. The forest pressed close on either side, the trees occasionally swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel inside the climate-controlled cab. We'd been driving for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed something in my side mirror. Headlights, gaining on us fast. "Somebody's in a hurry," I commented, watching as the lights grew larger. But then something odd happened. Instead of passing us, there was plenty of room, and I wasn't exactly breaking speed records with my loaded rig. The vehicle slowed to match our pace. It stayed there, hanging back just far enough that I couldn't make out the model or license plate in the darkness, just a pair of headlights following us at a precise distance. "You know that car?" I asked Ray, nodding toward the mirror. He turned to look, and I didn't miss how his face went suddenly pale in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. "Nah, no idea who that is," he said, but his voice wavered. Something about his reaction sent a chill down my spine despite the warm evening. "Maybe it's a cop," I joked, trying to lighten the mood. "You running from the law, Ray?" He forced a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. "No, nothing like that." But I could tell something was off. Ray's posture had changed. He sat straighter now, tense, his eyes darting between the side mirror and the road ahead. His fingers drummed nervously on his knee, a rapid tattoo that spoke of rising anxiety. The car behind us maintained its position for the next 10 miles, never trying to pass, never falling back, just following, like a shadow we couldn't shake. The highway remained deserted except for us and our mysterious tail. "This is getting weird," I muttered, more to myself than to Ray. "Nobody follows a semi this close for this long unless they've got a reason." Ray said nothing, but his breathing had quickened. I was starting to wonder if he'd been entirely truthful with me about his circumstances. We hit a stretch where the forest thickened on either side, the trees forming a solid black wall beyond the reach of our headlights. No moonlight penetrated the canopy here, no starlight, just absolute darkness beyond the narrow ribbon of highway. That's when the car behind us made its move. Its engine roared suddenly, the sound carrying clearly through the night. The headlights swerved into the oncoming lane and accelerated rapidly, pulling alongside us. In the brief moment as it passed, I caught a glimpse of the vehicle, a dark sedan, possibly black or navy blue, with tinted windows that revealed nothing of its occupants. Then it shot ahead, its taillights glowing red in the darkness. "What the hell?" I muttered, watching as the car accelerated to about 100 yards ahead of us. Then, without warning, its brake lights flared bright red, and the sedan swerved violently across both lanes, coming to a stop sideways across the highway, completely blocking our path. "Jesus!" I shouted, stomping on the brake pedal. The truck responded with a lurch, the weight of the steel beams behind us pushing against our sudden deceleration. The tires squealed in protest as we slowed, burning rubber on asphalt. We came to a stop about 20 feet from the sedan, our headlights illuminating its sleek profile and dark windows. For a long moment, nothing happened. The car sat there, engine running, exhaust rising in a thin cloud visible in our lights. No one emerged. "What's going on?" Ray's voice was barely above a whisper, tight with fear. "I don't know," I replied honestly, reaching slowly under my seat where I usually kept my pistol. My fingers found empty space, and I remembered with a sinking feeling that I'd left it at home. Company policy had recently cracked down on drivers carrying weapons, and I'd decided to play it safe this trip. That decision now seemed catastrophically stupid. The driver's door of the sedan opened slowly, and a tall, thin figure emerged. In the harsh glare of our headlights, I could make out dark clothing, jeans and what looked like a leather jacket. The figure paused, then raised an arm. The metallic gleam of a gun barrel caught the light. "Ray," I said quietly, not taking my eyes off the armed figure now walking toward us. "What the hell have you gotten me into?" Ray didn't answer. When I glanced at him, his face was a mask of terror, all the blood drained away, leaving him gray and shaking. The gunman approached my door with deliberate steps. Behind him, a second figure emerged from the passenger side of the sedan, shorter, stockier, also holding what appeared to be a handgun. In that moment, as I watched them approach through the windshield, I felt a cold certainty settle in my gut. This wasn't a random robbery. This wasn't opportunistic crime. They had been hunting us, or more specifically, they had been hunting Ray, and I had driven us right into their trap. The tall man reached my door first, his face partially obscured by the shadows despite our headlights. He rapped on the window with the barrel of his gun, a sharp metallic sound that made my heart skip. "Open up," he mouthed, gesturing with the weapon. For a split second, I considered stomping on the accelerator, trying to swerve around the sedan blocking our path. But the rational part of my brain quickly calculated the risk. The narrow highway, the weight of my load, the two armed men who would definitely start shooting. The odds weren't in my favor. I raised my hand slowly, letting him see they were empty, then reached for the door handle. The lock disengaged with a click that seemed unnaturally loud in the tense silence of the cab. The door swung open, and I found myself staring down the barrel of a 9mm pistol. Behind it, the man's face came into clearer view, gaunt, with deep-set eyes and several days' worth of stubble on his hollow cheeks. He couldn't have been more than 30, but there was something in those eyes that spoke of hard years. "Out of the truck," he ordered, his voice surprisingly soft but carrying an edge that brooked no argument. I glanced at Ray, who looked about ready to pass out, his forehead sheened with sweat despite the cooling evening air. I said, "Get out of the truck." The man emphasized each word, jabbing the gun toward my face. All right, I said, raising my hands higher. "Take whatever you want. The keys are in the ignition. There's about $60 in my wallet." A thin smile stretched across the gunman's face, revealing teeth stained by tobacco. "This ain't about your wallet, trucker. Now move." I climbed down slowly, my knees less steady than I would have liked. The second man had circled around to Ray's side and was yanking open the passenger door. "Get him out," the first gunman called to his partner, never taking his eyes or his weapon off me. The stocky man pulled Ray roughly from the cab. Ray stumbled, falling to his knees on the asphalt. "Please," Ray whimpered, looking up at his captor. "I can explain everything." "Shut up," the stocky man growled, hauling Ray to his feet by his collar. "You'll have plenty of time to talk where we're going." They marched us to the edge of the road, keeping their weapons trained on us. The tall man motioned for us to empty our pockets. I handed over my wallet, phone, and keys. Ray did the same, his hands shaking so badly he dropped his wallet twice before managing to hand it over. "You can take the truck, man," I said, desperate to find some way out of this situation. "There's a tracking system, but it won't activate for another 12 hours when I miss my check-in. You can be long gone by then." The tall man looked at me with what almost seemed like pity. "Shut up," he said flatly. "This ain't about your truck either." He took our belongings and tossed them into the sedan. Then he turned back to us, his eyes darting nervously between us and the empty highway. "You," he said, pointing at me, "get in the truck and start it." I hesitated, glancing at Ray, who looked like he might vomit from fear. "Don't try anything," the tall man warned. jabbing the gun in my direction. My friend here will be watching you through your mirrors. One wrong move and your buddy gets a bullet. Understand? I nodded slowly, climbing back into the cab. As I turned the key, the engine roared to life, a sound that had always been comforting until now. Through the windshield, I could see the stocky man forcing Ray into the back seat of the sedan. "Follow us," the tall man instructed before jogging back to the car. "Stay close." He got into the driver's seat, made a 3-point turn, and started down the highway in the direction we'd been heading. I put my truck in gear and followed, my mind racing with thoughts of escape. Could I somehow alert another driver? The highway remained deserted. Could I intentionally damage the truck? The armed men would simply come back and likely take their anger out on Ray, or me. Could I make a run for it into the forest? Not with Ray as their hostage. We drove for what felt like hours, though my dashboard clock told me it was only about 20 minutes. The sedan led us off the highway onto a narrow dirt road that I never would have noticed on my own. No signs, barely visible in the darkness, the entrance partially obscured by low-hanging branches. The dirt road wound deeper into the forest, the trees closing in around us like dark sentinels. My headlights illuminated primitive conditions, ruts and potholes that forced me to slow to a crawl at times. Branches scraped against the sides of my trailer with unnerving sounds, like fingernails on metal. Finally, the sedan stopped in a small clearing. There was just enough room for both vehicles, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The headlights of the sedan illuminated what appeared to be a dilapidated cabin about 50 yards from where we'd parked. The tall man emerged from the car first, still holding his gun. He approached my door again, motioning for me to shut off the engine. "Out," he ordered when I complied. I climbed down, my legs stiff from tension. The night had grown cooler, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the glow of the headlights. The clearing was silent except for the ticking of cooling engines and the barely perceptible rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The stocky man dragged Ray from the back seat of the sedan. In the harsh light of the headlights, I could see Ray's face was now streaked with tears, his earlier terror having given way to despair. "Move," the tall man said, prodding me with the gun toward the cabin. As we walked, I tried to commit every detail to memory. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 100 feet in diameter. The cabin appeared to be old, very old, with a sagging porch and boarded windows. The surrounding forest was primarily pine, the trees closely packed and rising like pillars into the night sky. No other buildings were visible, no power lines, no sign of civilization, just wilderness and this forgotten structure that looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. The stocky man produced a flashlight and led the way onto the creaking porch. The wooden boards protested under our weight, and I had a momentary fear that the whole structure might collapse. He pushed open the door, which hung unevenly on rusted hinges, and gestured us inside with his gun. The beam of the flashlight revealed a space that was bare except for some dilapidated furniture, a sagging couch against one wall, a rickety table with one chair, and what looked like the remains of a wood stove in the corner. The floor was covered in dust and debris, dead leaves, animal droppings, fragments of what might once have been newspapers or magazines. The air inside was stale and heavy with the smell of mold, rot, and something else, something metallic and vaguely organic that made my stomach turn. "Sit," the stocky man ordered, shoving Ray toward the couch. A cloud of dust rose as Ray collapsed onto it, coughing and sputtering. I sat beside him, trying to appear compliant while my eyes continued to scan the space, looking for anything that might be used as a weapon or a means of escape. "What do you want?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. The tall man had entered behind us and now stood by the door, his gun still aimed in our general direction. The flashlight's beam cast grotesque shadows across his face as he smiled, a cold, empty expression. "Just a little insurance," he said. "Make sure you don't go running to the cops." He turned to his partner. "Get the rope." The stocky man rummaged through a duffel bag he'd brought in, similar in size and shape to the one Ray had retrieved from his pickup. He pulled out a length of rope, the beam of the flashlight catching the fibers as they uncoiled like a snake. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead and down my back. They were going to tie us up and leave us here, or worse. "You don't need to do this," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who you are. I picked Ray up because his truck broke down. That's it. The tall man's smile widened, revealing those tobacco-stained teeth again. Wrong place, wrong time, trucker. Should have kept driving. The stocky man approached with the rope. I tensed, considering whether to fight, to make a desperate lunge for the door, but the tall man seemed to read my thoughts. Try it, he said softly, raising the gun to point directly at my face. Give me a reason. I stayed still as the stocky man bound our wrists behind our backs, then our ankles. The rope bit into my skin, tied deliberately tight. He checked the bonds with a rough tug that nearly dislocated my shoulders. Don't go anywhere, the tall man said with a laugh, before they both moved toward the door. The stocky man paused at the threshold, looking back at us. For a moment, something like doubt or remorse flickered across his features. You sure about this, Eddie? The trucker. Shut up, the tall man, Eddie snapped. We stick to the plan. They'll be fine for a day or two. By then we'll be in Canada. With that, they left, closing the door behind them. Through the thin, rotting walls of the cabin, I could hear their footsteps on the porch, then the sound of car doors opening and closing. An engine started, and headlights briefly illuminated the cracks between the boards on the windows before sweeping away. The sound of the car faded, leaving us in absolute darkness and silence. Jesus Christ, Ray, I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. What the hell have you gotten us into? Beside me, Ray had begun to shake, a trembling that I could feel through the sagging couch cushions. I'm sorry, he whispered back, his voice cracking. God, I'm so sorry. What was that about? Who were those men? I demanded, struggling against my bonds. The rope held firm, cutting into my wrists with every movement. Ray's breathing had become erratic, bordering on hyperventilation. They're going to kill us, he said, his voice barely audible. They're going to come back and kill us, just like they killed Marcus. Who's Marcus? Ray, you need to tell me what's going on. I was fighting to keep my own panic at bay now. Ray took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. They're smugglers, he finally said. Eddie and his partner, I think his name is Vince. They use the trucking routes to move product up from Mexico. Mostly meth, some heroin. And how do you know this? I asked, though I was beginning to piece together an ugly picture. I worked for them, Ray admitted, shame evident in his voice. Not the drug part, I swear I didn't know about that at first. I'm a mechanic. I was just supposed to maintain their vehicles, keep them running smooth for the long hauls. So what happened? Ray's voice dropped even lower. I found out what they were carrying, packages hidden in the engine compartments, in hollow spaces behind the dashboards. I wanted out, but by then I knew too much. So you ran, I said, understanding dawning. Yeah, grabbed what cash I could and bolted. I thought I was in the clear. It's been 3 weeks and I'd made it all the way to southern Missouri. He let out a bitter laugh. Should have known they'd find me. They have connections everywhere. And who's Marcus? Ray fell silent for a long moment. Another mechanic, he finally said. He found out before I did. Tried to go to the cops. They caught him before he could talk. Made an example of him. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cool night air seeping through the cabin walls. And now they're going to make an example of us. I'm so sorry, Ray said again, his voice breaking. You should have kept driving. Never should have stopped for me. I bit back the angry retort that rose to my lips. Blame wouldn't help us now. Action might. We need to get out of here, I said, renewing my struggle against the ropes. They might come back any minute. I wriggled my wrists, trying to find some give in the bindings. They were tight, but the stocky man, Vince, had tied them hastily. There was a slight looseness I thought I might be able to exploit. If you can turn around, I told Ray, we can try to untie each other. We shuffled awkwardly on the couch, trying to position ourselves back to back. It was slow, painful work, hampered by our bound ankles and the sagging, unstable cushions beneath us. Outside, an owl hooted, the sound carrying clearly through the thin walls. Something small scurried across the cabin floor. A mouse or rat, I guessed, disturbed by our movements. Finally, we managed to get into position, our bound hands blindly seeking each other's ropes. Ray's fingers were clumsy with fear, but I could feel him working at the knots on my wrists. Keep trying, I encouraged him. We've got to get out of here before they come back. And then what? Ray asked, his voice hollow. We're in the middle of nowhere. No phones, no transportation. One problem at a time, I said grimly. First these ropes, then we figure out the rest. The knots were stubborn, and our awkward position made progress slow. But I could feel a slight loosening with each attempt, a fraction more movement in my wrists. That's when we heard it, the distant sound of an engine growing louder. Oh God, Ray whispered, his fingers freezing on my bonds. They're coming back. Time seemed to compress as the sound of the approaching vehicle grew louder. My fingers worked frantically at Ray's bonds, no longer concerned with pain or stealth, just desperate to create some chance, any chance, of survival. It might not be them, I said, trying to keep panic from my voice. Could be someone else using this road. Even as I said it, I knew how unlikely that was. This road wasn't on any map I'd ever seen, hidden deep in the forest, leading to an abandoned cabin. No one would find this place by accident. Ray had gone completely still, paralyzed by fear. Ray, I hissed, keep working on my ropes. His fingers resumed their fumbling efforts, but I could feel the tremor in them, the clumsiness born of terror. The engine sound grew louder, then suddenly cut off. Car doors slammed, 2 of them. They're back, Ray moaned. I redoubled my efforts, feeling sweat drip into my eyes as I twisted my hands painfully against the rope. There, a slight give, a loosening around my right wrist. I worked that hand furiously, ignoring the burn as the rough fibers scraped my skin raw. Footsteps on the porch, voices, muffled but angry. Should just finish it now, one was saying. Eddie, I thought, the tall one. Not here, came the reply, deeper, gruffer. Vince, too messy, we stick to the plan. My right hand slipped free just as the door creaked open. I froze, quickly returning my arm to its position behind my back, praying the darkness would hide what I'd accomplished. The beam of a flashlight swept the room, momentarily blinding me after the complete darkness. I squinted against the light, trying to make out the figures silhouetted in the doorway. Still here, I see, Eddie said, his voice carrying a note of amusement that turned my blood cold. Thought you might have worked some magic and disappeared. He approached, the flashlight beam moving between Ray's face and mine, deliberately shining in our eyes. I could feel Ray trembling beside me, a continuous shiver that seemed beyond his control. Please, Ray said, his voice cracking. I haven't told anyone, I swear. Just let us go. Eddie laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. You know that's not how this works, Ray. You ran. Now you pay. Vince had remained by the door, a bulky shadow with what appeared to be another duffel bag in his hands. We need to go, he said. The longer we stay here. Relax, Eddie cut him off. No one knows about this place. No one's coming. He turned his attention back to us, the flashlight beam settling on my face. I tried to keep my expression neutral, fighting the urge to squint or turn away. Your friend here, Eddie said to Ray, gesturing toward me with the flashlight. He's just collateral damage. Wrong place, wrong time. Like I said before, should have kept driving. What are you going to do with us? I asked, trying to keep him talking. Every second they stayed here was another second for me to figure out how to use my freed hand. Eddie smiled, his teeth yellowed in the harsh light. Nothing messy, not yet. We've got business to finish first. You two are going to wait here, nice and quiet, until we're safely across the border. Then, he shrugged. Then we'll see. Maybe we'll call in an anonymous tip. Let someone find you before you starve. The lie was transparent. They had no intention of letting us live. The trucker doesn't know anything, Ray said suddenly. Let him go. This is between us. Eddie laughed again. Noble Ray, but a little late for that. He's seen our faces. He knows this location. He leaned in closer, his breath hot on my face, reeking of cigarettes and something sharply chemical. Sorry, trucker. Bad luck. He straightened up and turned to Vince. Let's go. We've got a long drive ahead. As they turned to leave, I made my decision. It was now or never. The moment the flashlight beam moved away from my face, I lunged forward, driving my shoulder into Eddie's midsection. The element of surprise worked in my favor. He stumbled backward with a startled grunt, the flashlight falling from his hand and rolling across the floor, its beam creating wild shadows as it spun. I scrambled to my feet, hampered by my bound ankles, but propelled by pure adrenaline. Eddie recovered quickly, reaching for the gun at his waistband. Vince, he shouted. I threw myself sideways as Vince charged from the doorway. In the chaotic light of the rolling flashlight, I caught a glimpse of metal in his hand. Not a gun, but something that glinted like a knife. I hit the floor hard, pain shooting through my shoulder. With my free hand, I groped blindly for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around something solid, a piece of broken furniture, perhaps. I swung it wildly as a shadow loomed over me. There was a satisfying crack as the makeshift club connected with something. A howl of pain told me I'd hit my target. Eddie or Vince, I couldn't tell which in the confusion. "Ray!" I shouted. "Run!" But Ray was still bound on the couch, watching the scene unfold with wide, terrified eyes. The flashlight had come to rest against one wall, its beam illuminating a patch of floor and nothing else. Most of the cabin remained in darkness, shapes moving like grotesque shadows in a nightmare. I scrambled backward, still clutching my crude weapon, trying to get to Ray. A hand grabbed my ankle and I kicked out violently, connecting with something solid. There was a grunt of pain and the grip loosened. I made it to the couch and fumbled with Ray's bonds, trying to untie him with one hand while keeping watch for our attackers. "Behind you!" Ray suddenly shouted. I turned just in time to see a figure lunging toward me. Eddie, his face contorted with rage, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. I swung my club again, but he was ready this time. He caught my arm, twisting it painfully. The club clattered to the floor. Eddie's other hand came up, and I saw the gun aimed directly at my face. Time seemed to slow. I could see Eddie's finger tightening on the trigger, could see the grim determination in his eyes. This was it. This was how I died, in an abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere, all because I'd stopped to help a stranger. Then suddenly, Ray was there. Despite his bound hands and feet, he had launched himself from the couch in a desperate maneuver, crashing into Eddie from behind. The gun discharged with a deafening roar in the confined space, but the bullet went wild, splintering wood somewhere above my head. Eddie stumbled forward, thrown off balance by Ray's weight. Both men crashed to the floor in a tangle of limbs. The gun skittered across the wooden planks, disappearing into the shadows. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself after it, fingers scrabbling in the darkness. Where was Vince? I couldn't see him in the limited light, couldn't hear him over the sounds of struggle behind me. My hand closed around the gun just as a shadow fell across me. I rolled onto my back, bringing the weapon up in a two-handed grip. Vince stood there, his stocky silhouette framed in the doorway, something clutched in his hand. Our eyes met in the dim light, and I saw calculation in his gaze, weighing his chances against an armed opponent. "Don't," I warned, the gun steady despite my pounding heart. For a long moment he didn't move. Behind me I could hear Ray and Eddie still struggling, grunts and curses punctuating the ragged sound of their breathing. Then, without a word, Vince turned and bolted through the door. "Vince!" Eddie shouted, his voice tight with pain and betrayal. "Vince, you coward!" I scrambled to my feet, the gun still trained on the doorway, half expecting Vince to return, but the only sounds from outside were rapidly receding footsteps, followed by the start of an engine. Headlights briefly illuminated the doorway, then swept away as the car accelerated down the dirt road. I turned my attention back to Ray and Eddie, still grappling on the floor. Eddie had the advantage, his hands free, but Ray was fighting with the desperation of a man who knew his life depended on it. "Enough!" I shouted, aiming the gun at Eddie. "Get off him, now!" Eddie froze, turning his head slowly to look at me. In the dim light of the fallen flashlight, his face was a mask of hatred and calculation. "You won't shoot," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "You're not a killer." I tightened my grip on the gun. "Don't test me, not after what you've put us through." For a heartbeat, I thought he might lunge at me, might call what he perceived as my bluff. Part of me hoped he would, giving me justification for pulling the trigger, but something in my eyes must have convinced him. Slowly, he raised his hands and moved away from Ray. "Against the wall," I ordered, gesturing with the gun. "Face it, hands behind your head." Eddie complied, moving with deliberate slowness, his eyes never leaving mine. I backed toward Ray, keeping the gun trained on Eddie. "You okay?" I asked without looking down. "Been better," Ray gasped, struggling to sit up. "But I'll live, for now." I reached down with my free hand and helped him to his feet, then backed us both toward the door. Eddie remained against the wall, his posture tense, watching us over his shoulder. "What now, trucker?" he asked, a hint of that mocking tone returning to his voice. You going to shoot me in cold blood? I considered it. God help me, I actually considered it. After what he'd put us through, after what he'd planned to do to us, it would have been easy to justify. But whatever else I wasn't a murderer. You're lucky I'm not you, I said, backing through the doorway with Ray. Once outside, I quickly cut Ray's remaining bonds using a rusty nail I found on the porch. My ankles were still bound, and I sat down briefly to free them as well, keeping the gun pointed at the cabin door. He'll come after us, Ray said, rubbing his raw wrists. The moment we're gone, he'll come after us. I nodded grimly. Then we'd better make sure he can't. We found a length of timber on the porch, part of a broken railing. Working quickly, we wedged it against the door, effectively barring it from the outside. It wouldn't hold Eddie forever, but it would slow him down. The night around us was pitch black, the forest a wall of darkness beyond the small clearing. Without flashlights or a vehicle, our options were limited. What about your truck? Ray asked, as if reading my thoughts. Keys are in the car Vince took, I reminded him, but I know a trick or two. We made our way to my rig, guided by the faint starlight that penetrated the clearing. I climbed into the cab and reached under the dashboard, feeling for the wiring panel. It had been years since I'd had to hot wire a vehicle, not since my misspent youth, but some skills you never forget. Keep watch, I told Ray as I worked. If you see Eddie, shout. Ray positioned himself where he could see both the cabin and the surrounding forest, the gun held awkwardly in his hands. I'd given it to him after determining it had 2 bullets left, not much, but better than nothing. My fingers worked blindly at the wires, stripping and connecting them by feel alone. The minutes stretched, each one filled with tension as I expected to hear Eddie breaking through the barricaded door at any moment. Finally, the engine rumbled to life. Get in, I called to Ray, who didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled into the passenger seat, still clutching the gun. I threw the truck into gear and began a careful 3-point turn in the clearing, mindful of the trees close on every side. The headlights illuminated the cabin as we turned. No sign of Eddie, the door still barricaded. He could have gone out a window, Ray said nervously, scanning the tree line. I nodded, focusing on completing the turn without getting stuck. The dirt beneath us was soft, and the heavy rig sank slightly with each movement. Finally, we were pointed back toward the road. I accelerated carefully, navigating the narrow track, branches scraping against the sides of the trailer as we went. We need to get to a police station, I said as we bounced along the rough road. Report everything, the kidnapping, the drugs, all of it. Ray nodded, but I could see doubt in his eyes. If we make it that far, he said quietly. We traveled in tense silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. The dirt road seemed longer on the return journey, each bend and dip raising the possibility of an ambush. Finally, we reached the highway. Empty in both directions, it stretched like a black ribbon through the forest. I turned north, the direction of the nearest town according to my recollection of the route. We're going to make it, I said, more to convince myself than Ray. We're going to be okay. Ray didn't respond. He was staring out the windshield, his face slack with exhaustion and lingering fear. The gun rested in his lap, his hand still curled loosely around it. We'd traveled about 5 miles when headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, distant at first, then rapidly approaching. Is that them? Ray asked, straightening in his seat, suddenly alert. I pressed the accelerator, pushing the rig as hard as I dared on the winding highway. I don't know. Could be anyone. But deep down I knew. It was too much of a coincidence. Somehow, Eddie had escaped the cabin and found transportation. Perhaps he'd had another vehicle hidden nearby. The headlights grew larger, gaining on us quickly. My loaded truck was no match for a car on these roads. What do we do? Ray's voice had taken on that edge of panic again. I scanned the highway ahead, looking for options. There, a side road, coming up on the right. Not the hidden track we'd been forced down earlier, but a proper gravel road, marked with a county route sign. Hold on, I warned, beginning to brake as we approached the turn. The pursuing vehicle was close enough now that I could see it wasn't the same sedan Vince had fled in. This was something larger, a pickup truck, its high beams blinding in my mirrors. I made the turn onto the gravel road, the truck lurching as the wheels transitioned from asphalt to loose stone. Behind us, the pickup followed, its engine roaring as it closed the distance. The gravel road was narrower than the highway, lined with ditches on either side. Not ideal for evasive driving in a semi, but I had to try something. When I say so, I told Ray, I want you to fire one shot out the window. Don't aim at anything, just fire into the air. Ray nodded grimly, checking the gun. I watched the pickup in my mirrors, waiting until it was almost on our tail. Now! I shouted. Ray rolled down his window and fired. The sound was deafening inside the cab. The effect was immediate. The pickup swerved, then slowed, dropping back to a more cautious distance. That bought us some time, I said, but not much. Up ahead I could see lights, not headlights, but the steady glow of street lamps. A town, or at least some kind of settlement. Safety. The pickup had recovered and was gaining again, apparently undeterred by our warning shot. It pulled alongside in the oncoming lane. In the glow of my running lights, I could see Eddie behind the wheel, his face contorted with rage. He swerved toward us, trying to force us off the road. I held steady, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, refusing to yield. Our vehicles scraped together with a shriek of metal on metal. He's trying to kill us, Ray shouted. One bullet left, I reminded him. Make it count. Ray leaned out the window, trying to aim at Eddie's truck while the vehicles jostled and scraped against each other. But before he could fire, Eddie swerved hard into us again. The impact sent the gun flying from Ray's hand out the window and into the darkness. I fought to maintain control as the truck threatened to veer into the ditch. Eddie was alongside us again, preparing for another ram. The town lights were closer now, perhaps half a mile ahead. Hold on, I shouted, making a split-second decision. Instead of trying to evade the next hit, I turned into it, meeting Eddie's pickup head-on with the massive weight of my rig. There was a tremendous crash, the sound of crumpling metal and breaking glass. Eddie's smaller vehicle took the worst of it, spinning away from us toward the opposite ditch. I didn't stop to see what happened next. I kept the accelerator down, pushing toward those lights, toward safety. In my mirror, I could see Eddie's pickup had come to rest at an angle, half in the ditch, its headlights pointing skyward. No movement was visible inside. The first buildings of the town appeared, a gas station, a small church, houses set back from the road. I slowed only enough to make the turn safely, heading toward what looked like the center of town. There, the distinctive shape of a sheriff's office, a patrol car parked outside. I brought the truck to a stop, the brakes hissing loudly in the quiet night. Before the engine had fully quieted, Ray and I were out of the cab, running toward the building. A deputy emerged, alerted by the noise of our arrival. His hand went to his weapon as he saw two disheveled, bloodied men rushing toward him. "What in the world?" he began. "We need help," I gasped, my legs suddenly weak now that the immediate danger had passed. "We were kidnapped, held at gunpoint. The guy who did it is back there, on the road. He tried to run us off." The deputy radioed for backup, then guided us inside, his expression a mixture of concern and wariness. Over the next few hours, we told our story, to the deputy, to the sheriff when he arrived, and finally to a pair of state troopers who responded to the alert. They took Ray and me to the local hospital to treat our injuries, mostly cuts, bruises, and rope burns, and kept us separated while they verified our accounts. A patrol found Eddie unconscious in his wrecked pickup, still alive but badly injured. They also discovered a substantial quantity of methamphetamine hidden in the vehicle, confirming Ray's story about the smuggling operation. By dawn, word had come in that Vince had been apprehended trying to cross the state line. He'd apparently decided cutting his losses was better than returning for his partner. The sheriff, a grizzled veteran named Frank Hollister, finally brought Ray and me back together in a small conference room at the station. "Your stories check out," he said, looking between us. "And we've confirmed Mr. Darden's identity and the existence of the smuggling operation he described. You two are lucky to be alive." Ray looked down at his bandaged wrists. "What happens now?" "You'll both need to make formal statements," Sheriff Hollister explained. "And you'll likely be called to testify when this goes to trial. But for now," he slid a set of keys across the table to me. "Your truck's been checked over. You're free to go whenever you're ready, Mr. Kentrell." I took the keys, their familiar weight somehow comforting in my palm. "What about my cargo, the steel beams?" "Intact," the sheriff assured me, "though your company might want to have the trailer checked for damage." I nodded, relief washing over me. I could still make my delivery, albeit late. The company would understand once they heard what had happened. Ray and I were escorted outside. Morning had broken fully now, sunlight washing over the small town, making the night's horrors seem distant and dreamlike. "I'm sorry," Ray said quietly as we stood in the parking lot, "for everything. You stopped to help me, and I nearly got you killed." I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time since our ordeal began. The morning light revealed a man worn down by fear and poor choices, but not evil, just human. "You saved my life back there," I reminded him, "when Eddie had that gun on me." Ray shrugged, wincing at the movement. "Least I could do." We exchanged phone numbers, though I wondered if we'd ever actually use them. Some experiences bond people together. Others are so traumatic you want to forget everyone associated with them. "What will you do now?" I asked. "Testify," Ray said grimly. "Do what I should have done weeks ago. Then," he shrugged again, "start over somewhere, try to make better choices." I nodded, understanding. We shook hands, a formal gesture that seemed inadequate for what we'd been through together. As I climbed into my truck, I felt the weight of the night's events settling on me. I was alive, but changed. The road ahead looked different now, filled with shadows I hadn't noticed before. I started the engine, the familiar rumble vibrating through the seat. Despite everything, there was comfort in the routine, checking mirrors, releasing the brake, feeling the massive vehicle respond to my touch. As I pulled away from the sheriff's office, I caught a glimpse of Ray in my mirror watching me go. He raised a hand in farewell, then turned away, walking toward whatever future awaited him. I pointed my truck north, toward my delayed delivery, and then home. The highway stretched before me, the same as it had been yesterday, yet somehow fundamentally altered by what I'd experienced. The road never stops calling, I thought, and there's always another load to haul, another destination to reach. But now I knew what lurked in the spaces between towns, in the shadows beyond headlights, in the hearts of strangers. And I would never again take for granted the simple miracle of arriving safely at my destination. 16 years have passed since that July night in the forests of southern Missouri. 16 years of highways and byways, of sunrises viewed through windshields and sunsets in rearview mirrors. I'm still driving, though these days I own my rig instead of driving for someone else. The independence suits me, lets me choose my routes, my schedules, my risks. Eddie Thompson and Vincent Mercer, I learned their full names during the trial, were sentenced to 20 years each for kidnapping, attempted murder, and drug trafficking. Last I heard, they were still serving time in a federal penitentiary in Colorado. Sometimes I wonder if they think about me, the trucker who got away, who helped bring down their operation. Probably. Prisoners have little else to do but remember. Ray testified as promised, then entered witness protection. I don't know where he is now or what name he uses. Sometimes I see someone at a truck stop, a certain build, a way of standing, and I look twice, wondering, but it's never him. At least I don't think it is. The nightmares lasted for years. In them, I'm always back in that cabin, bound and helpless, or running through endless forest with unseen pursuers close behind. My ex-wife said I would cry out in my sleep, begging invisible tormentors for mercy. She couldn't understand why I wouldn't talk about it, couldn't understand that putting it into words made it more real, not less. We divorced 3 years after it happened, not entirely because of what I went through, but it didn't help. Trauma changes you, reshapes you like extreme heat bends metal. You can still function, still serve your purpose, but you're never quite the same shape again. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. Don't stop for broken down vehicles either, though I'll call it in once I reach a safe place. Some would call that callous. I call it survival. It's October now, 16 years and 3 months since that night. I'm hauling agricultural equipment from Nebraska to Arkansas, taking the scenic route through Missouri. Not the same highways as before. I've managed to avoid that particular stretch of road all these years, but close enough that memories keep bubbling to the surface like air pockets in tar. I've stopped for the night at a truck stop outside Springfield. Modern place, all LED lighting and self-serve kiosks, a far cry from the greasy spoons I frequented in my younger days. Progress, I suppose, though I miss the conversations with career waitresses who called everyone honey and remembered how you liked your eggs. I've showered, eaten, and now I'm nursing a coffee in the attached diner, watching rain streak the windows as evening settles in. The place is half empty, a few other drivers hunched over plates or phones, a family with tired children picking at their meals, a pair of college-aged kids sharing a milkshake and looking at each other like they've discovered something precious. That's when I notice him, a man sitting alone in a corner booth, face partially hidden behind a newspaper. Something about his posture, the way he holds himself, triggers a recognition so deep it's almost physical. I feel my heart rate accelerate, my palms grow damp against the ceramic mug. It can't be. Eddie is still in prison. I checked just last year, an annual ritual I performed to reassure myself. And yet, the man lowers his paper, reaches for his coffee. I catch a glimpse of his profile, the hawkish nose, the hollow cheeks. My breath catches in my throat. Then he turns and the resemblance evaporates. Just a tired businessman, probably a sales rep for some agricultural supplier. Nothing like the man who held a gun to my head all those years ago. I exhale slowly, forcing my tense muscles to relax. This happens sometimes. Phantom sightings. Moments when ordinary strangers transform into specters from my past. My therapist called it hypervigilance, a common symptom of what happened to me. I call it being careful. The rain intensifies, drumming against the roof of the truck stop. Most drivers will be staying put tonight, unwilling to battle the weather and poor visibility. I should do the same, but the encounter, or non-encounter, has left me restless. The familiar itch between my shoulder blades that tells me to move, to put distance between myself and perceived threats. I pay my bill and return to my truck, climbing into the cab that has been more home to me than any house over the years. The rain creates a cocoon of white noise around me, isolating me from the world outside. I should sleep, but I know I won't. Not yet, not with memories so close to the surface. Instead, I pull out the small notebook I've carried for years. Its pages are filled with my handwriting, observations, thoughts, fragments of the book I've been threatening to write for a decade now. Confessions of a long-haul trucker, or something equally trite. I've never shown it to anyone, likely never will. It's more therapy than literature, a way to exorcise demons that refuse to stay buried. I turn to a blank page and begin to write. Not about Eddie or Ray or that night, but about the rain, about the phantom sighting, about how the past is never really past, but rather a shadow that grows longer or shorter depending on the angle of the sun. Time passes, measured by the rhythmic sweep of windshield wipers on parked trucks and the occasional headlights of vehicles braving the weather on the nearby highway. My writing slows, then stops, fatigue finally overcoming restlessness. I'm about to put the notebook away when a sharp rap on my door startles me fully awake. My hand instinctively reaches for the legal handgun I now keep secured beside my seat. Through the rain-streaked window, I can make out a figure in a rain-soaked jacket, hood pulled up against the downpour. My first instinct is to ignore the knock, to stay locked safely inside. But something, curiosity perhaps, or some deeper intuition, makes me crack the window instead. "Can I help you?" I call out, my voice deliberately neutral. "Leroy?" The figure pushes back the hood, revealing a face weathered by time but instantly, impossibly familiar. "Leroy Kentrell? Ray?" I breathe, disbelief warring with recognition. It's him, older, certainly, with gray threaded through his once dark beard, lines carved deeper around his eyes and mouth. But unmistakably Ray Darden, the man I last saw 16 years ago outside a sheriff's office in southern Missouri. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The rain continues its steady drumming, the only sound in the strange bubble of unreality that has suddenly enveloped us. "Can I come in?" he finally asks, water dripping from his jacket. It's a hell of a night to be standing out here. Caution wars with curiosity. The old fear flickers. What if this is a trap? What if Eddie somehow found me? What if? But Ray is alone, visibly unarmed, and despite everything, I find I'm not afraid of him. I unlock the door. "Come around to the passenger side." He nods and disappears from view. I take the moment to secure my weapon in its proper place, accessible but not immediate. Old habits. The passenger door opens, bringing with it a gust of rain-scented air and the sodden figure of Ray Darden. He climbs in awkwardly, careful not to drip too much on my interior. Sorry about this, he says, pulling off his wet jacket. Didn't mean to startle you. How did you find me? I ask, the question that matters most. He smiles faintly. Wasn't looking for you if that's what you're worried about. Pure coincidence. I recognized your rig in the lot, the custom paint job on the door. Took a chance it might be you. I'd had the truck custom painted 5 years ago. Midnight blue with silver accents. My initials worked into the design. Distinctive, yes, but Ray couldn't have known that. You're not in witness protection anymore, I observe. He shakes his head. Got out 8 years ago after they determined the threat had diminished. Eddie and Vince were the main players who knew me. With them locked up, there wasn't much point keeping me hidden. What are you doing in Springfield? The questions keep coming, part suspicion, part genuine curiosity. I live here now, Ray says. Work as a mechanic at a shop about 5 miles from this truck stop. Honest work, finally. He pauses, studying me. You look good, Leroy. Older like the rest of us, but good. You too, I say, surprised to find I mean it. The Ray sitting beside me seems more substantial somehow, more grounded than the frightened man I remember. An awkward silence falls between us. What do you say to someone who shares your worst memory? How do you make small talk with a ghost from your nightmares? I never thanked you properly, Ray finally says, his voice quiet beneath the rain, for stopping that night, for helping me escape, for testifying. I wave away his thanks. You'd have done the same. Maybe, he concedes, but that doesn't diminish what you did. He hesitates, then adds, I've thought about you often over the years, wondered how you were doing if what happened affected you like it did me. The question hangs in the air, an invitation to share something I've kept locked away for 16 years. Part of me wants to deflect, to maintain the protective distance I've cultivated. But there's something about the moment, the rain isolating us from the world, the improbable reunion, that loosens something in my chest. It changed everything, I admit. How I drive, who I trust, where I go, even who I married and divorced. The words come more easily than I expected. Nightmares for years, still have them sometimes. Ray nods, understanding in his eyes. Me too, though they've gotten better, therapy helped. Same, I acknowledge, though I told my therapist it was a carjacking gone wrong, simpler that way. I told mine everything, Ray says. Had to. The witness protection counselors insisted. He looks out at the rain-slick parking lot. Sometimes I think it would have been easier to go to prison like Eddie and Vince. At least there, the bars and guards are visible. The prison I built for myself was harder to recognize. His words hit uncomfortably close to home. Haven't I been living in my own prison all these years? Self-imposed restrictions, routes not taken, relationships kept at arm's length. But you got out, I say, referring to more than just witness protection. Ray turns back to me, a small smile touching his lips. Working on it, every day. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sobriety chip. 5 years clean. Another thing that changed after that night. Turned to the bottle pretty hard for a while. Congratulations, I say, genuinely impressed. That's no small thing. What about you, he asks, still doing long hauls after all this time? I gesture around the cab. As you can see, though I own my rig now, set my own schedule. Ever think about quitting, doing something else? The question catches me off guard. Have I thought about it? Of course, after the incident, after the divorce, after particularly bad stretches of nightmares. But the road has always called me back. Sometimes, I admit. But this is what I know, what I'm good at. Ray nods, understanding. We find comfort in the familiar, even when it's wrapped up with the painful. Outside, the rain has begun to slacken, the drumming on the roof fading to a gentler patter. The truck stop lights create halos in the mist, transforming the ordinary parking lot into something almost ethereal. I should let you get some rest, Ray says, reaching for his still damp jacket. When I saw your truck, I couldn't pass up the chance to say thank you, to see that you're okay. I'm glad you did, I say, surprised again by how true this is. Seeing Ray, the real Ray, not the phantom of memory, has settled something inside me, answered questions I didn't know I still had. He opens the door, then pauses. I live just off Route 65. Small house, nothing fancy. If you're ever passing through and want a home-cooked meal or just a cup of coffee, he pulls out a business card, slightly damp, from his pocket and hands it to me. No pressure, just an offer. I take the card. Ray Wilson, senior mechanic, it reads, with an address and phone number. His new name, his new life. I might do that, I say, and in the moment, I mean it. He nods, seemingly satisfied, and climbs down from the cab. Before he closes the door, he looks back at me. Drive safely, Roy. You too, Ray, I respond, the familiar trucker's farewell feeling suddenly weighted with new meaning. I watch as he makes his way across the parking lot to an older model Chevy, sensible and unassuming. He waves once before getting in and driving away, tail lights receding into the misty night. The encounter leaves me thoughtful, turning Ray's card over in my fingers. After 16 years of avoiding this very connection, of treating that night as something to be buried and forgotten, here it was, handed to me with a simple invitation for coffee. I tucked the card into my notebook, between the pages where I'd been writing earlier. Tomorrow, I'll continue my journey south, delivering my cargo as contracted. I'll drive the same roads I've driven countless times, see the same sights, make the same stops. But something has shifted, subtly but unmistakably. The past I've carried like a silent passenger all these years feels lighter somehow, less oppressive. Ray escaped his prison. Maybe, just maybe, I can begin to escape mine. I settle into my bunk, more ready for sleep than I expected to be. Outside, the rain has stopped completely, leaving behind a glistening world and a cleared sky where stars are beginning to emerge. The highways will still be haunted by memories, by what-ifs, by the ghosts of who we were before that July night. But perhaps they're also haunted by possibilities, by connections not yet made, by versions of ourselves we haven't yet become. Tomorrow is another day on the road, another load to haul, another destination to reach, and for the first time in 16 years, I'm curious to see where it leads. The forecast called for clear skies over the boreal forests of northern Quebec, but Martin Hendricks knew better than to trust weather predictions in this remote wilderness. 20 years as a wilderness photographer had taught him to prepare for anything. He'd planned this 2-week solo expedition to capture images of the autumn transformation, when the forest became a tapestry of amber and crimson before winter's approach. "You sure about going alone?" his friend Jean had asked when dropping him at the trailhead. "These woods swallow people sometimes." Martin had laughed it off. "I've got my GPS, satellite phone, and enough supplies for a month. What's the worst that could happen?" The first 3 days passed uneventfully. Martin established his primary campsite near a small lake, taking day hikes to photograph the landscape. On the 4th morning, he ventured farther north than planned, following a game trail that wound through increasingly dense forest. The trail led to a small clearing where Martin froze, camera halfway to his eye. The trees at the clearing's edge were marked with strange symbols carved deep into the bark. Some resembled crude stick figures, others spiraling patterns that made his eyes hurt if he looked too long. Most disturbing were the claw marks, 3 parallel gouges too high for a bear, too deep for anything Martin recognized. From a post on r/backcountry creepy, found similar markings about 200 miles north of Thunder Bay. Indigenous friend told me they were boundary warnings, said his people wouldn't go past such markers. When I asked why, he just said, "Because those who do don't come back to explain why they shouldn't have." Martin photographed the markings, then hesitated. Logic told him to turn back. These could be territorial markers from local wildlife, or perhaps warnings left by indigenous peoples. But the photographer in him was curious. What lay beyond that needed such ominous marking? As dusk approached, Martin realized he'd gone much farther than intended. Setting up a hasty overnight camp, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had gone unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, not even wind through the branches. Just silence, heavy and expectant. That night he woke to the sound of something large moving through the underbrush around his tent. The footfalls were bipedal, too heavy for a human. They circled his camp 3 times before stopping directly outside his tent. Martin lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. His hand crept toward the hunting knife beside his sleeping bag. Then came the smell, putrid like rotting meat and wet fur. A low, rattling breath sounded just inches from his head, separated only by the thin nylon of his tent. Something pressed against the fabric, creating a massive, shadowy outline. Martin closed his eyes, praying to gods he didn't believe in. When he finally gathered the courage to look again, the presence was gone. But in the morning he found massive humanoid footprints circling his camp, 18 inches long with 5 distinct toes, and bent saplings where something immensely strong had pushed through the forest. Martin should have left. Every instinct screamed for retreat. Instead, he packed his gear and followed the footprints deeper into the forest. Professional curiosity, he told himself. What a discovery this would be. Photographic evidence of the creature locals called Sasquatch. The trail led to a rock face where the prints disappeared. Scanning the surroundings, Martin spotted a narrow opening, the mouth of a cave partially hidden by overgrowth. He hesitated, then switched on his headlamp and entered. The passage widened after several yards, opening into a chamber. His light caught something that made his blood freeze. Bones, hundreds of them scattered across the cave floor. Most appeared to be animal remains, but among them lay unmistakably human artifacts: a rusted watch, torn fabric, a single hiking boot. From Our True Terrifying Tales. My grandfather was Algonquin. He told me stories about the Hungry One that lived in the northern woods. Said it wasn't just a physical danger, but a spiritual corruption. Something that could get inside your head if you stayed too long in its territory. First you'd feel watched, then hear it. Finally, you'd begin to transform. The sound of movement deeper in the cave sent Martin stumbling backward toward the entrance. Outside, he ran without direction, panic overriding his wilderness training. By the time he stopped, gasping for breath, he realized he'd lost his bearings. Consulting his GPS, Martin was shocked to find it malfunctioning, the screen showing impossible coordinates. His satellite phone displayed no signal. With the sun already low, he had no choice but to make camp again. That night, the forest came alive with sounds. Distant, hollow wood knocks echoed from multiple directions. Rocks clattered against trees. Something mimicked a human voice calling his name, first from the east, then impossibly quickly from the west. "Martin, help! Martin!" The voice was distorted, as if speaking through water. It sounded almost like Jean, but wrong somehow, the inflections unnatural. "I know you're not real," Martin whispered to the darkness. The reply came instantly, just outside his tent. "Neither will you be soon." In the morning, Martin found his camera smashed, memory cards missing. His food supplies had been scattered, some containers showing teeth marks from an enormous jaw. Most disturbing was the discovery that while his tent remained intact, his sleeping bag had been sliced open from beneath, the ground under it excavated as if something had tried to reach him from below. For the first time in his career, Martin abandoned his equipment, taking only essentials as he attempted to retrace his steps back to the lake campsite. But nothing looked familiar. The forest seemed to shift around him, landmarks appearing where none had been before. By afternoon, exhaustion and hunger slowed his pace. Worse was the growing sense that he was being herded, subtle pressures guiding his route. Each time he tried to turn south toward where his original camp should be, obstacles appeared. Fallen trees, impenetrable thickets, even sudden ravines. As night fell, Martin realized with growing horror that he'd been circling the same area for hours. On the 7th day, Martin began talking to himself, if only to break the maddening silence. His water was running low, and he'd eaten the last of his rations. The creature, he was certain now there was just one, continued to stalk him, revealing itself in glimpses. A massive shadow between trees, the flash of eyes reflecting his flashlight beam, enormous handprints left in mud. "What do you want?" Martin shouted into the forest on the 8th night. "Why don't you just take me?" The answer came in dreams, vivid, fevered visions of running on all fours through the forest, of unimaginable hunger, of hunting prey that looked suspiciously like himself. He woke gasping, his joints aching as if stretched. From a deleted creepypasta. The Wendigo psychosis isn't just folklore. It's a documented psychiatric condition where isolated individuals in the northern forests develop an irresistible craving for human flesh. Indigenous elders claim it's not mental illness but possession, the Wendigo spirit finding those alone and vulnerable, then gradually replacing their soul. Martin noticed changes in himself. His sense of smell had sharpened dramatically. He could detect animal trails hours old. His hearing had become preternaturally acute, catching the movement of mice beneath fallen leaves. Most alarming was his hunger, constant, painful, focused not on the berries he foraged but on raw meat. He found himself salivating at the sight of a rabbit, imagining tearing into it with his teeth. His reflection in a still pool startled him. His face looked gaunt, eyes sunken and rimmed with dark circles. His teeth seemed more prominent, gums receded. When had his nails grown so long? On the 10th day, Martin encountered another human, a hiker who'd strayed from a group tour. The young man's relief at finding another person quickly turned to unease under Martin's intense stare. "Are you okay, man? You look sick," the hiker said, taking a step back. Martin felt something twist inside him, hunger mingled with territorial rage. This was his forest now. The intruder needed to leave or be consumed. The thought shocked him back to himself. "You need to run," Martin managed to say, his voice a rasp. "It's not safe. I'm not safe." The hiker didn't need to be told twice, disappearing into the trees. Martin collapsed, fighting against the alien hunger that had nearly overtaken him. What was happening? Was he losing his mind, or was something else taking control? That night brought the clearest encounter yet. Martin woke to find the creature standing at the edge of his makeshift camp, 9 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in matted dark fur. Its face remained in shadow, but its eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting an ancient intelligence. "You're changing me," Martin whispered. The creature made a sound. Not quite language, but unmistakably communication. It extended one massive hand, palm up, in what seemed almost like an invitation. Martin understood with sudden clarity. It wasn't hunting him, it was recruiting him. On the 12th day, Martin made his decision. The transformation was progressing. His joints ached constantly as bones stretched and reshaped. Fine hair had begun sprouting across his back, and his hunger had become an obsession. But some core piece of his humanity remained, a flickering flame of self-awareness. He needed to escape or die trying. Better to perish as himself than live as something else. Using the last of his strength, Martin climbed the tallest pine he could find. From this vantage point, he spotted what the creature had been keeping him from, the glint of sunlight on water. His original lake campsite lay less than 2 miles southwest. Descending carefully, Martin prepared for his escape attempt. He knew the creature was watching, had perhaps always been watching. Direct flight would fail. He needed a distraction. From our forest ranger stories, fire is the one thing every creature in the forest fears, even the unexplainable ones. I've seen things retreat from flames that showed no fear of guns or humans. Whatever's out there, it remembers when fire was the only predator it couldn't overcome. Martin gathered what dry material he could find and created 3 small piles at strategic points around his position. Using his lighter, he set the first ablaze, then quickly moved to the next, creating a triangular pattern of small fires. The response was immediate. A howl of rage echoed through the forest, followed by frantic movement in the underbrush. The creature circled the fires, unwilling to cross them. Martin seized his chance, running southwest toward the lake. His body moved with unnatural speed, a benefit of his partial transformation. Branches whipped past as he sprinted on all fours, faster than he'd ever moved as a human. Behind him, the howls grew more desperate, then determined. The creature was pursuing him, no longer cautious, but in full chase. Martin could feel it gaining ground, covering distance with impossible strides. The lake appeared through the trees, salvation just yards away. Then his foot caught on an exposed root, sending him tumbling down a short embankment. Pain lanced through his ankle as he tried to stand. The creature's approaching footfalls shook the ground. Martin turned to face his pursuer, determined to meet his end with dignity. The massive form emerged from the forest shadow, and for the first time, Martin saw its face clearly. It wasn't the ape-like visage he'd expected. The features were elongated, almost deer-like but wrong, too predatory, with teeth that no herbivore should possess. Its eyes held recognition, not of Martin specifically, but of what he represented, another lonely human, vulnerable to the ancient hunger of the forest. As it reached for him, Martin realized the truth. It hadn't been transforming him into its kind. It had been awakening something that already existed within him, something that lived in all humans, buried beneath civilization. The Wendigo spirit, the hunger that never dies. The creature's hand touched his forehead, and Martin screamed as images flooded his mind. Centuries of lonely wandering, of hunger never satisfied, of watching forests fall to human encroachment, territory shrinking year by year. He saw others like himself, transformed and absorbed into the ancient consciousness that had existed in these woods since before human memory. Then suddenly shouts and flashlight beams cut through the trees. A search party. Jean had reported him missing when scheduled check-ins stopped. The creature retreated with impossible speed, vanishing into the forest darkness. The rescue team found Martin semi-conscious, babbling about hunger and transformation. They attributed his condition to exposure and starvation. The strange changes to his body, the elongated nails, the altered teeth, the unusual hair growth, were dismissed as symptoms of malnutrition and environmental stress. 6 months later, safely returned to civilization, Martin sits in his Montreal apartment, looking at the unpublished photographs from his recovered camera. Most show ordinary forest scenes, but one, taken the first night, captures a tall shadow at the forest's edge, watching his camp. Martin touches the image, fingernails still longer than they should be. His appetite has never returned to normal. Raw meat calls to him, and sometimes when he sleeps, he dreams of running through northern forests on powerful limbs, hunting with others of his kind. The doctors say he'll recover completely given time. Martin knows better. Part of him remained in those woods, and someday, when the hunger grows too strong to resist, he'll return to complete the transformation. He's already planning his next solo camping trip.